South of road work until 5. Heading downtown LA, old building after 1 thing. Then crashing the emergency crews take up the right lane there. You drive is clutching up. Montebello, there is a work zone. It's on the 16th bound from Finley Boulevard. 3 right lanes of it. Shut down for road work. Expect delays. AFI and the sky don't take you there fast. It's O'Brien.
The House Money Podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule of cheap travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. When you take a tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You probably already know Rosetta Stone is one of the best ways to learn a language. But did you also know that they offer a lifetime subscription to all 25 of their languages? Dabble in French, try your hand at German, learn a bit of Japanese, or even explore Swedish. And right now, you can get 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Visit RosettaStone.com today to purchase one and learn for life. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. Here in Southern California, energy prices aren't just going through the roof, they are going through your window. Hey, real today, if you have wood, aluminum, or even vinyl windows, now is the perfect time to have American Vision Windows install dual pane, energy-efficient windows custom-made for you. 20 years ago, Jonas, Bill, and Kathleen started American Vision Windows because they had a horrible experience replacing their own windows. They won't let they use Sun Matrix technology to prevent dust, mold, moisture, shut this down from getting into your home. Until April 30th, they'll pay your tax or give you free expert installation. CFLP number 78326. Trust the window company that I use and I trust. My family and friends trust American Vision Windows. Call today, get that free estimate. 888-226-9908. That's 888-226-9908. Or go to AmericanVisionWindows.com. AFI, AM 640. I mean, the hypocrisy is stunning, breathtaking on this. And even the most rabid anti-abortion group of people argue with an 10-year-old girl's 14 years to go to something still handle 16-year-olds. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I gotta believe, I gotta believe, what else can I be from I want to live, I gotta believe, I gotta believe, a dream that I Premier Network presents Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. We're going to take your calls next hour with Robert Zubrin as we talk about his work that he's produced, his brand new book, his website linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Well, today's 27th is not that far away. We're going to be at the Dells in Oregon, which is about 80-some miles east of Portland. Why are we going there, Tommy? You get to share a stage. I'll be on that stage somewhere too, with a person, will not share it with them, but a person that was on that stage is Steve Garland. That's cool. That is very cool. Cab Calloway was on there. Some cool people were there. This is the amazing Granada Theater in the Dalles, Oregon. It's about 84 miles east from Portland. 3 guests that night. We're going to do a live stage show. Dr. Sky, Stephen Gates will be there. UFO abductee Travis Walton, and from Animal Planet Bigfoot Hunter Matt Moneymaker. It's going to be a lot of fun. The night will include a live band that goes to our veterans, which we do every show, and a live Q&A and some other surprises. So Head on over to coasttocoastam.com if you're interested, which you should be. Head over to the top and Lexi's got all the info right there in your carousel. Roll in there right there and you've got links for you and everything else. Take advantage. Now build up your immunity.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience and natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay this morning.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and treating the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it uses. And that is the purpose of InStem and adaptogens together, supporting the body to
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after drinking adaptogens and InStem?
InStem is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptogen along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with adaptogen and InStem and your free gift to relax ball is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. Store your Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
You can be checking on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. That phone can be like one-stop shop for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerous and easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions and all businesses. If you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com. Fun and Adventure has returned comics and graphic novels from Marvelous Entertainment, based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by Marvin Sundrum. Acclaimed comic creator Andy Fish and his team are bringing that sense of wonder and thrill in straight-out action adventures like those great old comic book stories you remember in their line of time. Highway, Haunted Planet, Space Queen, Codename Adam Bomb, Tales of Singularity, and the kid-oriented Wagged Genius. Join them at iWagged.com. That's iWagged.com. Execution will everything else, but he's trying to convince us he's gone insane. Therefore, inevitable the next way. From the Edward, from Edward, and the money. No control. Time. Like you to do. And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you, along with Robert Zuber and his latest book is called The Case for Nukes. Robert, let's wrap up about Chernobyl, jump over to Fukushima, and talk about the positive aspects here at home. So Chernobyl is rendered useless for 20,000 years.
Well, no, Chernobyl actually was destroyed. But if you want to know, once again, there's frankly no evidence of much harm from the fallout from Chernobyl.
There may have been some, but very little. In fact, the area around Chernobyl right now, because it was evacuated by people, is now one of the richest wildlife reserves in Europe. Because the animals love the fact that the people have moved out, and they're doing just fine. It's now inhabited by giant bison, wolves, all sorts of animals that people thought were extinct in the area have gone and recolonized it. The radioactivity hasn't destroyed the area? No. All right, 2011, Fukushima. What about that situation? Well, Fukushima is very interesting, and by the way, after Fukushima, I want to talk about there's only two nuclear accident consequences: Fukushima, Chernobyl, and 3 Mile Island. We'll get to that one in a minute. Okay, but Fukushima, of course, an entire city was destroyed by an earthquake and a tidal wave. And 28,000 people were killed by drowning or falling buildings and things of this kind. And 3 reactors were destroyed, okay? But not a single person received a dangerous radiological dose. Not a single person outside the plant got any radiological dose of any significance whatsoever. So if you want evidence for nuclear safety, Fukushima is it. And you can have a natural disaster that destroys the whole city and the nuclear power plant, and no one is harmed by radiation. I mean, it doesn't get much safer than that. If that had been an oil refinery, it would have caused fires all over the place, and there would have been giant smoke clouds. And you name it. If that had been a chemical plant, there's all sorts of things that could have been that would have caused all sorts of harm. But nuclear power plants, no. Is there something to be said about building power plants by earthquake fault? Yeah, you shouldn't build power plants by earthquake fault. But I do want to talk about actually what in certain ways is the most famous nuclear accident, which is the one that happened in our country at 3 Mile Island in Pennsylvania, 1979, right? Right. Now, here's the thing. Okay, as I mentioned, it's a scientific fact, and it cannot be contested, that a pressurized water reactor cannot have a runaway chain reaction. And the people like Ralph Nader say they could, they just lie. But the more educated environmentalists would acknowledge that this is so. However, they say, but there's a different feature, which is that the nuclear power plant accumulates radioactive waste in its fuel element. And even though you can turn off the nuclear reaction in a millisecond by dropping in the control rod, or if the water accumulates, the chain reaction shuts down. Okay, what will happen inside of a millisecond is the power level of the reactor will drop from 100%, not to 0, but to 7%, because the decay products are still producing that much heat. Now, it'll then go down in a few hours to 1%, but for a few hours, it'll be giving off substantial heat, and if the coolant isn't there, the fuel is going to melt. You'll have a meltdown, and they said it will not only melt the fuel will melt its way through the 8-inch thick steel pressure vessel that contains the reactor, and then it will melt through the containment building 8 feet thick, and then down through the earth, to the center of the earth, and then somewhat unscientifically, it will then proceed up to the other side of the earth to China. And this is called the China syndrome. And coincidentally, there was a movie of that title about such an accident that occurred the very same month as the 3 Mile Island accident. Now, what happened to 3 Mile Island was there's an operator error, and they drained the coolant out of the reactor. And because the coolant was out of the reactor, the fission reaction shut down. But yes, there was decay heat. So the fuel elements did melt. But they did not melt through the pressure vessel and the containment building and through the earth and all the way to China. They didn't even melt all the way through the pressure vessel. They melted their way about 1 inch into the 8-inch thick steel, and then they stopped. And that was the end of it. And there was a small amount of radioiodine what had to be vented. That exposed the people in the area to the same radiation dose they would have gotten if they had spent the weekend in Colorado, because the background radiation here is higher than Pennsylvania. That's how it was. 3 Mile Island is the only mega disaster in human history in which no one was hurt. And so it was purely a propaganda thing. And this whole thing is discussed in depth in the book, The Case for Nukes. Now back home, let's talk about the power of your power. Do you believe it's clean? It's clean, Well, let's start at the beginning. What's the biggest problem that we have on this planet today? I say it is poverty. We have poverty here in America, but the average American income is $50,000 a year. The average income on planet Earth is $10,000 a year. Okay? So, big difference. And below this, half of the Earth is below average. So the average is 10,000, and there are people making 5,000 and 2,000. And nothing. Okay, and nothing, but then they don't stay alive very long. But this is a huge problem that affects billions of people. Billions of people suffer from malnutrition, and their bodies are weak and subject to disease for their entire life. Or their children have to go to work, and so they can't get any education and they have no future. And you go on and on about this, but this is what our world is actually like today, okay? This is the problem. Well, if there's a direct proportionality between energy use and living standards, because everything that you use and everything that is made for you and everything that is transported to you to use, it all involves energy. And in order to raise the whole world to the current American standard of living, once again, we still have poverty here, but just to get to that level, we'll have to increase human energy consumption 5 times. 5 times. And that doesn't even take into account population growth. Maybe 10 times. Okay? Now, so these people say, well, we want to replace fossil fuels because of the carbon emissions, they're not even addressing the right problem. Because first of all, you can't replace fossil fuels with windmills even at the current level of energy consumption, let alone replace them and increase our energy production 5 times over. But you can with nuclear energy. Because nuclear energy represents an energy resource as vastly greater than fossil fuels as fossil fuels are compared to horses and meters, sailing ships. Okay? The fossil fuels revolutionized the world. And fossil fuels, by the way, do a lot to save the environment. You know who saves the whales? Rockefeller. Okay? Because the whales are being hunted for their oil, but when we got petroleum oil, then they didn't have to go after the whales anymore. And the whales were saved. And there's a lesson there, because we are going after a resource that plays a much smaller role in the biosphere than the whales do. Or forests, cutting down forests. And they're drilling for oil has much lower oil, environmental impact than cutting down forests. Okay? Well, nuclear power is even more remote from the resources that are used by the biosphere. There are no animals or plants that make use of nuclear power, unlike the fact that they make use of trees and so forth. So in other words, if you want to preserve the natural, you've got to create the artificial. And that's what nuclear does. And just to give you an idea of this, the amount of any block of granite, like buildings are made of, or mountains are made of, okay, contains 2 parts per million uranium and 8 parts per million thorium. And if you took the energy in that uranium and thorium in a pound of granite, it has the same energy as 100 pounds of oil. Okay? And if we go to fusion power, we're using the deuterium in water. So 1 gallon of water equals 350 gallons of gasoline. That's how much energy we're talking about. We're talking about releasing energy that could power humanity at 1,000 times its current energy level for a billion years.
Robert, there was a 1975 book by John Fuller called We Almost Lost Detroit. I was living in Detroit then at that time. That talked about the Fermi 1 nuke power plant in Monroe, Michigan, which was a southern suburb of Detroit. That happened in 1966, another meltdown. That was a huge story.
Yeah, that's also the stuff that
He's got it all.
That reactor, which was damaged in a partial meltdown, was subsequently repaired and operated through the 80s. So once again, this is panic literature. Okay, now look, what's the real problem that we face?
It's a political, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but I'm telling you, there is a real problem that we face. Okay, and the thing that we can't use carbon fuel is a variant, actually, of the previous argument that the environmentalists had, which was that we're going to run out of farm fuel. But back in the early 70s, late 60s, they were putting out all these books saying we're going to run out of everything, and that's why we have to stop economic growth, okay? And then they switched it around and say now the problem is that we're not going to run out of fossil fuels, and that's why we have to stop economic growth. Okay, but either way, what they're trying to do is stop economic growth, and stopping economic growth is avoiding the future. Stopping economic growth is sentencing billions of people for the rest of human history have to live in poverty. That's what it is. And so, look, they talk about how there's too many people, you got to get rid of people. Well, we're not in danger because there's too many people. We're in danger for people who think there are too many people. Okay? And, as I mentioned earlier, I was originally a nuclear engineer, and in the 80s, I was debating people in the Sierra Club, and they were talking about we have to stop economic growth of all the pollution, and we're going to run out of fuel. And I said, well, nuclear power creates no pollution and will never run out. And they said, what is that? And I couldn't get it. Why did they use nuclear power when it solves all the problems you're talking about? And then I realized that's exactly why they use nuclear power. They hate nuclear power because it would solve a problem that they need to have. Okay? And that's all discussed in the case for nukes as well. It talks about where these people are getting their money. It talks about their ideological motivations, and the problem that they create for the rest of us by really they're using the purported problems of resource scarcity and pollution for an agenda, which is to basically say that there isn't enough to go around, so human numbers, activities, and liberties must be severely constrained. Okay? And that's why they hate nuclear power, because it takes away their fundamental premise. It says that the resources are unlimited, so human numbers, activities, and liberties do not need to be constrained. And quite the contrary, it is why do we have nuclear power? We have nuclear power because of freedom. We have nuclear. It was America that invented nuclear power through its scientific creativity and inventiveness, which is a product of freedom. Freedom creates resources. They say, in order to live without resources, we must curtail freedom. I say, and what nuclear power says, is in order to create resources, we must have freedom.
If you had your way, how many nuclear power plants would we have in this country?
Well, to me, if we wanted to, look, France is 75% nuclear, 10% hydroelectric, 15% fossil fuel. Okay? If we had continued building nuclear power plants at the rate we were building them in the early 70s, we would be like that today. And instead of having 100 nuclear power plants, we'd probably have around 400. Okay?
And that would do the job?
That would pretty much, we would be essentially decarbonize the electric grid. And the only major country, by the way, to decarbonize their electric grid is France. Okay? Germany, which is run by environmentalists who say, oh, we're so green, we love our forests, and we hate nuclear power. Germany produces 5 times the carbon emissions as France.
You got it, Al. I'll do my best.
And it's even worse than that, because a lot of their carbon emissions, they're doing from burning down forests. They say, it's so natural, we're getting our electricity from natural wood. Well, that's called killing trees and killing the animals that live in the trees. You're not a friend of nature
actions and DNA
by burning down trees. You're a friend of nature if you get your electricity.
I've made smicha under Rabbi Yehuda Oppenheimer in Israel.
Pretty remarkable, isn't it?
Yeah. So, that's what I say is, save the trees, live in Adam.
Are people concerned
that... No, I'm the poorest of us all, but I think one day I might be the richest of us all. It's one of those things, gotta put in the grind, but eventually the state is gonna be worth something, baby.
It cannot be done. It is physically impossible. If terrorists were to take over a pressurized nuclear power plant, which would be quite a trip, because, they're heavily guarded and all that. But let's say they did it, And they were trying to make the world like a bomb. They could not do it. It's physically impossible. They could render it useless, but that's about it. That's it. Yeah. Robert, you've been with us. His websites are linked up at coasttocoastam.com. His book is called The Case for Nukes. When we come back, we'll take phone calls with Robert as well. And you're still pushing the Mars Society? I sure am. And by the way, nuclear power is needed for the human future in space. We're going to
take a news with you. How you doing? You keeping the old Peachhole to Gaffney, South Carolina arrest? If you know what I'm talking about, that big water tower that looks like a piece.
Coast to coast, just about anything goes. Talk to them about Mars. Talk to them about the case for nukes. The book that just came out. And again, like I mentioned,
I know that piece. I know wherever I can find a piece that big, I gotta have that GPS somehow, some way. I think I passed through it one time. I've been to teachers in House of Cards, if you know that character. Kevin Spacey's character talks about it, but it's just this giant water tower that looks like a piece. Can you repeat that one time? Yeah, but South Carolina produces more pieces. That's true. South Carolina, if you haven't had a chance, it's a beautiful place. Charleston, South Carolina, is a really unique place. The architecture there is beautiful. You ever been to Charleston?
Watch Newsmax for perspective that doesn't fit big media narrative. Now, the Newsmax poll was asking Americans if the Trump indictment is for a real crime or is it just politics? And the Newsmax poll asks if you support Trump for president in 24. You can vote right now. Just text the word TURN to 39747. That's TURN to 39747. It takes just
definitely. I like the architecture. It's all like pastels, the light pinks and light greens and yellows and things. It's really unique.
So vote now in the Newsmax poll about the Trump indictment and his run for president. Text TURN to 39747. Make sure your voice is heard. Hello, Merondo. National Beer Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday.
Oh, yeah. And we know where to play. And then you got like Larkburg in there.
Number 2, the legendary Golden Mystery live this Friday. And the number 1 reason.
I was there when I was in college. We took a road trip down the East Coast down to Charleston. We went to University of North Carolina, went to University of Tennessee, College of Charleston, just a bunch of places that made up. Charleston, people don't know the College of Charleston has a 6-to-1 girl to guy ratio. That's why we went down there. Because it's like, dude, there are 6 girls for every guy there. Why the hell look at you?
Our legal expertise and a hassle-free experience. Don't just take our word for it. See for yourself what over 50 years of experience can do for you.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so it's a very interesting place, very historic, beautiful, beautiful place. Aside from that, I've only been there once. He's going to put the opportunity to golf down there. Do you golf, PPG?
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Overdoses in downtown. I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour news room.
I do actually, believe it or not, that's how my stream started. I would hit at the driving range balls at Tiger Woods' golf course here in Orange County. And I started recording myself doing that just so I could watch my drive, so I knew what my drive looked like, my swing. And essentially, I just one day didn't end up shutting off the cameras, kept them going as I got home and decided, you know what, this would be really interesting to just continue those cameras. And then I started it up on YouTube.
In an apartment complex in Buena Park, the blaze started around 1 a.m. yesterday. Several units were damaged. The Red Cross is now assisting. A new permanent supported housing project is now open in Silmar. Silver Crossing is open to formerly homeless and low-income individuals. It features 56 studio-bedroom apartments, and it's within walking distance of stores. The creator of Cash App has been killed in San Francisco. Police say 43-year-old Bob Lee was stabbed to death early yesterday morning. No arrests have been made.
I have heard from a lot of people who I represent in this neighborhood. They've expressed their concerns about some of the public safety challenges they're facing.
County Supervisor Matt Dorsey Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is officially running for president as a Democrat. The 59-year-old is the son of former New York Senator and assassinated presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy, who says his priority will be to address corruption. The Writers Guild of America has asked members to authorize a strike. The writers are seeking improvement in working conditions and pay increases, particularly for residuals and streaming content. Members will vote next week. The current contract expires May 1st. And look up, we have a full moon today. In case you missed out, the next one is May 5th. Southbound weather from KFI, sunshine on the way. Highs will reach a low to mid-70s. Right now it's 51 in Brea, Stanton at 50, 53 for Long Beach, and 45 in Riverside. We lead local. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Bree Tennant.
In Coast 77, there is a full freeway closure. This is on the 405 northbound from the 73 to Fairview. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. And in Carson, this is on the 405 northbound right at 110. We have a track there that has all lanes temporarily blocked. The side is backing up right around Main Street. Woodland Hills, there is a work zone 101 southbound from Valley Circle to Balboa. South Transit to 3, left lane shut down for road work until 5. Hey, hi, the sky. Hope to get you there faster. I'm Brian Van. Hey, Steve Sharp, if you're planning on going solar or even thinking about going solar, then listen up. Time is running out to secure the best possible solar reimbursement with the state of California. Last year, the state and your utility company got together and changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. And you can guess it's not as good for you and me. In fact, it's about 75% less than the old.
Absolutely. It's the exact thing.
Grandfathering period, and you can still permanently lock in those amazing rates, but time is running out. The deadline to have your solar documents filed is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling in the current rate. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Call Sunlux and get your documents filed. There is no time to waste to lock in the best returns on solar power that you will ever see. Start today at sunlux.com. Sunlux.com. CSLB1002.
The House Money Podcast helps you live a richer life. Purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule to travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right. Yeah, when you take this tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it to come across money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. I've tried a lot of language learning apps lately, and Rosetta Stone is hands down my favorite. I love that it teaches you phrases you can use in real-life conversations, and they have the best speech recognition tool. It tells you how accurate your pronunciation is, so you can really nail your accent in almost any language you want, like Spanish, Italian, Chinese, and Korean. Or get access to all 25 languages for life with Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Check it out at rosettastone.com.
For me, the most important word in the world is dignity. There are certain God-given rights to be fed, to have shelter, medicine, clothing. When many of our clients come to us, they face the great risk of losing much of what they have. In some cases, losing everything. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In one instance, an accident, a natural disaster, or the intentional acts of others can threaten our dignity. Whether it's the loss of a paycheck, paying medical bills, enduring a life of pain and suffering, or a claim with your own insurance company, or a business dispute and you can't afford to pay a lawyer by the hour, your dignity hangs in the balance. You only pay us if we recover for you. Let my firm fight for you, your family, and your dignity. Call us for a free consultation. Dial pound law on your cell phone. That's pound 529. Morgan Morgan for the people.com.
This is Jacob Emma. If you've been in a truck accident, call this 4424 Jacob.
KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI AM 640, KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. To talk to George Nori, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Nori.
And our special guest this hour, Robert Gilbran, the case for nurse. We're going to take your calls when we come back on Coast to Coast. Our cell phones is something we rely on all day, every day, and whether it's staying connected to family and friends, doing business, shopping online, it's an important part of your life. It's just too bad that the wireless companies know that because their charges are through the roof, aren't they? This is why we're happy to tell you about Consumer Cellular, a way you can still get great coverage and even keep your same phone and number while saving up to half on your wireless bill. How about that? Consumer Cellular makes switching very easy. Their most awarded customer service team is 100% U.S. based. They'll bring you the highest quality of customer support. They'll tell you about flexible monthly plans that you can change up or down anytime you want. And plus, with Consumer Cellular, you'll never be tied to a contract. Go to consumercellular.com/Nori, and for a limited time, get 25 off your wireless bill when you use promo code Nori. That's consumercellular.com/Nori.
Probably the not future AI will be able to hopefully ensure that Android and Apple devices, devices that activate and the functions are exactly the same. Because it's not fair to someone, whether you're an Android person or an Apple person, thinking that your device is working exactly the way that everyone else's is, and it's absolutely not, and it doesn't even have the capability.
2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing great improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent.
I am both. I have both, and I've launched apps on both the App Store and Google Play. I'm very familiar with both, and I know that some of the Android functionalities aren't available on iOS, and some of the iOS functionalities aren't available on Android. And if you're really going to take advantage of both, use both. I am. So currently, I normally stream on Chromebook, which is actually built on Linux, but it's more Android-based. Then I have an iPhone where I'm on Twitter right now. Speaking to you, I'm on Twitter as well on another iPhone live streaming video. I have 2 PCs that are streaming, one on Discord, and then I've got another 7 Android devices on Instagram. So I'm definitely using everything.
Hey, and welcome back. Robert Gilbran with us. George Nori back with us. Robert, I will say this, though. I think the industry, the new power industry, has not done a very good job publicizing itself the right way. Would you agree?
Yes, I certainly would. They've been forced on the defensive, and, especially, the people that created the nuclear industry had mostly moved on off the scene by the time they became under serious attack in the late 70s. And then you had these corporate ones in charge, and these were not visionaries. They are not people who could really explain what they had here was the greatest gift Prometheus stole fire from heaven. And,
that this had a capability of revolutionizing human existence. And, they just were safe, and they went with the flow. In most cases, there's some exceptions, but yeah, but however, it has to be said that this thing was derailed with malice aforethought. The Carter administration, they came in and they were infested with people who were from the Club of Rome, okay, or the U.S. committee to the Club of Rome. Club of Rome were these people who put out this tract in 1972 called The Limits to Growth, in which they said we're going to run out of everything by the year 2000, and so we have to stop economic growth and population growth and so forth. And so they made it their business to try to destroy nuclear power, and they created this regulatory structure, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And as I said, it's in the book, page 38. I show you the flow chart of their process for approving nuclear power plant. And it literally looks like the New York City subway map with a million stops. And some of those stops have subway maps in themselves. In particular, the one that is getting approval from the Environmental Protection Agency, which is thoroughly infested with zero brokers. And the Environmental Protection Agency will not only demand that they prove in advance that they're not going to pollute, they will demand that they prove in advance that there was a reason why they wanted to build a nuclear power plant and not a coal-fired power plant or a candy store or a zoo. Okay? That is, imagine if you have some land and you wanted to build a log cabin on it. And so you go to the city government and you show them the plans, you show them this is a safe building you're going to build, and they not only demand to know that, they demand to know why it's a log cabin and not a chalet or a Cape Cod or a candy store or a zoo or a guided missile silo. And then somehow you manage to prove to them that your decision was justified, but now it's open to the tribuners, your worst enemies can come in and file a brief that says, no, the city's decision approving the log cabin was wrong, and this now needs to go to court. And then you have to go to court and somehow prevail in court against people that there was nothing else you could do with the land but build a log cabin. And then if you win the case, they appeal and it goes to the next court. And that is how nuclear power is regulated in this country. And as I say, if the FAA regulated the airline industry the way the NRC regulates the nuclear power industry, we would have no airplanes. And so the complaint that is raised by the anti-nuclear power is too expensive is completely dishonest. It's too expensive because they have intentionally made it too expensive. Any industry could be made too expensive if it's subject to harmful regulation.
Is nuclear power endless? In that I mean, will we ever run out of the resources?
We will never run out of the resources, ever. As I say, the amount of energy in a block of granite equals 100 times its weight in oil. The amount of energy in a gallon of water, if you have fusion power, and in the book I discuss fusion power as well as fission power, 1 gallon of water equals 350 gallons of gasoline. Okay, and so it's gigantic. We literally have mountains of energy and oceans of energy. And here's the best part of it all. This energy is available to those who can use their minds, those who are free, okay, those who are creative. This energy is there for those who can make it, not just those who can take it. And one of the best things about fossil fuels is it's a resource that someone can have simply by right of possession. The Saudis have all this oil, they didn't make that oil. That oil was there. And in fact, they were unaware of it until American and British engineers went there and said, you know, you got oil here. And they said, oh, yeah, okay. And then now they can now constrict the world's energy supply like they did in 2008. They constricted the world's oil supply. They sent the price of oil to $150 a barrel, and that crashed the world economy. And right now, here we go. Okay, we got this thing where we want to get Russian oil off the market because they're invading other countries and using the money. The Saudis, instead of saying, well, that's great, we'll increase our production and get a little more market share here, they say the opposite. Oh, well, that's really cool. We'll cut our production and we'll send the price of oil up. And in the hands of basically criminals. The people who are using the fact that they have a bind on us to loot us. We want world power to be in the hands of the creative, which is to say in the hands of the free, because only free people can be creative.
What are these huge cylindrical tubes that we all see, which is that picture of a nuke power?
Oh, those are cooling towers. That is the nuclear power plant, and you sometimes see those on fossil fuel power plants as well. The thermal cycle, the way it works is it has a hot side and a cold side, and the difference between those temperatures is where you get your electricity, but you have to have a cold side. So if you don't have a river or something to dump the heat into, you have to dump it into the air, and those towers are designed to basically cool the steam after it comes out of the steam turbine, turn it back into water so it can be pumped back into the reactor.
That's about loading up your spoiler. Let's go to Brendan and Austin, Texas. Welcome to the show. Hey, Brendan, go ahead.
Hey, thanks, guys. It's a very interesting show. Dr. Huber, I'm a fan of a lot of the stuff you're saying. I really like what you're saying about poverty and that it's not, we don't have too many people on the planet. And George, I'm not a fan of yours. I got to do a shout out to Jillian. I was at work and we started talking about the weather. And I said, hey, you should listen to 1200 WOAI. Coast to coast. And she said, oh, yeah, I'm a fan. I've told George Story before, so hi, Jillian. You're probably always with the form. There you go. But yeah, it was weird. It's funny. Long distraction something. But Dr. Ruben, so I got to make 4 quick observations, and then I'd love to hear your opinion on it. And you just mentioned hostile regulation, so that's definitely exactly what I'm talking about. So we have the Ohio-Palestine train derailment, and the union warned about it, and then Biden crushed the union, and Trump and Biden worked together to deregulate everything into the wild, wild west again. And then 6 days ago, there was a train derailment, and we seem to have one every week. Yeah, and it was an ethanol fire. You couldn't even carry liquor without it exploding. And the police and fire had to evacuate like 800 homes at 2 o'clock in the morning. And today, Fukushima, they took some pictures with robots inside Fukushima and found that the containment wall had totally turned into dust. And it was only being held with steel rebar. So that's interesting. People would probably find that. Yeah, and then the cores had melted into some of the core, and we still don't know where some of the cores are. And the other thing is that in Minnesota, this was just recently too, we found out 400,000 gallons of tritium leaked into the American coastline twice. Recently, one was in November of last year, and when they asked why you didn't kill anybody when it happened, they said there's no obligation to tell the public about this stuff, and that they're going to clean up the tritium, which I don't believe. I don't think that they can, and I don't think that they would even if they could. But that brings me to the question of, do you think that we're too corrupt or irresponsible to use such dangerous yet amazing technology when we can't even move quicker around? And with the let-alone nuclear waste, I think that we're waiting for a week to see what path to go down. They're waiting for oil to be impossible, which might be sooner than later. But Saudi Arabia is going to the yuan instead of the petrodollar. And then I wanted to mention the corruption of nuclear power here locally. Like people should Google and so forth. And I'd love to hear your reaction to the whole regulation thing. Thanks, Dr. Dean, and George, and everybody. Go ahead.
Okay. There's reasons for having certain regulations. Okay, I do not believe that all industries should have no regulations. I do believe that we should have standards for fire and things like that, okay, and fire safety codes. And I do believe that rail lines should be inspected and highways should be maintained. These are all rational things. But when you have a regulatory structure that stops nuclear plant operators from improving their plants. Okay, when you have people who are stopping us from establishing a nuclear waste repository under a mountain in the desert, because they want to use the waste in cooling ponds at nuclear power stations in the suburbs of American cities in order to make them as dangerous as possible so to get people to want to shut the issue. That's a different matter altogether. Now, some of the stuff you said, stuff about the railroads and shipping fossil fuels is absolutely correct. But why are we shipping fossil fuels by railroads? Why not by pipeline? Well, because environmentalists stopped the building of the pipeline, which is a much safer way to transport fossil fuels. The fossil fuels themselves are much more dangerous than nuclear power plants. We've had innumerable accidents with fossil fuels. We've had tankers break up and entire coastlines with oil slicks. We've had refineries catch fire. We've had massive clouds of fossil fuel smoke and on some occasions killed thousands of people in cities, in Galilee, in London in the 1950s. Nothing like that has ever happened with nuclear power. We've had over 1,000 pressurized water reactors on land or sea since the 1960s, and not a single person has ever been hurt from a radiological release from them. It is by far the safest form of power. It's safer than hydroelectric power. There have been dams that have killed thousands of people from hydroelectric power, but I'm not saying we should shut down the hydroelectric industry. I think there should be inspections to make sure that dams are always being properly maintained and so forth. And that the people know how to, get excess water so they go overloaded. I don't think we should shut down the fossil fuel industry. Maybe we should to our civilization. But of all these things, nuclear power is safest. The dirty secret about solar power is producing fluorine in China, and there's been massive releases of fluorine compounds into the environment that have killed thousands of people and enormous kills of fish in the rivers. The reason why that stuff is produced in China is because it's so polluting to produce it that you can't produce it economically in civilized countries.
So there's a new food truck driving in Boise, Idaho. Welcome. So hi, Dimitri.
Hello, Joe. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Robert. Well, I'm a truck driver by trade, but in my spare time I do a little research so I think right. Like in the early 2000s, I made a discovery that there is a mechanical way to create overunity. So based on my findings, I did design an engine, actually two versions. One is transit and one is for mobile, for transportation vehicles. This engine will have over 2,000 parts. I don't have the resources to build, but I did write 3 presidents in a row, and I reached out to multiple times of pushing and left now.
What's the power source?
Kinetic overunity. Kinetic energy. You can either use the gravity or have or mechanical strength.
Robert, are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not. It's quite possible that nuclear has created a more efficient way of converting other kinds of energy into mechanical action. It's not possible to create energy with no source.
How many nuclear power plants do you need to power up a city like Los Angeles?
Well, Los Angeles is a pretty big city. The standard nuclear power plant produces enough power for 1 million people, so Los Angeles would be like 10. But Denver would be 1, and Chicago would be like 4.
So how many
nuclear power plants is just like for 1 million people?
in what area of the country of these 90 to 100 power plants we have now, where are they scattered?
Well, they scattered pretty widely, actually, because, as I said, in the early 70s, we were building them very fast. We're doing 2 new orders every month. So now, in California, you had several, although vote that's been pushed by environmentalists to shut them down. There's some in the Pacific Northwest. There's a big leader in nuclear power. You had it in New York, you had it in New England. One just started up yesterday in Georgia. And there's some in Florida. They're in Texas. There's Illinois. There's quite a few. I mean, there's 100 of them. So the average state would have 2, but of course some have 10 and some have none. But yeah, they're all over the place. Never heard food.
Norman St. Louis, take it away. Hey, Norm, walk through this food.
Love your show tonight. I love your guest, the way he's a very sensible, logical, well-educated person, but he also has some little cattle smart on how it's not what I'm talking about. They got the solution, but they don't want to use it because it ain't profitable for them. It's kind of like hospitals and psychiatrists. If healthy people, they wouldn't make a living, they'd be out of a job. But, like I went not too long ago and found out the poverty thing, and they said 26,000 humans die every day of starvation, which is right up there with heart attacks and abortion, the top 3 causes of death. They said 62% of the population lives on $10 a day or less. So when I'm not making $100 a day landscaping and waterproofing and painting, I guess I could feel like Bill Gates. But anyway, yes, that's all perspective and whatnot. But the problem is, we got solutions that are logical and reasonable, and it's just getting the politicians on board and basically get them out of the way.
This is political football. Robert, just a few seconds before the break. But that's what it is, isn't it? A political football.
Well, the environmentalists were kicked on the nuclear industry initially actually by the oil industry. Exxon and Atlantic Richfield did this year cost millions of dollars to go after nuclear power because especially after the price of oil went up in 74, the oilers were afraid that nuclear power would take away their business generating electricity. And in fact, it did. In 1972, we had 20% of our electricity was oil, 50% was nuclear. Now that is reversed. Now, oil still is very important because it's the main transportation fuel, but it used to be a major electricity fuel, and it isn't anymore.
Robert, we're going to come back and take final calls with you in a moment. The book is called The Case for Me.
Get daily show updates right here in ROTHSCHILD.com.
I'm Bree Penner in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. It's been 2 years since the Box 8 fireworks explosion happened in South LA. The blast destroyed nearly 30 homes, damaged 12 businesses, and 37 cars and trucks. Now the residents are accusing the city of not rectifying the issues and threatening to evict them from temporary housing. An Irvine dermatologist has been indicted in a poisoning case. Emily Yu is accused of pouring brain cleaner into her husband's tea. He set a scammer and caught her. She'll be arraigned April 18th. She faces more than 8 years in prison. May lose her medical license. The ROTHSCHILD of America has asked members to authorize a strike. Members will vote Cisco. Police say 43-year-old Bob Lee was stabbed to death early yesterday morning. No arrests have been made. Southland weather from KFI. Sunshine on the way with highs in the low to mid-70s. Right now it's 50 in Corona Del Mar. Lake Forest at 48. 52 in Hollywood and 47 in Westlake Village. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Penner.
In Pomona, areas get cold freeway closures. There's 171 southbound from Valley to Victor Boulevard. All lanes today. Shut down for road work until 5. In Carson, this is on the 405 northbound after 110. Clean up crews from an earlier crash. Take up the right lane there. Watch for the swelling from Main Street.
and did South LA. This is all the one from South before. Gage Avenue, we have a crash there taking up the 3 right lanes. Your drive is busting up from 51st Street. KFI, the guy, hope to get you there faster. O'Brien there.
Here in Southern California, energy prices aren't just going through the roof, they are going through your windows. Hey, steel excavator, if you have old wood, aluminum, or even vinyl windows, now is the perfect time to have American Vision Windows install dual pane, energy efficient windows custom made for you. 20 years ago, known as Dylan Cassidy started American Vision Windows because they had a horrible experience replacing their own windows. They won't let that happen to you. They use some matrix technology to prevent dust, mold, moisture, bacteria, and excessive sound from getting into your home. Until April 30th, they'll pay your tax or give you free expert installation. CSLB number 778-326. Trust the window company that I use and I trust. My family and friends trust American Vision Windows. Call today, get that free estimate. 888-226-9908. That's 888-226-9908. Or go to AmericanVisionWindows.com.
The House Money Podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right, yeah. When you take a tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for someone else's money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's no secret. As a college student, juggling classes, work, bills, and even taking care of your family can be tough. But you're tougher, and California community colleges offer the support you need to reach your goals. Resources like year-round financial aid, academic counseling, child care, transportation, emergency housing, and even free groceries can make a big difference in staying enrolled. Get connected to the support you need to make your dreams a reality. Visit ICanGoToCollege.com. KFI AM 640. Forget about civil rights. Forget about that gay people should have the same rights as the rest of us. What do you care? Like the couple next door to you is gay or it's horrible. They're great wrestlers. Bill Handle. No, I would be intimidated because they would always look better than me. Of course. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. To talk to George Norrie, call the Wild Card line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the city of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Next hour, Kenzie Costa joins us as we talk about following your greatest dreams. Looking forward to that. We're coming back in a moment with Robert Zubrin and the case for Luke. And we'll take final calls as well here on Coast to Coast. Well, this is Wednesday. For you Coast Insiders, we open up the Art Cell Vault.
Yes, indeed, the Art Cell Vault opens for business. 2 art shows added. One from 2002, art was done by Richard C. Hoagland, our friend, and then 2006, art spoke with Dean Wade. So each week we add these classic audio shows. They are available for Coast Insiders. They are heard without interruption on multiple platforms. The question is how to become an insider. It's very simple. George, what is it, 15 cents a day?
15 cents a day. You can sign up at coasttocoastam.com, our website, or download the Coast app from your app store, Coast to Coast AM, and you can hit profile subscriptions and sign up that way. And it's now available if you're in Canada and worldwide.
Hi, this is Angelina Redondo Beach, and I'm working a Coast to Coast Insider because I can tune in at any time of day.
Hi, I'm Julio from Cordell, Louisiana, and I really like tuning in products because of all the interesting information.
Hi, this is Ariel from San Diego, California, and I'm looking at Coast Insiders because I can listen to any show, anytime, anywhere, if I'm in the garden or in the kitchen, taking a walk on the beach, and there's no more sleepless nights for me. It's amazing. Give it a try.
We're going to try 15 cents a day. Now, here's something for you to relieve your stress, help you sleep, and all kinds of things.
Increase your energy and stamina while enhancing your mental clarity, focus, and memory. Start your day with Elevate to improve your mood and alleviate stress. Then wind down at night with Accelerate for mental and physical relaxation while naturally cleansing and detoxifying, promoting healthy weight loss. Accelerate and Elevate. George's Power Pack.
I actually started this product not long ago, and I just blown away from what it's done for me with energy, and focus, and clarity, and it's all natural. That is amazing, and I'm losing interest off my weight. I was feeling an underlying exhaustion that I could not shake. These are a gift. My mood has been incredible. I absolutely love these. Well, I get up at 5:30 in the morning. I have a lot of kids. I would take it and it would last until I took the Accelerate. So before I started taking the Elevate and the Accelerate, I would typically experience some kind of anxiety or mood swings. Since taking the product, I haven't taken any over-the-counter medication.
I've not been jittery. First time I took this pill, I didn't know what to do with myself. I just felt good, clear-headed. I felt focused. There was like a drive inside of me all of a sudden. I was just excited. I was like, is this for real?
Definitely know that the Elevate not only gives you energy, not only gives you the body that needs your body, but it helps you with my mood. And you know what? I think it's better than it is.
George's Power Pack. Order now and receive free gifts. Be Slim. Refreshing weight loss tablet. Accelerate, Elevate, and Be Slim. Order now at healthylooking.com or 800-394-9930. Don't forget promo code George for free shipping. That's 800-394-9930 or healthylooking.com.
If you want to improve your marksmanship, you need a Mattress X, because the Mattress X has improved my ability dramatically and is a must-have for every responsible gun owner. The Mattress X is a high-tech, easy-to-use system used extensively by the military, for example, improving their techniques quickly, giving them the confidence in their ability to protect. You attach the Mattress X to your firearm and connect to an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth. It gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and how to correct your technique. The Mattress X is like a firearms instructor in your pocket, with 94% of those improving within 20 minutes using Mattress X. And the best part is, you can use it at home. The best in the world do dry fire practice at home, and the Mattress X is the best way to train at home. No driving to the range, spending money on range fees and ammo, and you save a ton of money and improve your earnings. Start improving today. Get yours at MantisX.com. Mantis, MantisX.com.
I want you to feel good, be healthy, and live long. That's why I want you to know about CriticalHealthNews.com, an information-packed website that can enlighten everyone about good health via proper nutrition and supplementation, instead of promoting the failed model of toxic prescription drugs with their side effects and unnecessary surgeries that makes you worse, not better. Lots of people talk about vitamins, but only one source I know of says that without all 90 essential nutrients the body needs to function, vitamins alone will not work. Go to criticalhealthnews.com, listen to the fascinating lectures, watch the intriguing videos, and read the articles that make a whole lot of sense. The knowledge of good health will increase and materialize into an aha moment. The information is free, and the products you can purchase online may well change your life for the better. Go to criticalhealthnews.com or call 1-855-949-RADIO, 1-855-949-7234, 1-855-949-RADIO.
And welcome back. Robert Goodwin with us, of course, and we'll take the final call. Robert, what was it that got you to see that we needed more new plants?
Well, I have to say, I've been originally a nuclear engineer, and then I kind of went into aerospace. But now I see this, discussion going on of people who basically want to abort the future because they say we have to stop using fossil fuels, which are the main energy source of our civilization, and that means stopping progress, stopping humanity's escape from poverty. And I'm not having that. And the answer is right there. And we can have a grand, free, and magnificent future, but we have to get these people out of the way. And in order for that to happen, people need to be educated. And that's why I wrote the case for nukes. I wrote the case for nukes. Explains the history of nuclear power. It explains the obstacles that both technical and political or institutional that people have to overcome to unleash this grand new source of energy. It actually, in the course of explaining the history, it explains a lot of the essential nuclear engineering concepts for the. In other words, if somebody needs to pay for nukes, they don't just have to take my word for it that a nuclear power plant can't explode like a bomb. They will know why it can't explode like a bomb. They will know why it can't melt down to China. Okay? They will know that, in fact, there really is a way to dispose of nuclear waste. In fact, the U.S. nuclear Navy disposes of its nuclear waste in salt domes in New Mexico. Okay, but the commercial industry is being stopped from doing it by environmentalists who use the stopping of safe nuclear waste disposal as a tactic for strangling the industry. Okay, people need to understand all these things. They need to understand how much energy we're going to need. They're going to have to understand the truth about global warming. Now, by the way, global warming is real. Okay, it's not an existential crisis, but the world has warmed by 1 degree centigrade since 1870. Now, that's not a crisis. That's equivalent to someone in New York City moving to central New Jersey. In fact, a lot of people in New York City are actually moving to Florida. Okay, they're voluntarily creating a lot more warming than they would have been if they had just endured the global warming for the past 150 years. Okay, however, the CO2 content in the atmosphere is increasing substantially. It's gone up from 280 parts per million to 420. That's 50% increase. That is significant. Okay, now, that has actually helped plant growth on Earth. The rate of plants, we have photographs taken from orbit, and they show the rate of growth of plants. And I'm not just talking about agriculture crops that are helped by fertilizers. I'm talking about forest. Okay? It has increased by 20% since 1985. That's because we've enriched the CO2 content of the air.
That's more oxygen for us, right?
Right, and more plant growth and more animals, okay? But the problem is that in the ocean, especially the central parts of the ocean, the limiting factor for sea plant, phytoplankton growth is not CO2, it's other trace elements, which are absent there. And so the ocean's getting carbonated, and this could interfere with aquatic organisms being able to build their shells. And that's bad. And it's not that bad yet, but if we want to increase our energy use 5 times over, it will get really bad. So we have to have, we don't need to go to zero carbon by the year 2050, and we're not going to, and all those programs are pure fiction. Okay, they're just excuses to raise the prices of fuels, and we're trying to get to zero carbon. No, what they're trying to do is raise the price of fuel. But we're going to need to keep using about the amount of fossil fuel we're currently using, but then in order to grow our society, in order to grow the future, we're going to have new sources of energy that are bigger than those we get from fossil fuels and cleaner, and that's nuclear power.
Let's go to the phones again, Robert, to the east of the Rockies. Brian and Ruby now. Hey, Brian, go ahead.
Hey, George, good morning.
Morning.
Hey, Dr. Huber, good morning. Hey, I agree with George and you that the nuclear agency has done a horrible job in trying to convince people that this is this is a clean way to produce energy. So let me ask you this. In your case for Mars, you talk about, I'm afraid to call, but anyway, let me talk about these nuclear plants that can be built that are unable to be melted down, okay? And they run on this steam fuel that's just, I guess it's called thorium. So now you can transport the nuclear power to Mars if you want to colonize Mars. They build these nuclear plants up there with the thorium. And my second question is, what would happen if the nuclear explosion happened on Mars when the power plants exploded? And I'll talk to you later, George. You guys have a good day.
Okay, but thorium and the power plant.
Okay, well, thorium reactors is a very good idea. Because thorium is 4 times as plentiful as uranium, so and it's cheaper. In fact, thorium has been used for some time for other purposes. The mantle in kerosene lanterns are made of thorium because it's an excellent material for withstanding high temperatures. But thorium is cheaper, more common than uranium, and these thorium, this is called molten salt reactors. The advantage of them is not just that they can run on thorium. The advantage is that they're actually much simpler than uranium reactors, the pressurized water reactors. That they don't have a very complex structure inside of them, much simpler. And so, in fact, if we're going to settle Mars, the Martians are going to want to have reactors that not only can use a fuel that is as plentiful as possible, that they won't have the kind of global transportation network that we currently have on Earth, so they need to get their fuel near their cities. But they're going to want to have reactors that are simple to build. Okay, so the Martians are going to want to have reactors that can run on Martian fuel, and that can the reactors themselves that can be built on Mars. And the thorium molten salt reactor is a great choice for that. Now, and there's a number of other exciting new kinds of nuclear reactors, breeder reactors, the small modular reactors, thorium reactors, yes, that people are looking at. And then there's these entrepreneurial companies that are trying to develop them, because the pressurized water is not the last word in nuclear power, it's the first word. We can do better. But the problem they're going to have is with the regulators, because even though they say, oh, we'd love it if you had a better plant, it's going to even be harder to get a new kind of nuclear reactor approved by these regulators than going with the traditional one. So if these new kinds of advanced technologies, which are very promising, the caller identified one of the best, are going to be implemented, we have to have drastic regulatory reform. We have to have it for the nuclear power plants to get built efficiently, and we definitely need it if we're going to be able to improve the product.
Absolutely. Now, what about an explosion on Mars?
Well, once again, you can't have these nuclear reactors cannot explode.
They don't blow up.
They can't. They're moderated in a way that if they heat up too much, it shuts the reaction down. That's how you get any sensible person builds a nuclear power reactor. You build it so that it's stable, so if it gets too hot, it shuts the reaction down, and that stops it from getting hotter. The Soviet reactor design was just crazy. Everything the Soviets did was crazy, you know? I mean, they took still people and they put them out in Siberia, and they said, we want you to dig holes and fill them up again. I mean, even at Chernobyl, you know, the Soviets had a very extensive civil defense program, and so they had stockpiles of iodine tablets that would be given out to people in case of nuclear war, because it prevents you from ingesting radioactive iodine. And if you normal iodine, they had them right there. They didn't distribute it to the people because they didn't want to admit that anything was gone wrong. But even after the accident had occurred, they had certain things in place that could have reduced its effect. They didn't do it.
Next up, let's go to Mark in Ohio. First time caller. Hey, Mark, go ahead.
Hey, George, thanks for taking my call, and also thank you for having Dr. Zubrin on. Dr. Zubrin, I agree with you 100% about the demonization of nuclear so that the powers to be can maintain their power and subjugate the masses. Another point of fact, For the environmentalist, and I forget his name right now, but the original founder of Greenpeace, who lived in the shadow of 2 Mile Island, actually became this proponent of nuclear energy. So with that said, let me share my pedigree a little bit. My career is nuclear safety and radiation protection of nuke workers, the public, and the environment. So I've got a little bit of interest in this. In fact, I just ordered your book. Going back to nuclear reactors, as far as some of the technology that's being advanced, they've developed modular nuclear reactors, which are small, portable, and self-contained. With hopefully the regulation will allow implementing those at some point in the future. And to comment on the last caller, China just started up their first thorium reactors in China.
Yeah, the Chinese are moving very aggressively. Currently 450 commercial nuclear power plants in the world. China plans to build 450 more outside of China over the next 20 years. And, okay, they also are planning on building hundreds more in Africa to meet the needs of new cities that are growing in the developing sector. Because, the real need for power in the developing sector, Latin America, Africa, Asia, is not village power. People are moving from the villages to the cities. This was something that happened in the United States and Europe in the last century. And those cities are going to need power, and it's not going to be, little village power sources. It'll have to be either fossil fuels or nuclear power plants.
Let's take a few more calls, Robert, before the clock is going to get us. Let's go to Thomas in Texas. Welcome to the show. Hey, Tom, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Man, this is like great, too. So, you are absolutely spot on. We got to get rid of the idiots, man. And I hope there's a huge revolution on the horizon to get rid of the idiots.
Well, what we want is a peaceful revolution, to be sure, Thomas, okay? Peaceful revolution.
Yeah, but we do need to reform the system to make it less idiotic. Yep, I agree with that part.
Robert, what you've been doing? What happens next?
Well, what happens next is, the book's just gone on sale, and it's really starting to move, and I just want to emphasize to the callers, it's available either on Amazon and either a paper book or a Kindle book. And, we need to start a movement. We need positive answers here. The answer to fossil fuel emissions is not to shut down the economy. The answer is to go to something safe. Okay? When our cities got too big and there were too many horses pooping in the streets who didn't fail to shut down the cities, he said, let's find a cleaner technology. And that's the automobile. Okay? The automobile is a great improvement in the environment. And now people talk about electric cars now, but electric cars, if we're running the electricity on fossil fuels, they don't reduce emissions at all. Okay? Not at all. But if we go nuclear, then they will. Absolutely. And there's all sorts of things you can do with this. We can put stations in the middle of the ocean that pump bottom water, which is rich in the trace nutrients that are needed to grow plants in the ocean. And
it's an endless source. Endless source, too, isn't it?
Endless source that we can massively increase the life in the ocean. Currently, 90% of the life in the ocean is generated in 10% of the ocean where there is natural upwelling or continental shelves or river estuaries. Okay, the big bulk of the ocean, is like a desert because it's lacking the trace elements. But if you put nuclear power stations, floating nuclear power stations in the ocean that pump up the bottom water, you would create massive phytoplankton blooms that would feed millions of little fish, that feed millions of big fish. And we could also challenge seawater and make the difference on land bloom as well. We can make the Earth a more fertile planet. If humans can damage the environment, we can improve the environment. And we can improve the environment greatly if we have new energy sources. And if
These energy choices will not only make a more magnificent future on Earth, it will create the possibility for a more magnificent future in space. You know, in space, there are no fossil fuels, and there's no waterfalls, and on Mars, the wind is too thin to do much, and solar power is only 40% as strong as the Earth. Well, nuclear power is the way to go, and Laura earlier hit it on the nose with the thorium reactor. That's the way to go.
Robert, you are always invited on the program, my friend. The name of the book, The Case for Nurse.
Never miss a detail on a show or a guest. Sign up for the Coast Zone email newsletter, available for free at coasttocoastam.com.
Absolutely, here's Roll Out by Buddha.
Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, number one, real estate travel is for Westwood Field, the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but price is right. It's good. Where you take a time ticket, allow you to travel more. You're doing it from a money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
They always do start. For emergency backup power, there is only one name you need to know. That's power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Duffy for power in the most critical situations. Hospitals and highlights, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs, whether it's a new generator or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance service, or an emergency rental. Duffy Power has you covered 24/7, 365. If you live or do business in Southern California, you know it's no longer a question of if the power is going to go down. It's only a question of whether you're just going to let it happen or take control. Taking control means it's time to call Duffy Power. To learn how to protect yourself from the next outage and all the ones after that, go to DuffyPower.com. DuffyPower.com. That's DuffyPower.com.
Are you feeling the stress of a car accident and facing the huge divorce? 93% of stress victims who use the lawyer said they do it again. And with the children minors, you have the best of both worlds. Our legal expertise and a hassle-free experience. Don't just take our word for it. See for yourself what over 50 years of experience can do for you. Call the children minors. Justice Review since 1972. You can listen to ROTHSCHILD everywhere. Like you, Alex.
IT Pursuit. I'm Bree Penny. In the KFI 24-hour newsroom, LAPD has taken 5 people into custody after a wild pursuit in a stolen Honda. The chase lasted about an hour on the eastbound Grand and on Circuit Street. The suspect slowed the car to keep the jumped out. Then the driver took off again. Spike strips forced another occupant out of the car to surrender, but the chase continued. More spike strips, and it was all over. An Irvine dermatologist has been indicted in a poisoning case. Emily Wu is accused of pouring brain cleaner into her husband's tea instead of a camera in the car. To be arraigned April 18th, she faces over 8 years in prison. May lose her medical license. A new permanent supported housing project is now open in Somar. Silver Crossing is open to formerly homeless and low-income individuals. It features 56 studio bedroom apartments within walking distance of stores. The creator of Cash App has been killed in San Francisco. Police say 43-year-old Bob Lee was stabbed to death early yesterday morning.
That was Roll Out by Ludacris. Thank you, everyone, for being here.
Mark Mayfield has more.
Gas Buddy says OPEC's decision to cut production is going to send the price of gas higher. Gas Buddy estimates that the cut will cause gas prices to rise by 10 to 20 cents. President Biden traveled to Saudi Arabia last summer and asked for a production hike, but that has not materialized.
AAA says the price of a gallon of gas in LA County is now $4.89. 483 in San Bernardino and $4.85 in Orange County, $4.94 for Ventura. Rabbit rescues in SoCal are urging people not to buy bunnies as Easter gifts. They say the novelty wears off and that leads to abandoned bunnies. And look up, it's a full moon today. If you're superstitious, it could turn you into a werewolf. But do be careful, full moons do have some control in fertility. Southbound weather from KFI, sunshine on the way, highs in the low to mid-70s. It's 50 in Newport Beach, Fullerton is 51, 45 for Valencia, and 49 in Beverly Hills. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
In Costa Mesa, there is a full freeway closure from Road 5 northbound from the 73 to Fairview Road. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. And in Carson, we have 6 news. Earlier crash on the 405 northbound at the 110 has been cleared from lanes. Your drive is recovering in that area. South LA, this is on the 110 northbound at Exposition. We have crash there taking up the middle lane. Your drive is stop and go from MLK. KFI in the sky, hope to get you there faster. I'm Brian Sam. A light storage system gives you filtered and delicious water straight from every tap. It filters out chlorine and other contaminants, retaining healthy minerals. A light storage system is maintenance-free, no filters to change, no salt, no servicing. They install it, you forget it. Own a light source water system for only $75 per month on approval of credit. This ends April 30th. Call 800-803-2696. 800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Diet and transmission fluid.
Seriously? Yours is just the bridge.
We all know how these get you go to the wrong place for car repair. I can't believe that engine light is on again. So don't risk it. Take your car to the experts at AMCO. AA, MCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. Hello, Rolando. National Beer Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday and Tuesday, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday too. And now the top 5 reasons is Rolando. Number 5.
Ice cold beer makes you want to beer. National Beer Day is the best. All our beers have tested price at all our bars.
Number 4.
It's not crazy. Beer free and candy chocolate bunny, April 9th.
3.
The legendary Golden Mystery live this Friday. Get tickets now.
And the number 2.
Surprise Quest People Day. Different with sunglasses and a chance to upgrade your brand. When you earn 500 points on your rewards card for 10 or 11.
And the number 1 reason.
Yellow Super Black. 3 at the top of the resort for stronger view and a delicious buffet at a special price.
Rolando Casino Resort and Spa. Rolando, good time for everybody. Golden Voice Station, Powered for the entire power trip with the VIP family at the Safari Base Campground. All thanks to Golden Voice. Register now to buy tickets at powertrip.live. On sale today at 1 p.m. Eastern. Look at your chance to look now. iHeartRadio.com/powertrip. This is Jacob Emron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24 AM5, AM640. More stimulating talk. Something you'll just knowing my sunshine, you smile. Everybody finds somebody someplace. Live from the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Do you have the courage to change everything? In a moment, we're going to be talking about following your greatest dreams with Ken B. Foster, Coast to Coast. If you'd like to improve your aim, you need a Mantis X. The Mantis X has improved mine dramatically and is a must-have for every responsible gun owner. The Mantis X is a high-tech, easy-to-use system used extensively by the military, improving their marksmanship quickly, giving them the confidence in their ability. You attach the Mantis X to your firearm, connect it with an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth. The technology is amazing. And it gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and how to correct your technique. The Mantis X is like a firearms instructor in your pocket, with 94% of those improving within 20 minutes of using the Mantis X. The best part is, you can do this at home. The best in the world do dry fire practice at home, and the Mantis X is the best way to train at home. No driving to the range, spending money on range fees and ammo, and you save a ton of money and improve your ability. Start improving now. Get yours at MantisX.com. That's MantisX.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you're facing IRS debt you can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of the new Taxpayer Relief Initiative to free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing, the IRS has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. You may qualify for significant tax savings. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. The download number is stored in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax helpline at 800-508-0328. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or you even have years of unfiled tax returns, you may now find the relief that you need. Call the Community Tax helpline today at 800-508-0328. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can tap your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-508-0328 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-508-0328.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Ken B. Foster is the keynote speaker, best-selling author, one of his books, The Courage to Change Everything, business strategist, life coach, news personality who owns a broadcast and media production company. He's the executive producer and host of the Voices of Courage, and he specializes in working with people who are committed to leveling up their lives, maximizing their highest potential, contributing to making the world a better place. Ken is a change maker who pushes the envelope and challenges audiences to think out of the box, to see the unseeable, know the unknowable, and do the impossible. Ken, welcome to the program. Looking forward to this.
George, it's really good to be here with you. I appreciate you having me on the show tonight.
Were you a broadcaster first and then you moved into this field? How did this start for you?
No, actually, I started out as an entrepreneur out of college. Started just staying at waterbed stores. Got my first taste of making some, I think I made $1 million annually for a while. And then competition came in. I didn't know what to do. I was young. So I closed the stores and opened a manufacturing facility. Then went in, eventually became sold that to my brother, and then went into becoming a stockbroker, security principal, arbitrator for the NASD for a while. Did that for a few years, and in that career, I got to the top of that career, and I looked around, and I didn't like what I saw in myself, and so I decided to take some time off, and I went into coaching. I've been coaching now for 28 years as a business strategist, life coach, and helping people to change their lives, change their points of view, and level up themselves to really live a life full of passion and purpose.
Would you consider yourself a life coach, Tim?
Definitely certified as a life coach, and yeah, absolutely. I do life coaching all the time. What I find is business owners come to me, and I've coached tens of thousands of them over the years, and they, in business, a lot of times we try to segment our business from our personal lives, but the truth is it's all connected. And I help people to really look at that, if something's not working in their business relationships, it's probably not working in home relationships. If they're stressed out in their business, they're stressed out at home. If they're in a place where they're not moving forward in their business, you can probably be assured that something's going on in the home life too. So we kind of look at it, take a holistic approach and look at all areas of their life.
A lot of people seem stressed out these days, and more than ever. Is my perception pretty accurate on that?
Almost everybody that comes to me is in a place of stress, overwhelmed, they have challenges. Just had a took on a couple of new folks lately, and one guy has, it's kind of a, I just seem to get a lot of businesses that they've taken over, their family businesses, where these guys are taking it over from their dad, they put a lot of pressure on them, and they come in and they step into the CEO position, and they're in a place of overwhelm and stressed out, and they're really wondering what to do next. So what that creates is an environment for the whole company. It's leadership, right? If the CEO is stressed out, a lot of times there's that culture, there's a culture of stress and overwhelm. So, to answer your question, I see it everywhere. Yeah.
Interesting thing. What would you say seems to be the most common problem with people these days?
The most common problem with people is they really don't know who they are. If I had that nail it,
do they ever know who they are?
well, that's a really good question. I don't think so. I think that a lot of times, my story, and I'm sure maybe your story, a lot of people's story. Grew up in a middle class home. My parents were civil servants, and my dad was a cop with LAPD for 48 years. My mom worked in DMV for many years, Department of Motor Vehicles, and they had a mindset of service and civil service, and they wanted all of us to do that. So they worked hard. They helped me get to college, and through their dream, I had a family. I still have a family. I had 3 daughters, and bought the houses, bought the cars, did everything I was supposed to do. But at some point, I woke up and I thought, who am I? And what am I doing? And why am I all of a sudden 215 pounds, I think it was at the time? And why is it that I'm stressing out, drinking too much, trying to figure out this life, and I have no idea who I am? And I think a lot of people are in a place of that. So I had to do some personal work. I took a couple of years off and really took a deep dive into therapy. In fact, I was working with a therapist for about a year. And this therapist was a very wise guy. In fact, he had, I remember him actually, he had the steel blue hair, steel gray hair, and steel blue eyes, and kind of looked like a Carl Jung. The hair was a little longer. I came into his office one day and I said, "Hey, Doc, I'm hearing this voice." And he said, "Well, what's the voice saying again?"
And I said, well, the voice says that I have to feel the pain to make the change. And at that time, I have to tell you, I was in a relationship. I was estranged. My wife and I were estranged with each other. My kids, I was in Sacramento. They were down in San Diego. I was making a ton of money, but I was very, very unhappy, dissatisfied. And I thought to myself, I have to feel the pain. I don't want to feel any more pain. And the doctor looked at me and he said to me, I'll never forget, George. He says, Ken, I can't help you anymore. You have to follow that voice. And as I walked out of his office thinking, oh my goodness, is this guy crazy? I mean, I'm hearing voices and he's telling me to follow this voice. What the heck? Well, that was the voice of courage. And that voice, I went home and I thought about it and I thought, what's the most courageous thing that I really don't want to do that I probably need to do? And for me, it was stepping into to AA at that time, which was 1992, and getting recovery. I never forget, I walked in the doors of this, the most courageous thing I could have ever done to make that phone call at that time, because I was in total denial. I didn't think I had any problem, even though I was a therapist. But, good guy by the name of Jim did put out his arms and he said, welcome home. And in that moment, my life completely changed. I surrendered to this power that I was a God guy. I loved God. I thought I knew God. I didn't know anything. Didn't know nothing. So I surrendered to this power, and I found that power. I found the way to a life filled with joy and happiness, lots of struggles still, but not struggle that I had before. It was struggle that help me to grow, help me to evolve, help me to become the best version of myself. And I tell that story only because I think as a life coach, business strategist, we really need to walk our own path. You hear a lot of people that, today everybody's a coach. Everybody's, out there coaching stuff, right? But that doesn't mean that they have wisdom and realize wisdom. Wisdom is what we really need to see. Because in this world, when people are stressed out, they're worried, they're overwhelmed, they're running around, and they're living from the outside in. They're chasing lots of things on the outside of themselves instead of living from the inside out. So for me, George, and I'm sure for you and, a lot of the audience, it's really the key to life is being able to slow down with the speed to get in a place where we can quiet ourselves, quiet our minds. I know the great inventor, Leonardo da Vinci, told us that way back then. He said, isolation is the price of greatness. Isolation. And in this world, everything from TikTok and Facebook reels, and we're going 90 miles an hour to and from work and here and there, slowing down, quieting ourselves, stilling the mind for a little bit, the introspection on what's going on in our world is the key to living a great life. Do we have to hit the bottom in order to begin to pull ourselves up? We can stop anytime. We don't have to hit bottom, I hit bottom, but a lot of people do. A lot of people do. A lot of people hit bottom. And a lot of people, that message of feeling the pain. Well, we don't even necessarily have to feel pain. Just look at our results. I think that when people come to me, George, and they say, Ken, I'm not even sure, how to get out of my stress or my overwhelm. I don't know how to really run this business and I need some help. I just ask them, say, listen, you have all the answers inside of you somewhere. They go, no, I don't. That's why you're here. So, well, listen, what I have is a really powerful question to help you to tune into your inner wisdom. And I usually tell my kids, I say, the mind is the cause of your bondage, and the mind is the cause of your liberation. And they say, what? I said, look, the mind is over your emotions, what you think you feel. Your emotions over your actions over results over your destiny. I said, listen, there's fate and destiny, right? You might be fated to a certain way that you're going in life. Like I would say that you're a loser at one point in my life, right? So that was dumb. That was a lot. That was a path that I was going down. But I wasn't destined to go there. So our destiny is created by us, but it's created when you stop, you slow down, you introspect, that when we start looking at the results we're getting in our life. One of the things I like to do, George, is just ask people, look, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being just only outstanding. Let's just rate some of the areas of your life. I just talked to them. It's like, how much is health right now? On a scale of 1 to 10, so, if 10 is really great, or 1, how much is fitness? You might be healthy, but are you really fit, right? You do that fitness. And I take you through 8 different areas. I take you through health and fitness, finance, career, um, relationships, friendships, well-being, fun, spiritual life. You just break your life. And if you're not getting the results you want, well, disempowering beliefs lead symptoms. So disempowering habits lead symptoms. So we start to look at, okay, what is causing you not to get what you want in this world? And, sometimes people have habits that are disempowering habits. They have a habit of procrastination, or they have a habit of thinking you're not enough, or a habit of maybe they have a habit. Some people like me, when I first started this guy, I have a lying to myself. I was in denial. And but you can't deny the results you're getting. If you're getting poor results, you can't hide what's going on in the surface, right? Tell me about the title of the book, The Courage and the Democrat. Courage to change everything, gaining strategies and essential wisdom to awaken your energy and truth. So I wrote that book, the first several books, and that book took me about 6 years to write. I rewrote it 3 different times. The first time I wrote it, I think I wrote it really from, like, place of my ego. I would say that. Second time I wrote it, it got a little better, and the third time, my goal for the book was to bring in wisdom and the right question that would help people when they read this book on a daily basis. It would help them reprogram their thinking. And people tell me that all the time. Man, I read this book, and it's like it just talks to me. And I'm rethinking and reprogramming their subconscious mind. And I ask them specific questions each day to be able to help them understand what focus is really about and how to use their mind with intention and focus to be able to start to manifest their dreams and upwork themselves. The thing I'm talking about here, it's not easy to do. We can talk about it all day long, but I can tell you that people come to me, George, and they're a lot of times they're down. They don't feel right about themselves. But, after the first second, they're uplifted. But I was young and said, listen, this is easy to talk to. It's easy path to you have set your goals. But just like Coach Design itself, when New Year's resolutions is set, I think it's after 3 weeks, about 80% of people have dropped off of the resolution. So why is that? And why do they wait for a resolution? Why do you wait until the first of the year to do that? Why don't you just do it? Absolutely. Well, one of the practices that I teach everyone, George, is the practice of daily introspection. And there's 3 questions we ask. First question is, what works today? What works? Second question is, what didn't work? And the third question is, what can I do tomorrow to improve it? Right? So, if you got a relationship that's not working, okay, well, you're not a victim of it, unless you choose to be. What's working that relationship for you, what's not, and what can you do to improve it? There's a million ways we can improve things. We can go with, relationships, we can go get training, we can go therapy, we can go coaches, we can set intentions ourselves and set up goals and aspirations, we can hold ourselves accountable. There's a lot of ways to do it. So why don't people do it? That's the question, right? Well, I can answer that. It's because a lot of times people have these negative, it's a negative self-image, and also they're telling themselves stories. So they have stories made up around why they can't do things, and what's wrong with them, um, why they're not enough. All the stories of what happened in the past. And of course, if you focus, what you focus on, you'll heal. So it's kind of a self-prophecy, self-fulfilling prophecy, when we get stuck in those patterns, which is where coaches like myself come in to help people break those patterns. Is it easy or difficult to change? Depends on what we change. It's when people have come to me to quit smoking or get off some medications that they're on that they don't want, or they know it's not good for them. I tell them this. I say, listen, don't quit. I'll do you smoking. Don't quit smoking when you feel like everything is smooth. Quit smoking when everything is really tough for you. And I said, I should do that because every day it gets easier. The nicotine is less in your body. You're less, you have less thoughts about thinking about it, more and more, okay? But if you do it if you do it when times are tough, when times get easier, it's that much easier for you. And the truth is, it gets easier every day anyway. If you will believe that, realize that in your life. So you can break just about any habit if we are committed to it and we're willing to do it. Jordan, I think here's what I find. A lot of times people they have a lot of misinformation. And whether it's through mainstream media, whether it's through their schooling or their family life, wherever they got this information, they seem to want to hold on to it for whatever reason. And what I like to do is help people kick off the motivation. When you can see something different, or hold on for a second, Kenny. We're coming up to a break. We'll pick it right up there when we come back in a moment. For the next hour, we'll take calls. Coast to coast. Feeling lost? Not by your radio? Grab your smartphone or computer and listen to iHeartRadio. Pick up the free iHeartRadio app in the App Store or go to iHeartRadio.com.
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. It's been 2 years since the Bronx police fireworks explosion happened in South LA. The blast destroyed nearly 30 homes, damaged 12 businesses, and 37 cars and trucks. Now the residents are accusing the city of not rectifying the issues and threatening to evict them from temporary housing. An Irvine dermatologist has been indicted in a poisoning case. Emily Yu is accused of pouring drain cleaner into her husband's tea. He set up a camera and caught her. She'll be arraigned April 18th. She faces more than 8 years in prison. They lose her medical license. The Shield of America has asked members to authorize a strike. Members will
attempted murder and
the creator of the Express app has been killed in San Francisco. Police say 43-year-old Bob Lee was stabbed to death early yesterday morning. No arrests have been made. Southline weather from KFI. Sunshine on the way. Highs in the low to mid-70s. 49 in Garden Grove. Costa Mesa has 50. 48 in Glendora and 49 in Van Nuys. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Costa Mesa, there is a full freeway closure, 405 northbound from the 73 to Fairview Road. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. And in South LA, if you're on the 110 southbound before Gage Avenue, we have cleanup crews from an earlier crash. Pick up the 3 right lanes. Watch for the slow traffic from 61st Street. And in Montebello, there is a work zone to keep you south from Finley to Rose Boulevard. 3 right lanes are going to be shut down for road work.
KFI, the sky helps take you there faster on Brian's Day.
The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule of travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Sorry, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right, yeah, when you take a tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
They know going the extra mile takes hard work. And for companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, we answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit Uline.com. You probably already know that Rosetta Stone is one of the best ways to learn a language. But did you also know that they offer a lifetime subscription to all 25 of their languages? Dabble in French, try your hand at German, learn a bit of Japanese, or even explore Swedish. And right now, you can get 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Visit RosettaStone.com today to purchase once and learn for life. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. Hey, all, it's Team Sharp. For emergency backup power, there's only one name you need to know: Jeffy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Jeffy for hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator, an emergency rental, or Jeffy's legendary repair and maintenance service, Jeffy Power has you covered. Go to JeffyPower.com, JeffyPower.com. That's JeffyPower.com. KFI, AM 640. The people in prison committed the crime, period. And that's all that matters. Their color, their history doesn't matter. They committed the crime. And gangs are in the business of crime. Gun and gang, they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Coast to Coast AM with George Nori. We'll take your calls next hour with Tim Foster on Coast to Coast, the courage to change everything. And of course, ParanormalBase.com keeps cruising along, doesn't it? It sure does. 321 people, shy from 159,000. That is a lot of people, and make it very easy to meet people that are like-minded, such as yourself. Now, what happens if you desire a person who's a bit more mature? Well, we've got the cover there at ParanormalBase.com/seniors. That's for people that are 60+. They're waiting for you now, so go local. ParanormalBase.com and ParanormalBase.com/seniors. Here's something for you to build up your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products to the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Murray with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, lowering hormones, stress, food disorder, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell we need to be told what it needs to do. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of any stem and adaptive stem together, supporting the body to see what it can do.
Dr. Murray, how will I feel after taking a adaptive stem and any stem?
The immune stem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptive stem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Murray protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with adaptive stem and immune stem and your free gift relax ball is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code GEORGE for free shipping. Join the Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Have you ever wondered if we're alone in the vastness of our universe? Marvelous Entertainment has released the newest in science fiction that specifically deals with this incredible question. Marvin Sunderland, who's been on our program, is a certified film director, science fiction genius, Army veteran, mechanic, video game developer, and he's the author of the series of sci-fi novels that includes his 7-novel masterpiece, bringing out the best of your imagination. Journey with his superstar in the book, Sergeant Waggett, in search of a crashed alien spaceship, and he stumbles into an alien invasion, so brace yourself for that war. Sergeant Waggett promises to take your imagination to marvelous heights. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels when you enter coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase, at marvelous.com. That's marvelous.com. Spell it for you, MARVALEOUS.com. Consumer Cellular is the most trusted wireless brand, and they've been providing superior nationwide coverage for more than 25 years. Look today and save up to half on your wireless bill. They offer unlimited talk and text with flexible data plans starting at just $20 a month. Their award-winning customer service team makes switching easy. You keep your phone and number, and activation is free. Plus, you can add a family member to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls, because Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers, with coverage to over 99% of the nation. And this is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Also, with Consumer Cellular, you can save up to $250 a year. Go to consumercellular.com/Nori, and for a limited time, get $25 off your wireless bill when you use promo code NORI. That's consumercellular.com/Nori, and use promo code NORI for $25 off. And welcome back to Coast to Coast. You were going with along with M.D. Foster, who is the author of the book Courage to Change Everything. How many people do you think you've helped, Tim, since you've been doing it?
It's hard to say, George. Been doing it for 28 years, and I'm an office teacher, so I'd say there's upwards of maybe 100,000, 200,000, maybe more. I think it really helps to know that you with your show, it not only touches the people who are listening, but it touches their families and their friends, and they pass on the information a lot of times to people they love. I was listening to commercials, and courage is it's a word that gets around a lot. I think it's courage to open people's minds up to
realizing that there's other dimensions here, there's other realities, there's other beings in our universe. And I love the fact that you address that. But, I think when you talk about courage, people go, well, what is courage? It actually comes from the Latin word cura, which means to speak one's heart, to speak one's truth. And it's more than that. Courage is it's an energy. It's a vibration. It's a feeling. It's in most people, some don't. We all born with it. It's an innate thing that we all have. But a lot of people also have misinformation about what they think courage is. They think, courage is someone running into a burning building, saving someone. Well, it could be, depending on who's running in. If it's somebody that's trained, that's how they're trained to react. Maybe it's not courage. Maybe it's their training. Maybe if it's somebody that their loved one is in the building, it's a reaction to protect your family. And I don't know, maybe that's not courage either. But what is courage and where does it come from? All right. Well, as I mentioned, courage needs to be developed in all of us, and all of us have this spark of the divine. All of us, right now there's scientists are telling me that they have about, I think it's 100 trillion cells in our body, and we have a trillion of electrons, the protons surrounding those little cells, right? And those cells are also connected to the universe. And we're finding that, there's trillions of planet cells, right? Trillions of, and there's projections that there's planets like Earth, maybe 25% of the planets that are out there are actually being sustained life, right? So, it's a vast universe.
Name one black spot. How fucking
old paradigm, the way that we were taught, raised, and from the histories that we were given as children in school, that they find they're not true anymore. They have DNA, and they have DNA tests that we can test, hundreds of thousands of years to get the DNA. So we're finding a lot about the planet and we'll open it up. But it takes this thing, this force called courage to do it. And I would like to suggest that the two greatest stoppers of courage is fear, and it's not just any fear. I think it's fear of not getting what you want, fear of losing what you have, and probably fear of what other people think. I think those fears stop a lot of people. If you really think about it, and your audience is looking at this, write them down. And next time that you get upset or you're worried or stressed out, know that if you're in fear of losing what you have, or not getting what you want, or what people will say, just think about that. And, I think that stops people from, I know it stops people from stepping into new ways of not only thinking, but immersing themselves in the belief system, exploring the universe, exploring this planet, exploring what's really going on. Not only outside, of course, I'm all about exploring the inner space too. And the second one that stops us from stepping into courage is we have this thing that's called doubt. We doubt. Doubt or worry, I guess we could almost combine those two. Second guessing. What's that? Second guessing, absolutely. And stops us from kind of stepping into this thing we call courage. So, and last thing I have to say about the courage piece for a minute is that if you want to develop courage, which I think most people need to, it's in my experience, the people that work with me are always developing you develop it? Well, there's a lot of ways. I would say the primary way you could do it is just go for the next, and let's be honest, the next 7 days or 14 days. Do something that you've never done before for 14 days. I think it hurts to do that. Go to the grocery store and find a food that you've never eaten. Or maybe you've been programmed by birth, oh, I don't like cheese, or I don't like whatever. Go out and maybe ask somebody a question. I was in the store the other day, kind of popped out of my mouth. I was in a bond store, and I asked the cashier, I said, tell me how you're being amazing today. And to my surprise, he went on and told me about several of the people that he had helped in the store. And in the bagger that was there, he said, yeah, and he also helped this young lady who bought food for this lady that was homeless. He's a really amazing person, right? Now, I'd never done that, just courage to ask that question, right? But I was surprised that the answer she was so into doing amazing, right? And she wanted to talk to people about it. So 7 days, 14 days, whatever makes you feel, whatever you want to challenge yourself, do something yourself, right? You know, I think a lot of us get stuck in thinking that everybody else is changing the world, and I'm not part of that, right? So, you know, when I first started on this path of writing books and stuff, I got a lot of coaching from people like Mark Victor Hansen and Jack Canfield, The Truth of the Soul, and Robert Allen. He had several best-selling books at the time. That like, Bill Gladstone, he was he became my agent, but years ago, Bill sent about 10,000 books now. A lot of help from a lot of people, but I have to tell you, each time it's my first book, I walked up to Jack Canfield, they sold, 300 million books or something like that before I talked to him, and I asked him to write the foreword of my book, right? And, you guys are what? You want me to write? I don't know you. And I said, listen, Jack, I'm going to go ahead and I'll write the foreword. How's that? And you can edit it, put your own words in it. He said, all right, if you do that, I'll write the foreword. Wow, cool. My latest book, The Courage to Change Everything, I was on a mountaintop with a friend up in, actually a client up in Salt Lake City. And I happened to mention the event. I said, yeah, I don't have anything to write the introduction to the book. He said, well, there's a guy by the name of Stephen Covey, and then right down the day, I know him, my friend. He said, well, he didn't know me by much. I think I had him on a show one time, but I don't know, I'd be saying, well, he said, let's go see it. This is the book's about. It's about courage, stepping into that. So we do things that feel a little uncomfortable, but we step into it. That's how we grow. That's how we evolve. That's how we become the best version of ourselves. And we realize by doing that time and time again. Yeah, is there an age where people should not even try? Or there should be all sorts of good questions? I just love that question. I think, I remember when, I turned 70 a couple years ago. You don't sound it. Oh, well, thank you. Well, I don't feel, I'm doing I'm still a triathlete, and looking at 600 mile bike ride, expecting myself to do some things outside of my comfort zone, right? But when I turned 70, it's like there was this 70, I don't know, new paradigm, some programming inside of me. I just wanted to stop and give up, reach that age, it's just time to retire. And I played that in my mind for about 3 months, and I went, this is not me. I don't know where this is coming from, but that's not what I'm about. That's not what I stand for, and that's not what I'm going to do. So I stepped in and did some things. For instance, I did a triathlon right after that thought, right? That changed it again for me. And I thought, wow, okay, this is all an inside job. You don't have to be programmed by society. You don't have to give up. And if you're in a place where you're feeling like you're giving up or you're hopeless, for your audience, George, they can go on to my website, which is kenvfoster.com, and right there is two gifts that I give away. One is least that might be creating that depression or anxiety or lack of motivation. And it's a great gift. I give it away to everybody. It's been developed over a 20-year period. Hundreds of people, if not thousands by now, taking that. And the other thing is, right now for a limited time, they can get a 30-minute session, complimentary session, coaching session. So those gifts are there for anybody that wants to take advantage of it. But anyway, to answer your question, you know what? There is no age that we cannot start over. In fact, how do we start over? Well, we start over one day at a time.
So you're not in a rush at a certain age?
I think a lot of people go through a rut at a certain age. I think, we've got women that have been programmed with of course, it's hormonal too, that with their menopause, like sometimes they go through depression and things like that. The physical body, though, a lot of times men go through menopause, and we don't talk about it, but our hormones change, and our bodies change. Sometimes that creates a lack of energy, lack of willpower, lack of confidence sometimes. But then you overcome all that. The answer is absolutely 100% yes. And we go back to basics. One of your commercials on the show, about health and nutrition. I find that with 28 years of experience, we need to heal in 4 areas. We need to heal sometimes we need to heal the physical body, right? But we also need to heal mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. All three. If we can really look at that, what does that mean? Well, mentally, we start to look at some of the beliefs that are causing what's going on. Emotionally, we start to look at some of the maybe stuck emotions that we haven't healed, and maybe we need to release or forgive or let go or move on. Spiritually, sometimes there's people, and I've been there, maybe we just lose our focus, we lose our joy, we lose our purpose in life. That's a spiritual anomaly. The soul is joyful. It's ever expansive, ever new bliss, ever joy. We've lost it. Something's going on. And then, of course, physical that's going on. So it's important to really realize that if we want permanent, lasting change, we want to look at all areas, those 4 areas, and be willing to do what it takes to change. If we really want to live this joyful, lively, fun life. And again, this work we talk about it's different for everybody. Some people can change very quickly, and others it just takes a while, and it's okay either way. But if you're committed to change and you really want to do it, you're like, I'm just sick and tired of being sick and tired. I'm sick and tired of having low energy. I'm sick and tired of this weight. I'm sick and tired of not having the money. I'm in a place where I'm done. Okay, that's your bottom. You asked earlier, where you have to go way low. You don't have to go way low. You just get to a place where I'm done doing this. Maybe you're done with the relationship that, I worked with a lady today that, the relationship she has with her husband is not working. I told her, I said, listen, you need to let that relationship die. I'm not talking about divorce. I'm not talking about leaving your children or leaving your husband. I'm talking about the relationship you have is not working. Can you acknowledge that? And she's like, yeah, I can acknowledge that. Okay, great. That's the starting point. So let's build the relationship that you want to have with yourself, with your husband. What is it you want? And what are the boundaries you're going to put in place? And what's the kind of work you're willing to do to have the relationship that you will really bring you joy and you would be fulfilled in that relationship, right? So there's work, right, George? There's always work.
There's always work. You got to work at it. Nothing comes easy, Tim.
It doesn't come easy. I'm sure, I've got a show, Voices of Courage, and, I think we're at about 300 shows now. And, it took courage, it took work, it took stillness, playing my mind that it's smart. It's everything to get there, right?
And we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back to chat more about the work, the courage to change everything. And we'll open up the phone lines and give our incredible listeners an opportunity to chat with you about the courage to change everything.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule of cheap travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price was right, it should be. Right. Yeah, when you take the tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You locked your cat up the tree?
Yeah, he's way up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your mouth and cake?
What? Oh, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain. What? They were up a tree too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for us being doors.
It's what it goes out.
If you know how to clog things, call Reader Hero coming in at 419 at ReaderHero.com.
Are you feeling the stress of a car accident? Let the Cody and Myers take the wheel and steer you towards the compensation you deserve. 93% of crash victims who use the lawyer said they'd do it again. And with Jacoby and Myers, you get the best of both worlds. Our legal expertise and a hassle-free experience. Don't just take our word for it. See for yourself what over 50 years of experience can do for you. Call Jacoby and Myers. Justice for you since 1972. AM 640.
More employment, more engaging, more stimulating.
Los Angeles, Orange County. He likes to call it Friday. Here's Jennifer Jones Lee with your Thursday morning wake-up call.
All right, for all those of you who think it's annoying that I like to call it Friday Eve, it sucks less calling it Friday Eve than what I heard in Northern California a few weeks ago. They were calling it Friday Junior. No. Yeah, exactly, Tyler. Friday Junior. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app because yesterday, and we've got warm temperatures on the way. However, tomorrow, it looks like it's going to be colder with clouds in the forecast. They're getting a storm, a really deep system that's hitting Northern California. We get sort of the remnants of it, but then we warm right back up on Saturday and really warm it up for Easter Sunday. So if you've got plans for Southern California, you should be fine for the weekend. 3 people have been found dead in an apartment building owned by the Skid Row Housing Trust in downtown LA. An LA County Sheriff's deputy has been charged with illegally possessing an assault rifle and tracer ammunition at his home. And I think this sounds like a cool idea, but I like to go to anything that's historical or, I don't know, I'm into this kind of stuff. These, landmarks around places. This Tournament House in Pasadena is now giving public tours. This is what I need to do. Coming up at 5:05, we're going to talk with ABC's Karen Travers about the White House and its resolute support for reproductive freedom. This all comes on the heels of some big news that happened in Wisconsin and Michigan. So we'll get into that with her in just a second. So let's start with some of these stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 3 people have been found dead in an apartment building owned by the Skid Row Housing Trust in downtown LA. Investigators say the deaths overnight may be from drug overdoses. The coroner will say for sure. I heard, I think it was the pastor who runs the mission on Skid Row, talking about how roughly 5 people die a day from, he was referring to them, I think he called them, complications with homelessness, I think the quote that I heard. But one of the things is that you now have fentanyl being mixed with, any kind of drug that you can possibly think of, and strength, the horse tranquilizer. And I think those 2 things are being laced in the drugs so frequently and so often right now that, I mean, you don't know if you're buying a pill from somebody else. You don't know from where that pill came from or whatever it is you're using. And it just seems that these stories are becoming a little more and more common, or at least they're making the headlines. And I won't be surprised if it turns out that this had either fentanyl or strength. I think they just had their first death because of strength in Northern California, in the Bay Area. Numbers from the LAPD show a drop in officer-involved shootings last year compared to the year before.
The annual use of force report noted officers opened fire 31 times in 2022, hitting 23 people. In 2021, officers opened fire 37 times. In 8 of the 31 shootings last year, the person opened fire at the officer's
Hi, how are
work.
you, Sylvie? Yes, I'm an NFT person. I own a and I actually am a documentarian as well. I really, for the last 1 to 15 straight days, so about 2 years, I've been streaming my life live on YouTube. So I have more YouTube content than any person in global history. Like the Truman Show or Big Brother, I stream my life, you can watch it live in 6 different streams. And what I do is I develop content essentially of NFTs. So I come to people's NFT rooms, listen to their discussions, and get content on what they're doing. Just kind of document it. I really feel like we're in an important time in society, and I really wanted to capture it. Throughout my streams, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, and about everything in between. And I saw that your description said you could share an NFT project, and while I don't necessarily have my own NFT, I am a part of the project, and I do document it quite well. So with that, I just wanted to share that.
In February of 2019, ridership was about 100 million statewide. By June of 2020.
Yes, I am. On 6 different streams on YouTube, on 7 different streams on Instagram, on 6 on 2 Discord, and additionally, I'm streaming live on Twitter.
When it comes to reproductive rights, right now, the Nick Caliocini, I was thinking about it last night. Yeah, so I went in my garage and I had gone to the grocery store and bought paper towels, and I went out to take paper towels and put them in the storage outside. And there it was, the Dolly Parton facing box. Oh, if I on Instagram, you can still go. Nick and Amy came over to my house, and Nick secured the Dolly Parton facing box set. Of course he did. And we cooked it right there in the kitchen.
Yeah, it was a good time. I mean, I'm not going to lie, you definitely got the Dolly Parton kitchen, so.
Thanks.
Of course.
You're welcome over anytime. Anytime you want to bring a box full of Dolly goodies over.
That's phenomenal. So you have a video that's an NFT, that's right?
I'm in. All right, what's up on, we've got a double fatality this time.
That's right. On the Drive Pursuit Southbound on the 110 southbound past 51st Street, the vehicle wreck involving an open car, and that fatality track investigation does continue. 3 right lanes are set to streaking by on the left lane, and stacking in the dark side here, away from Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. To the west of the 110 plan for Western and Normandy over Vermont Avenue. All 3 of those will help you get through coming off the 10. To the east of the 110, Central Alameda Street, coming off the 10 Santa Monica Freeway. Will definitely help save you a bit of time this morning. Got an update on this summer. I'm slowing you down to 15 yourself on keywords here by traffic.
Stay up high in the sky helps give you their answers. I'm the calling of you.
Those six on your wake-up calls here in Travers. Good morning to you. Let's talk about what we heard from the White House yesterday when it comes to resolute support for reproductive freedom, and explain why this story came to light again.
We have a little issue.
All right, we're going to try and get back to Karen. I know she was there, but apparently looks like she might have dropped off. Oh, there she is, Karen Travers. Good morning.
Good morning.
So, okay, let's go back. What I was saying was, could you start at the beginning for us? Why was it that the Biden administration started talking about being so resolute when it came to reproductive rights because of headlines that have recently surfaced?
Yeah, there were questions at the briefing about the results from these elections in Wisconsin and in Chicago. That clearly the Wisconsin results are the ones that they were zeroing in on because of abortion. So this is a really big win for Democrats in Wisconsin. Legal judge Janet Protokovic flipped the state's conservative Supreme Court. Democrats won a majority now on that state Supreme Court for the first time in 15 years. They shifted the power in the battleground state that has helped decide the winner in the last 4 presidential elections. It's a very big victory for abortion rights because it means that the state court could now reverse Wisconsin's ban on abortion. And when the White House was asked if they view this as voters casting a ballot in support of abortion access heading into the presidential election year, Korean Jeff said yesterday, time and time again, that American people have shown their resolute support for reproductive freedom in our democracy, and she said Tuesday night was no different. Queen said the message from voters recently has been clear that Americans want the freedom to make reproductive health care decisions without government interference. And she said Republicans are committed to attacking those fundamental freedoms that Americans, in their view, should have. So the White House is going to use this as a jumping point because their position on this.
It most certainly is. In fact, we had someone in our NXT space yesterday who had their wallet turned, and we actually used my video as evidence against them in reporting a crime. So it's really, really interesting.
So going back to what you were saying right in the beginning about Wisconsin and possibly getting the ban on abortion overturned, it's still then, I'm sure, even if that's at the state level, then somebody's going to take that to the Supreme Court.
So the state Supreme Court is expected to decide on a lawsuit against the state to be 1849 law, 1849. Now, I'm not exaggerating on that. That now bans nearly all abortions after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade last summer. So that's why this came into play. It had been dormant, and then because of the Dobbs decision last year, that law then came back up. And, for the state, the time that they had to decide to face during the campaign, but made sure her support for abortion rights, and then made it the centerpiece of her campaign during the home stretch. Like in the last campaign as she was running against her opponent as former state Supreme Court Justice Jane Kelly, she described him as an extremist who wants abortion banned, and it really became a big issue out there for voters.
All right, Karen, thank you so much for your time. We'll talk to you again soon.
Have a great day.
You too. That's ABC's Karen Travers. It's just interesting that anytime, so you have a switch in Wisconsin that could lead to an ultimate decision. But then that ultimate decision goes to the state Supreme Court. And then don't forget, we've got the Supreme Court over all of this. And I know they're not ruling on the state decision, but I'm just trying to weave this tangled web of how this all has to go. And so anytime you think you have a victory in one way, you know you're going to have a fight on the other side. So we'll see if that, in fact, is what this new judge is going to have to deal with. A woman involved in the fatal shooting of an off-duty LAPD officer during a robbery has been convicted. Fernando Arroyo.
Great question. Probably the Disclosure Project, it's a documentary, or the Money Masters. If you're looking for your regular movies that people have probably seen, I love the movie Forrest Gump. I think that's a great one. Tim Private Ryan. Chris Tom Hanks is a great actor. But I heard some really good ones in here that I definitely love. Mighty
A man
Ducks.
arrested for a suspected DUI crash that killed an 11-month-old
It is,
boy
it is.
in Mission
So it's called The
Viejo has
Disclosure
been released.
Project. It was
The man was booked
filmed
after
on
picking up
May
driving
9th,
while on drugs. His car hit
2001.
the curb
It's
and
by
ran a
Dr.
couple
Stephen
underneath
Greer,
town.
and it's at
The
the
family
National
was
Press
rushed to the hospital
Corps.
Sunday where the baby died and his parents received different injuries. The man was released without bail and no charges, but the Orange County DA's office says it's waiting on toxicology results. A GoFundMe account for the family has raised over $180,000 to cover medical and funeral costs. With Douglas, KFI News. Remember this story out of Orange County where a dermatologist from Irvine allegedly poisoned her husband with Drano? Well, now a grand jury in OC has indicted that dermatologist. Dr. Emily Yu is facing 3 felony charges. The Orange County DA's office says Yu's husband suspected that she'd been putting something in his drink last year when he noticed a strange taste in his tea. The man put cameras in the couple's kitchen and allegedly caught Yu putting liquid drain cleaner into his drink on 3 separate occasions. That is some Lifetime movie plot material right there if I've ever seen it. Imagine that your spouse, that you are so convinced that your spouse is out to get you, that your spouse wants it to be curtains for you, that you put up cameras around your house to catch your spouse poisoning you. I don't think I would have the wherewithal. I think it would be like, I think that my spouse is trying to poison me. I'm going straight to the cops. I mean, this guy, if this all turns out to be true, we've all seen the video on this, if he though went and get a doctor in his ass, imagine what that felt like, living with somebody that you knew in your heart was trying to kill you, and then you got video proof of it? I'm movie called That Family. All right, we come back. We're going to talk with ABC's Jim Ryan. What about those paper license plates? Remember that came out during the pandemic? Law enforcement officers say there's a big problem with those paper license plates. We'll find out what it is. Let's get back to your drive. In the meantime, it's Nick Caliocini.
Thank you so much, Shelby. You are amazing. You have seen those. So what we just named are not the Disclosure Project, Money Masters, or not in major theaters. These are essentially documentaries that have been online for the last 20 years. And if you have spent enough time on the internet watching documentaries, you will go down some different rabbit holes. And certainly the 2 that we mentioned, the money system and ecology, are 2 of the important ones. So I'm definitely on board with those. Very well versed in at least with
Find the channel super faster. I'm calling you. So you and I have talked about solar max technology for years now. Yeah. Listen, I did a ton of research back in the day. SolarMax was clearly the best. SolarMax is going to build a custom solar system like they did for me with the most innovative technology. All of it's under one roof, right out here in Southern California, Riverside specifically. They're going to provide you the highest quality solar panels, inverters, and battery systems in the industry, hands down. And you know what? Now is the best time to get solar because you're going to get more electrical production in the spring. Save big, call SolarMax, and get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. The most powerful solar panels on the market.
Thank you so much, Shelby. You got my address. I sent it to you in a DM. At least with my stream, what we try to do is watch every major documentary that's ever been made. We watch every major movie that's ever been made. We watch all the Oscar nominees this year. We've watched The Lord of the Rings, all the James Bonds, all of the Harry Potters, all of the major movies within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. So that essentially any movie that has been out or been popular is on this. Additionally, we've listened to every single album that's a major album of any artist that's out there. So everything from the Beatles' Fight album to their one album, everything from the Rolling Stones original album to 40 Licks to it Bridges of Babylon. If you name the album, we played the music on it. Additionally, what I've done is actually taken screen recordings of my computer and we read books aloud. So every major book, including the Bible, the Quran, and essentially any of the major works of the modern world. Not even that, even ancient world. We have done our best to to archive that within this. Essentially, what I have is the world's largest NFT. And as
Every Tuesday, available wherever you listen to podcasts, football and betting, the Even Money Podcast.
Losing it can get you on a hot summer day can be a sweaty old nightmare, and no one wants that back. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
Well, this critical adjustment so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $129.
Gale Air Conditioning and Plumbing. You'll use Cucino.com. Looking for cool, but it's hard to sell.
License number 1047-781.
Hello, Morongo. National Beer Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday and Tuesday, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday too. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Morongo. Number 5.
I still beer because you want to beer. National Beer Day is the 7th, and all our beers are specially priced at all our bars.
Number 4.
Easter Crazy. Beer-free and candy chocolate bar.
What's this?
Hazelnut.
3.
The legendary Golden Mystery. Live this Friday. Get tickets now.
And the number 2.
Surprise Test Giveaway. Get the quick sunglasses and a chance to outfit your Ray-Ban. When you earn 500 points on your rewards card for 10 to 11.
And the number 1 reason.
That's right. It shows I'm not afraid of anything. You have my address there. You can call me. I am a rock star.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo. Good time. For everyone.
Well, I think that, frankly, we have not been the nicest family to the world. And it was my job to clean that up. So you know what my favorite documentaries are. They're about money. And they go back.
Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where is your mouth and taste?
What? Oh. No, you're
So essentially, what I'm going to do is I have more content than any person in global history. Any day now, I'm going to go viral, and I will be one of the most famous, if not the most famous person on earth. Why is that? I have more content than anyone. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I have more content than any person in global history. So that makes me what will potentially one day be king of the internet. What do I want to do with that? I want to give my family a good home. Now, currently, it is a family that is essentially hidden and does its best to stay hidden. But it won't be that way forever, especially when I'm as famous as I one day will be. And what I'd like to do is clean up essentially our family name. So how are we going to do that? First and foremost, the reason why I treat my life is for world peace. And that is something that I feel is very, very important. I don't feel that I have the ability to, or I shouldn't have the ability to put my hands on you. You shouldn't be able to do the same to me. I feel that you shouldn't invade my country, I shouldn't invade yours. And so essentially this stream gives me a platform to have these types of discussions. And really, if you really want to know how the Rothschild family works at the top, this is not control what you think it does. This is how I would think, okay, so it'd be like Jacob Rothschild, and he just has a huge plan of how the world's going to work, but it isn't that way. You have to understand, we get married, and when we're married, that means we don't necessarily control our end game. That is controlled by the rabbi. And essentially, with me being a rabbi and a Rothschild, it's a very interesting position where I'm able to discuss with the rabbinate certain topics that what would they do? Essentially, the idea of ruling the world. Essentially, what can happen is you can have this essentially legacy of people who think your family's trying to rule the world. And honestly, that's absolutely true. And Shelby, if I had the same power as your family, they'd all want to rule the world. And same with Ricky and Shira and Green and Lost India and everyone else in the field. That's the plan of everything. What really changed my mind, because I used to be very negative towards my family and really feel as if it was corrupt. But I started learning about scenarios and essentially if you run simulations of populations over the course of a long enough time, over 1,000 simulations, every single time a small group will control the large group. every single time it ends up doing that. So whether it's the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers and the Bundys and the Carnegies and the Collinses and the DuPonts and the Guggenheims and the Eastmans and the Phillips and the Reynolds and the Rockefellers and the Russells and the Warburgs and the essentially the House of Windsor, whether it's those families or some other families, it would work out in the same way. Whether it's Smith, Jones, Lee, everybody else, it works exactly the same way. When you really realize that the end game for the earth is a small group of people controlling a large group of people, it makes you understand that, wow, it's a race to the top. And so you all should know that you're very well poised in the race to the top and why you're involved in cryptocurrency and NFT. And that is the future. And if I could tell you anything right now, it would be, and I'm sure you know this, that fiat currency is dead. It's been dead since it started in 1913, even before the Federal Reserve. Essentially, what you should know that powerful people are no longer, liquid with cash. They're doing cryptocurrency. So essentially, what I end up seeing is my team to get very, very famous. So what will we do from there? We're going to do our best, first and foremost, to talk to TRUMAN about really, it's not necessarily that climate change is unimportant, but the UN was established for world peace, and it is not doing that. The UN does not talk about world peace. It does not use UNESCO to help with world hunger. It does not help with world thirst. I mean, there are things out there like the light straw that could be implemented. We have desalinization plants that could be implemented, especially in Africa. And that's what I want to do, and that's who I want to help. So as a Rothschild, I would use my role, my platform for the family to make everyone aware that we aren't out to necessarily depopulate everyone. What we are here to do is try to bring world peace. Will everyone buy it? They don't necessarily have to, but it is what my goal is.
Around the country, many of them coming from Texas or something, but it's a problem nationwide. I know you guys are going towards digital license plates, which may kind of cut into this, could do away with the issue altogether someday.
Well, let's hope that that is the case. But you're right. The minute that I started seeing those a couple years ago, it was like, what could go wrong? Of course, anybody can come up with one of these. It was like a paper ID or something like that. Anybody could make one. Anybody could stick one on a stolen car to make it look like, I don't know, or give themselves the opportunity to be like, oh, hey, just everything in the registration wasn't working. You could see how they could use this to not only either steal a car or to get out of it if a cop did pull them over and realized it was a stolen vehicle. So there was just some, mix-up or delay.
Well, yeah, that's happened. Yeah, on the low end, people are just avoiding paying the registration fee on the car. The car might be maybe legal to drive. They're avoiding getting it inspected. They're also avoiding buying insurance. In a lot of cases, but in a few cases,
I lived for very many years things happened until you realize that people get to the point where they need a safety net. Basically, they die, commit suicide, or have some other terrible ending because they don't have anything. So essentially, I have been trying to become a socialist, and I know that socialism fails every time it's tried. And essentially, what's going to happen with it goes, well,
all kinds of duplicates. They've got to figure out if it's the right car that goes with that license plate. What a mess.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Texas legislature thought they had a handle on it.
Right, exactly. And I could essentially see that becoming I don't want to say the norm, but more prolific within society, where you have more of a social safety net within capitalist culture to take the capitalist element of it and will just have socialism.
You set up a fake website so that the officer who scans it is taken to a fake site that says, yeah, this car's okay, you know, go. So, yeah, it's again. And the police
essentially what happens is people get so much money that it doesn't mean anything to them anymore, and all they want is comfort. So if you look at people who are on the board list, essentially they get to the top, and then they want to disappear from it, and they want to become this intergenerational trust kind of money, and that's what it becomes. Once you get into that, money really has no value for you anymore. Then it becomes about power, and essentially, that everyone's trying to get to that point. And if you really study cultures and such, the powerful people will continue to be powerful in the future, and they'll just do it from a more hidden way of doing it. Essentially, cryptocurrency is a great way for them to be able to do so. But if you look at capitalism, essentially, versus socialism, at the end of the day, if you don't have anything within a capitalist society, it fails. At least in, I don't want to say necessarily it fails, but the person fails. If you, in a capitalist society, cannot provide for your needs, you will die. There's no doubt about that. There's no food stamps, there's no welfare system for you. Essentially, you need some type of social safety net in order to essentially continue. And more people are falling into that. When you have inflation with what it is, essentially the dollar is worth 1/100th of what it was in 1930, and it was based off off of the gold standard in 1971. Any kind of economic policies don't make sense anymore. I would love to live in a perfectly capitalist society where economic policies work, but when you don't have your currency tied to anything, and it just can be printed, it doesn't make sense to even do it naturally.
Iowa and severe storms forced 3 ground stops at major airports in Austin, Chicago, and Detroit. Japan's Coast Guard says it's searching for an Army helicopter carrying 10 crew members who are missing off an island in southern Japan. The Black Hawk helicopter disappeared from radar during a mission last night. Kyoto News said Japanese Coast Guard ships have found traces of oil and debris that may be related to the missing helicopter. The Tournament House in Pasadena is now giving public tours. It's a 1-hour guided tour. It'll start at 2 p.m. every Thursday through the end of August. The city in 1958 with the requirement that it be used as a home for the Tournament of Roses. And speaking of flowers, Jill Biden has bloomed. The First Lady has accepted her Jill Biden tulip from the Dutch ambassador to the U.S. She was presented with the flower during the ceremony at the ambassador's residence in Washington, D.C. The Jill Biden is yellow, reddish orange with spring petals. The Dutch had named tulips after 7 U.S. First Ladies. Starting in the late 1800s, with President Grover Cleveland's wife Frances. Before Biden, the last First Lady to be a tulip, Netherlands exports more than 450 million tulip bulbs to the U.S. annually. Louise King, KFI News. When we come back, it's our business site with KFI's Jason Middleton. Apple has announced more layoffs. It's just not even, I don't want to say another tech company. I think this is Apple's second go at it. So we'll tell you specifically this time around who's being targeted. And China is a little bit worried about the U.S. And it's specifically because of something that we are manufacturing that China thought it had the foothold on. And also, it's the burrito bowl naming wars. Kind of a dumb story, and yet actually very, I can't wait to split hairs with Jason to see how this one's going to work. It's actually kind of fascinating. Still got weather from KFI. It's sunny today. Highs will be in the upper 60s to the low 70s. A little bit cooler tomorrow, and then sunny and up near 80 for Easter Sunday. Let's check your drive on the 91.
Maybe a bit rough for your ride right now. From before and lost here, and especially with the continued so the 241 forward and for the westbound, continuing through Yoberlin and Anaheim. Still in South LA, a double fatality crash investigation does continue. 110 south on past 51st Street, 3 right lanes are shut down. Only the far left lane is open. That's stacking regard tight for you from well before burning pretty much as far back as Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. To the west of the 110, plan for western Normandy over Mont Avenue, coming off the 10 to stay in the Monica Freeway. To save a bit of time this morning, to the east of the 110, coming through downtown off the 10, plan for Central or Alameda Street. So you find the Skyhook to be there faster. I'm in Colorado too. Attention Southern California, Semper Solaris is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for NEM2. They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting. No one works harder than Semper does with their free to
and we talk about that on my stream every day. We talk about cold fusion, we talk about levitation, anti-gravity, antimatter, cryonics, cryogenics, life extension technology, mind uploading. And when you really get to start to talk about mind uploading, that really changes the game. So what is mind uploading? Essentially, it's the scan of someone's mind, of their brain, that is downloaded on some type of hard drive and can be uploaded to a different individual, a clone of that person, a baby of that individual, a cybernetic being, a cyborg, a robot, an avatar, really the cyborg, even an ethereal being, perhaps in the future, so that basically someone's life is no longer limited to whatever the average life expectancy is, and with life extension technology in mind, uploading perhaps lives for some people 200, 300, or 1,000 years are very realistic possibilities. And when you have those types of opportunities out there, it can really change the game. When we talked about a little bit on government, essentially there are other kinds of governments that we don't really discuss in society, but there's an e-democracy, essentially the availability of people to no longer need representatives or to not get rid of Congress and the House of Parliament, especially, and people can vote with their devices on a daily basis on whatever they would like. That's so.
Call 800-803-2696, 800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Why can't you and I shop for a lawyer like we do for everything else?
Our lawyers are not created equal. It's not shopping based on price. It's actually choosing the best lawyer. Experience counts and results matter.
Thanks, OPO. Now we know. 888-OPO-WIN. OPOLaw.com. Come to Dr. Stadium on Friday, April 14th for Healthcare Appreciation Month. When the Chicago Cubs come to town, purchase a special ticket pack for receiving. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When I set out to build our firm, it was built for greatness. It was built for you. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. If you or anyone in your family has been injured, call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. For the people.com. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Now, things are coming for Easter.
And we got only 24 hours to notice. But it's not final.
We can walk out with everything you need for a Young's Sunday brunch.
White House packages strawberries, the keys for $5.
For Smart Fun, one trip and that's it. This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. And they're fine.
Going on next week. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. The middle chain is up in just a second. It's our big fight this morning. We'll also find out what's going on Macro on Sunday. Right now, though, let's take a look at some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A recently freed ex-con with a long criminal record has been fatally shot by cops at the front yard in Berman. Officials say he was trying to get away from members of a multi-agency gang task force and tried to wrestle a weapon away from a female officer. That officer was punched in the face. New numbers from the LAPD show a drop in officer-involved shootings last year compared to the year before, and Metro may have to cut services or raise fears to make up for the end of pandemic-related funding. All right, speaking of your money, it is time for our business bite this morning. Our big bite is in Middleton. Good morning to you. All right, let's start with the job test that came out yesterday, and it was like, all right, here we go again with these big tech companies. Specifically, though, this time, Apple is focusing on one facet of its organization.
Corporate retail. Alright, but now the headline, of course, is that Apple has not had to have any layoffs during all these others. We've had about 180,000 layoffs in this sector in the first quarter of this year, in addition to anywhere between 35 and 50, depending on the report, late last year. Okay, so the whole sector is down. It's definitely, it got a little around the middle during the pandemic. You get right side. Yeah, there's a lot of that there. But the thing about the Apple thing is, yes, the headline is that they are layoffs, but I'm going to use quote marks, air quotes, because we're on radio, so they're air quotes. Right. But at the same time, but look, they're offering, what they're saying is that if you are affected by this decision, you can reapply for a job within Apple someplace else, and if you don't want to do that, you get a 4-month severance. So
not as bad as the other.
These aren't exactly but like every company is the other company. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, on one hand, it does kind of suck that you have to reapply within your own company. However, the other ones were giving you that opportunity.
Likely, other companies are snatching up talent if they're afford it and use it if they're trying to build out something. So this, I'm sorry, yeah, I understood. But Jim is really good, and what he's saying is that this is going to get them right side, even the corporate themselves space. And we'll see some other news this week as well, because he's China, and we have a discussion coming up about that trade war that's building up faster than we wanted it.
Yeah, let's even talk about that. So when it comes to that war specifically, we're focusing on chips.
Yeah. The development chip processing, and this is looking to cover the economist this week. America versus China. It's worse than you think it is. Some spicy stuff, you guys. I was ever really reading it. But it really is because, look, we talk about AI a lot on my show, and on this show, and also, the headlines are coming high and heavy for the last few months about AI. Well, the brains behind AI are these chips. And these chips are incredibly high tech. We're talking about nanometers, which is billions of a meter thick. It's amazing technology. 15 separate steps for one chip goes into each chip.
Oh my God.
There's only a couple of machines, there's only one company and a couple of machines that they make in the whole world that can make these chips. So when the Biden administration, so this actually started with the Trump administration, with the Biden and indeed by the Biden administration to limit the access that China would get to the technology to create these things. Yeah. Well, that started a domino effect because now Japan and the Netherlands are the high-tech economy as well. So the Netherlands, highly developed in high-tech, they're going to say the same thing that the U.S. is, but we're not going to give access because they're worried about military threats. And China's not reacting well to it. It's not the usual kind of rhetoric you get from dignitaries when it comes to this kind of thing. It's just really quite sharp.
Which, and that is interesting in the sense that China usually likes to think hey, we're going to play the long game approach. So for them to be triggered by something in the short term is surprising.
It is, and it is for sure. And they're also kind of like hedging against a lot of these companies still make these simple things in China. So to keep those people employed, they need to have those. So it's a fine line that the Chinese government is trying to walk. Right? They're saying, hey, we're going to respond partially to this, but at the same time, keep your companies and your plants in your manufacturing in our country as well. And here's a real macro level here for Chinese labor force is dying off quickly and it's running way faster than the rest of the world economy.
Okay, there was a story that came out last night that I gave you this morning, and it has a problem. No, Chipotle has a problem with sweet green new burrito bowls. And it doesn't really have an issue with the contents of the bowl. Not even saying like, okay, you copied us, and you put chicken and rice and whatever else is in a burrito bowl.
Right.
It has nothing to do with that. It has to do, though, with an ingredient that Chipotle says you can't put in the title of your burrito bowl. It's Chipotle. So how does this work? And I honestly don't know how this plays out. So the chicken stopped sell when Chipotle said, hey, we're doing those trademark infringement on because it's called, I think, the Chipotle chicken burrito bowl by Chipotle. But so would you, I don't know, because that's like burrito bowl way because somebody else calls their company chicken.
Well, if Chipotle is trademarked as a brand that is in the open market, then yeah, they probably have a leg up. Now, hey, Boston Sweet Green for posting a bear on this.
Yeah.
So, okay, great, we're talking about Sweet Green. But when it comes to Chipotle, has a presence and a family presence in the popular culture, as well as having trademark protection and legal protection out there. I mean, maybe they're doing Sweet Green a little bit of a favor.
Yeah.
But I think this was, but at the same time, make it in a popular way, definitely not on the market way, because Sweet Green shares are down on this news, because they might have to do things with cost money and things like that. And probably, if they don't get the deal done behind closed doors, you get court, well, but if it would be pretty ideal.
Yeah, I just think that this is what I want handled and what I need to do. I need to advocate.
Yeah, that would be great, actually. I'd love to hear what you think on it.
Yeah, just because I think that it's fascinating to me that an ingredient, even though, yes, it is the name of a company, why isn't anything coming to mind right now? But there's got to be something that, right, well, okay, so, all right, let's do that.
We lived off of Apple for years.
Yeah.
That's why I call it.
Okay, so, but anything that had an ingredient in the name, if I wanted to sell, I don't know, Jen's blueberry muffins or something, is blueberry with Actually, the company that they use dog collars. Okay. Dog collars with it. You could believe it and be like, hey, nope, you can't because that's our name.
Or you look at that. We're always bringing it back to dogs now. I don't know. But let me go back to zero. Let me go back to Kobe real fast. Look, Kobe can come out with an E. coli bowl and actually lie for it. I am here for totally about it.
I am too. They said you were always fun. What's coming up on Macro this weekend? And for people who have not listened to Macro, tell me what.
There are a few left. So what we do is we try to take a little bit of signals and noise. We talk about a lot of business headlines. We learn a lot before we get on the air and talk about it.
Yeah.
I try to pull back and say what is most effective for household budgets, what's there, while it's what should be prepped for. So and everything from 401k to unemployment, which we have a job report we can talk about later this morning, which they'll handle at 8 o'clock. This week, we look at, how can I say this? Well, we have a climate crisis and we have an artificial intelligence crisis. Both of those things are a huge economy, huge hiring, huge skilling. So I try to keep an eye on that. The government doesn't have the proper math to anticipate what we need to do. Just by their work, just last month, they're working. And we don't have the formula. You can't predict the economy when it comes to climate change specifically.
Yeah.
So we're going to do that.
Well, and I think too, I can't wait to see more on the AI stuff because I think it's fascinating when you have people like Elon Musk coming out and saying, well, we need to pull back a little bit and make sure that AI doesn't become dangerous, in its uses. We need to make sure that there are some rules surrounding it and things like that. When you have the tech people who are developing this stuff saying, what we need to do is slowly put some restrictions on it. I think that's fascinating.
Well, yeah, in a way it is, and also it's also grandstanding. Elon pulled out of investing in AI. He had the opportunity. He wants everything to stop so he can get caught up, basically.
Eli needs to listen about them.
By the way, it's not just AI, how we look at it on ChatGPT. It's about robots. I know we got to wrap, but it's about robots. Every robot that goes to automation on anything replaces 5.5 jobs in the United States. So,
wow. Jason Middleton, Macro on Sunday. And right here, you'll be on with Handle at 8 o'clock.
the president's just.
All right, you're welcome. Stay tuned. All right, when we come back, we have more to talk about this morning. Okay, this is actually what Jason and I both saw yesterday, and we're like, okay, this is a hot car. This new Jeep that's coming out at the New York International Auto Show, it has Bronco running, or it has Bronco looking over its shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
I never thought the Bronco's that hot, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
Okay, most guys did, and I looked at it like, it reminds me of a Barbie.
I look at them on auction sites, and they go for way.
Yeah. But now, Josh is Natalie O'Keefe.
Just on 110 past 51st Street, I'm going to copy Cross Investigation. Double fatality here has the three right lanes shut down. Only the left lane is open, and that's why you're seeing the back and back drive. Reading Martin changing the boulevard and delays now as far back as actually there's in the 110 northbound. Would you respond to the usual morning drive that is being packed in pretty tight? But if you're normally of Vermont Avenue, those streets are healthy out this morning. To the east of the 110, you can find for Central or Allen District. Okay, if I'm a child, get that faster. I'm in Collier. Here in Southern California, there's wood, aluminum, or even vinyl windows. Now it's the perfect time to have American Vision windows installed dual clean, energy-efficient windows custom made for you. 20 years ago, millions, Bill and Kathleen started American Vision windows because they had a horrible experience replacing their own windows. They won't let that happen to you. They use sun matrix technology to prevent dust, mold, moisture, bacteria, and excessive sound from getting into your home. Until April 30th, they'll pay your tax or give you free expert installation. CSLP number 778-326. Trust the window company that I use and I trust. My family and friends trust American Vision Windows. Call today with that free estimate. 888-226-9908. That's 888-226-9908. Or go to AmericanVisionWindows.com.
This report is sponsored by personal injury firm Owens, Patterson & Owens.
Why should an accident victim not wait till they get better to call a lawyer?
There are strict time limits for filing injury claims, so you want to get professional legal help right away to get on the right track to physical and financial recovery.
Thanks, OPO. Now we know. 888-OPO-WIN. OPOLaw.com. This is Michael Jr. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network, presented by DraftKings.
The Lakers had their 4-game win streak snapped by the Clippers. The top 6 team in the West is still in play. They'll face Kevin Durant and the Suns tomorrow. The Angels won their decisive series finale over the Mariners The Diamondbacks tonight. Despite seeking a trade, Chargers running back Austin Eckler says he wants to stay with the team. Round one of the Masters, teed off today in Augusta, Georgia. I'm Seth Everett. Hey everyone, it's Mike Owen Jr. introducing my new podcast, Gojo, tackling sports, pop culture, and whatever else you can think of. Download and listen to the newest episodes from my show, Gojo, the podcast with DraftKings, releasing daily, Monday through Friday, wherever you get your podcast.
Growing a business brings pressure. It's not easy to maintain momentum and still keep employees engaged. Fortunately, there's disparity. The scalable HR solutions help me with hiring, training, HR administration, and compliance while giving my employees competitive benefit options. When my people are able to thrive, my business can adapt and prosper. With Insperity, nothing seems impossible. Insperity, HR that makes a difference.
If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those at the CPP and nonprofits, even if you've had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in the student loan payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com. Portions of the following program will be recorded. A lot of this is not that far-fetched. This is the first time a former U.S. president has ever been indicted for crime, and he's going to continue on with the campaign. Of course he is. They'll handle this is a badge of honor. This engages, this enrages his face even more. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is your wake-up call. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee. 5 people have been arrested after this high-speed police chase that ended in Pico Union last night. Now, the 5 were in this stolen Honda. A man and woman jumped out of the car at one point during the chase. Then another bails out about a block away. The driver eventually stopped not because he was trying to be a nice guy, but because he ran over bike strips. The passengers were all found in the area. Another Kennedy has filed the paperwork to run for president in 2024. This time it is Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is the son of assassinated Senator Robert F. Kennedy and the nephew of President John F. Kennedy. President Biden has indicated he will run for re-election, but no formal announcement has been made. All right, I have been looking forward to talking with Mike Savetsky, ABC News technology reporter. Mike, good morning. Heck of an assignment. You got the New York International Auto Show. Before we dig into it, I want to ask you this out-of-the-gate question. Of all of the vehicles that you saw, or everything that was there at the New York International Auto Show, what was the one thing that made you say, wow?
Well, I'll say, Jennifer, it seems like the star of the show this year is something that I'm looking at right out the windshield of the car I'm in right now, which is the Ram Rev. It's the new electric pickup truck from Stellantis, which is formerly Fiat Chrysler, and it is laser targeted at the Ford F-150 Lightning, the electric pickup that Ford just can't build enough of to keep up with demand. Now Stellantis is firing back with this, and it seems like they're making a sheer numbers argument. That's what really opened my eyes about this truck. 500 miles of electric-only range in the trim of this thing. Big battery, 654 horsepower, with huge 0 to 60 in 4.4 seconds. And again, this is a full-size truck. Those are sports car numbers. The big number that we don't know yet is the price. And we're going to learn that probably a little closer to when it hits the road in 2024.
Yeah, I was just going to ask that because with a capacity like that, when you have, the 500-mile range on something like that, I would assume that every construction company listening to the show right now is doing a Google search of that vehicle and thinking, holy cow, that would cut into my gas costs. significantly, but in the upfront, how much is this thing going to cost me?
Yeah, and that's still the big question lingering over all of this. And of course, you also have to factor in the fact that you get an incentive to buy an EV, a tax credit that was recently revamped by the Biden administration. I am not sure what it's going to be for this particular vehicle. We're going to learn that a little bit more as we learn more details about it. But it varies based on the type of vehicle that you're buying, where the components are made, that go into the vehicle. So that's another cost consideration to make before you pull the trigger on an EV.
The one thing that I looked at that I thought was hot is the new Jeep, the Wrangler SUV, that's the battle, the thing that's supposed to battle the Ford Bronco. I was all in when I saw this picture.
So Jennifer, I'm sitting in one right now, the Jeep Wrangler, hugely popular kind of off-road vehicle. It's minorly updated this year. I'm not going to say it's an all-new vehicle. It has a slightly different front end, kind of a different trim structure and some new options inside. But it is an update that's making its debut here in New York this week. And an interesting thing about the Wrangler that people might not know is that it is in fact the most popular hybrid in the United States. You can buy a plug-in hybrid version of this, and they sell a bunch of them. They say 1 in 4 Wrangler sales have actually been hybrids in the last year.
Okay, I did not know that for sure. Yeah. Looking at the current Wrangler prices, they start around $31,000, then they go up to like $82,000 if you want that V8 one. Have they said how much?
$392, yeah.
Yeah, that one. Have they said how much this 2024 will be?
So they haven't announced pricing on the Wrangler yet, but we do know that the hybrid version that we were just talking about is going to be a little cheaper, basically. They're announcing a new trim structure, as I said. The Sport X 4xe is going to be the new cheapest way to get into the hybrid model. And again, because it's a plug-in hybrid, because it has a big battery, you can qualify for some level of government incentives if you want to get behind the wheel one of these things.
Does it seem that Ford is at all nervous about this? Because I would think that it's heading straight for the Bronco.
It certainly is. And I mean, the Bronco was the hot vehicle of 2020. Now Jeep firing back with a bunch of different variants of the Wrangler that we know and love. They have a V8 one if you don't care about the environment, I guess. If you want, big power and all this fun stuff, or you can go for the hybrid. And it's not like the hybrid is a slouch when it comes to performance. Either you get 3 or 4 cylinders, 2 EV motors, 375 horsepower. That's nothing to turn your nose up at. And of course, 21 miles of all EV range. And the interesting fact about a lot of EVs is that not only can you charge them, plug them in, you can also send power back out like they are generators. The Ram Rev pickup truck that we were talking about can charge other EVs. It can send power to your house in the event of a blackout. Because the Wrangler is a hybrid, it's got a slightly smaller battery, you can use it to charge smaller things like your phone or your tablet. But still, it's kind of an interesting consideration to make.
Oh, absolutely. And especially if you're somebody who is thinking like, I want to get a backup generator for my solar power or something like that. If you thought that you already had one of these, that might get you stop and think like, how often am I actually going to use that? And could my vehicle be that in that one maybe time of emergency versus having to spend whatever, $12,000 or whatever to put the battery backup on your house? So that's definitely a consideration for somebody to think about. Also, what about when it comes to sedans? Any scoops or anything this year that really stood out?
So on the car front, yesterday was the World Car of the Year Awards. They announce them every year here in New York. And it was hard to keep Hyundai out of people's minds. Hyundai won big at yesterday's awards, specifically the Ioniq 6 electric sedan. It's their new swoopy, very aerodynamic electric sedan. That took home EV of the year, it took home Design of the Year, and it also took home overall World Car of the Year. And then elsewhere in the Hyundai Motor Group, Kia, which is a sister company, they won Performance Car of the Year for their EV6 GT kind of electric SUV thing. So, yeah, on the smaller vehicle front, it seems like it's all about Hyundai this year.
In the Hyundai, I was just looking it up when you were talking about it, it's very reminiscent to me of like a 1980 Sport.
Yeah. People have compared it to Porsches. This might be a deep cut, but I think the rear end of it looks like an Infiniti J30 from like the 1990s. Other people have said it's sort of reminiscent of like 1930s Airstream cars, right? When we were first sort of uncovering what aerodynamics could do for cars in the 30s and the 40s. And Hyundai, is on a bit of a design tear right now. This which is sort of a bigger crossover sort of thing. City platform, same thing they expect, but that thing is real foxy and it's got these pixelated lights and it looks kind of like a 1980s hatchback from like Volkswagen or something like that. So yeah, they've been really experimental with their designs over at the Hyundai group. So yeah, some interesting stuff happening there as well.
Okay, you mentioned VW, and I see it. I absolutely see that sort of VW, swoop in the top design on it. Did VW unveil anything at the show?
So VW has a new version of the Atlas. It's basically a new trim level, but it's not, what I would say a key change for that vehicle. They're larger SUVs, and it's kind of interesting, but it's kind of just a minor update. We do have something on the floor, which I can't quite see from my vantage point, but it's right behind this wall, I promise. They do have the new ID Buzz, which is their new take on the microbus. Right, we all remember the Beetle, and of course some of us remember the Volkswagen Microbus as well. It's back now. They're going to hit the road in the United States in the next couple of years, and it's all electric. It runs on their NEV electric vehicle architecture, and it looks like a van, and it's kind of an interesting proposition, right? Like we kind of moved away from vans and minivans into crossovers and SUVs. Volkswagen hoping to maybe get some people back with maybe some nostalgia. Maybe a bit of a nostalgia retro-futurism sort of argument there.
I like that. A retro-futurism argument. This is good, Mike. Mike, have fun today. Wish I could be there.
Oh, I will.
I can't wait to hear how much they want for that Jeep. Not that I could afford it no matter what the cost is, but I'm still just so curious.
Yeah. Well, they start pretty reasonably, but they're pretty easy to tack on some options and extra stuff. So yeah, I can imagine some of them aren't shockers.
All right, Mike, thanks so much. Have fun.
Take care, everybody.
See you later. Bye. That is ABC technology reporter Mike Rabbi. I'm looking at the Hyundai, Jason Middleton, still sitting in here with me. I'm fascinated by this one because, the one that I'm looking at, you guys, is the Hyundai, what was it, the Q?
Ioniq 6.
Yes, the Q Ioniq 6. Tyler, are you looking at it?
IONIQ 6.
And it's super interesting how they are bringing back, if you can imagine, the top of a Volkswagen Beetle, right? Does that you guys both agree? You and Tyler are both looking at it.
It's stretched out a little bit, so it's like a flatter.
Not quite as far as level.
It's more, so flat. It's like more, what's the word I'm looking for here?
Aerodynamic.
More oval, less sphere.
Oh,
Like what it is, oval.
smart, but that's good. And then the back of it, though, so the, like the Porsche 911, it's got that butt on it.
From that angle, for sure, and I think the VW, the Unix do that for sure, but the wheel well, look at that, how that goes, right? That'll arch from, it looks like a upside down C kind of, that looks a lot like a Mercedes AMG.
Yeah, you're right.
And the reason I'm not okay with how they're doing that is because it brings down the value of the AMG.
Which you might have.
Yeah, just that it makes the AMG more affordable for us. Okay, I see what you said.
All that time.
No,
Hey, by the way, you guys, I forgot to wish you this happy National Burrito Day. They're getting breakfast burritos this morning. Oh, Tyler already has one. Thanks for bringing us one in for the fun.
Just one can go in the fridge for tomorrow, and then we can all get breakfast.
Oh, okay, I like this better. And let's see. So at Chipotle, which we were talking about earlier, it says customers may be able to score a free burrito. The restaurant has announced giving away 10,000 burritos today. So you can go follow them. It's smart. Chipotle on Twitter. That's where the restaurant says it's going to drop codes throughout the day for a chance to grab your burrito on the house. KFI, KOST, HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County, Nick Kelly, Opinion, if we do a burrito run. This is why I wish you were here in the building with us. Of course.
You guys don't love me right down here in Long Beach away from you.
Yeah, enjoy your working environment there on the beach.
Yeah, oh, right, because I'm on the beach. All right, whatever. South LA then. As opposed to regularly 110 southbound past 51st Street, definitely not lockable because the ongoing double valley track investigation continues for you. Right around 51st Street, just past it, maybe only the left lane that's open. 3 right lanes remain shut down, and there'll be a major slowdown coming through South LA. Some exposition as you make way toward almost Slaughtonburg, and we'll finally loosen up for your drive. North side of the 110 as you're making your way from Manchester back toward Vernon, it's going to be a slow going drive through there. So Plan ahead surface view-wise. Some of them are getting a little bit busier as the morning continues on, but we'll take you at a time. If the 110 is your route of travel, so the west of the 110 coming off of the 10, western Normandy of Vermont Avenue will definitely help you out. The east of the 110 through downtown, central Alameda are also very helpful for your drive. You're not getting on the top or anything on slowing you down. Positioning yourself on keyword is hit by traffic. Westbound side of the freeway. Some of the 60 westbound running low right now. That'll be so going for you guys to downtown back to the 110. Through Mid-City, you head toward LaGuardia. You'll find the channel to the faster time. That's all it is.
Whatever you want.
A good night's sleep is, well, critical for a good day the next day, and a bad night's sleep is exactly the opposite. So the Sleep Number 360 Sport Bed, that's an answer. My answer certainly provides proven quality sleep. Your guests customize each side of the bed, your ideal firmness and comfort and support.
Yes.
That is your
sleep
number. Mine happens to be 100. I've changed it several times because it conducts how I confirm that.
I still don't know.
And believe me, if I don't get a good night's sleep, I am not a happy camper the next day.
Maybe, probably,
For more days, you can save $1,200 on the Sleep Number 360 I-10.
Why not?
Plus special financing, and then subject to credit approval. Go to sleepnumber.com for details. And there are 30 stores you can buy the bed at. In Orange, Westfield, Senga, Antelope Valley, Studio City among them. Visit sleepnumber.com. That's sleepnumber.com.
If you find yourself stuck in a timeshare, get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, is the largest timeshare company in federal court, and has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get the timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900. Hello, Miranda. National Beer Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday, and Tuesday, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday too. Now just top reasons to visit Home Music.
It's not crazy. We have played at Miami's Chocolate Bunny April 9th.
Number 2.
The legendary Bunny Mickey live this Friday.
And the number 1 reason.
With a quick sunglasses and a chance to upgrade to Ray-Ban. When you earn 500 points on your rewards card, the 10th or 11th.
Miranda, good time. Homeowners stop worrying about drinking harmful water. Get a Puritan whole house water filtration and conditioning system for $0 down in just 49 days. Huge gratification. Follow us out at AFI AM 640 on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. And now, Handle on the news. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Bill Handle. Good morning. It is a Thursday morning, April 6th. Handle Morning Crew, KFI AM 640. And we are running on a... Okay, there we go. Okay. No longer... Actually, Bill, you were off, and you just turned it on. Oh. Okay, there we go. I'm sorry. It was someone else who was on. Okay. Well, right now I'm on. There's a speaker in here that's used for other purposes, and I've got to turn it off as we go to Handle on the news and whatever. Anyways, I turned it off. Well, I turned it on, then I turned it off, and it should have been off. And sometimes it's on. I don't want to confuse you, but it's been off on set. Okay, why don't we move on? Not off. Hey, buddy, 6:10. Okay, good morning. Hey, good morning. Oh yeah, we started already. First of all, let's say good morning to the crowd. Jennifer, good morning.
I think it was 4:44 when I marked you earlier today for, hey, look, it's 4:44 and you're already inappropriate.
Now, I think it is worth a photograph of Jennifer and the clothing she is wearing. Jennifer is...
How do you got this for my overall?
She is in overalls. The only thing that's missing is a straw through your teeth and maybe a straw hat. And that would work.
Got one, I'll wear it.
Yeah. As Wayne pointed out, Wayne got a very good line this morning. Oh, and that's when I started dressed like that. I asked her how the sorghum crop was doing. That is correct. Yep. And we're going to have a squirrel sandwich this morning.
You know?
What?
You've never had squirrel. Maybe it's good. Maybe it tastes like chicken. How do you know?
Actually, I think it's like a squirrel.
Oh, well, even.
Yeah, but no, first the squirrel is a chicken. Well said. Don't forget talking to, very strong. There's a lobby tag.
You leave my overalls.
That's right, there it is. Well, anyway, that's worth the photo. We have to put that up someplace. All right. Wayne, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe.
Good morning. Yes. And then Michelle, you've heard you in the background. Good morning. Good morning. And Ann is here. Soon to be our full-time, nobody else producer. And Michelle's going to make that call. Michelle, timeline?
I haven't decided yet.
Okay, there you go.
I have to be fully satisfied.
That's fair enough.
Michelle is amazing. It was great.
So you got the job. Shut up, okay? And Tyler, good morning. Hey, Bill, good morning. Hey, all right. A lot going on today, as you can imagine. I just read a story on a Trump thing.
Is it the Rolling Stone story?
Yeah, it is a stunner. And we'll have to figure it out. We have to put it someplace in the show this morning. Rolling Stone, that story about the MAGA crowd, but it is hugely entertaining. Not just, oh, it's terrible. It is the pastors who are involved. Marjorie Taylor Greene, she did an interview with a conservative organization compared where are you? Okay, it's Jesus Christ persecuted the same way to Nelson Mandela. I mean, that is Donald Trump.
Well, we are coming up on Easter.
That's a good point. That is a very, very good point. All right. And there's a few other things, but I think that I have to ask you during the break if I can share that. And I don't know if I can. What I'm about to say on a couple of different levels. The world has changed, by the way. I hate to do this to you, but what I say during the break and in the hall, which I used to be able to say on the air. I mean, there was no difference. It was the same. Today, if I were to share that, I don't think I would be finished with the sentence before I'd be tossed out of here.
I've got 30 seconds of dump time.
Yeah, it's a whole different world. It really is. Yeah, that dump button, I have to tell you, really. You got to the point with this show that you couldn't read the word dump on it, right? It was worn off. Oh, from being so awesome. Yeah, exactly. If you talk to any of our engineers, they all had incredible calluses on their stuff. All right, guys, are you ready to do it on this Thursday morning? Handle on the news, Jennifer Wayne and me. Let's start. And we're having a big issue with guests on Skid Row, and another 3 people who may have overdosed on drugs, probably dead if their autopsies haven't been done, were found inside an apartment building on Skid Row. 2 men and 1 woman. Woman were found. Firefighters responded. The report, there's some bodies in there, and you bet there were some bodies in there. And this overdose business is just like this. I looked at last night, I heard 70,000 people a year dying in the United States just because of fentanyl. Fentanyl per se, not opioid overdoses, which also happen, but
And I think, too, we just had our first death in the Bay Area yesterday or the day before from Trenton, which also is one that I guess the people on Skid Row, and I didn't realize this, that they're using Trenton for with life with Trenton, with horse tranquilizer, and I got it. They're causing skin deterioration.
yeah, and necrosis, and there's holes in your body, and you don't care.
Oh,
It's one of those because you're so high on train. Pretty horrible stuff.
Lee, who founded TAP, the mobile payment service, he was killed during a stabbing in San Francisco. We heard about these stabbings, or we heard about that stabbing. It was on Main Street, which is a pretty nice area. 43-year-old man, that's all we heard, that was suffering from stabbing. They were fatal. And one yesterday, that is one of the and now this was going on.
I was watching one of the notes and it shows you the property. Another victim has 2% surgery. They had them sleep wow.
And then one time, like literally, there's a piece of paper, like the taping of his artwork on the wall to the school. And he was just like walking down the hallway with like everybody, sing a smile lines or whatever, and like a little piece of paper got caught on her, which is really pretty hair.
Not just when I lived in San Francisco, 4 o'clock in the morning. And you know who would walk with me? And I thought this was great because it was like 16 times.
Was she a pretty girl?
So we're definitely strippers.
On Columbus Street.
Strippers are
She had a lot of,
we became each other's
but
vagina.
no one would ever date her.
It was great.
No, never. No one would ever be like, Cheryl,
We're going to come back. Let's take it with
I could
Jennifer
cry
and
home,
the KFI
but I
24
still
hours.
hold it against you. Really? I don't know what it is. It's the weird thing in my head.
Is that
Did you hold it against
Grill may help people
Do
score
you know
more
anything about
if you
it?
follow them on Twitter.
I know she's a
National
very good
songwriters and artists are coming together for a benefit concert honoring the victims of the Covenant School shooting. It's called a Night of Joy celebrating the Covenant School. It'll be at Belmont University on April 12th with people like Terry Underwood, Thomas Rhett, and Tyler Hubbard will all be people performing. And Metro may have to cut its services or fares to make up for the end of pandemic-related funding. The federal funding is expected to run out within 2 years, and Cal Matters says the governor's budget next year includes delays and cuts to transit agencies. We'll get a look at your drive with DJFI in the sky in just a moment.
There are 10 million job openings in the U.S. Less than 6 billion people actually looking for work. No wonder it's hard to find qualified hourly employees. Now, there are hiring sites, but when you use them, they cost a pile of money. You get inundated with resumes of people who just don't fit the bill, don't have the right qualifications, too far away from the workplace, ghost you on the interview, or all of those. JobGet is different. With JobGet, your top candidates already have the skills that you need. You only talk to candidates in your area. Your candidates get immediate notifications to their phone, letting them know you're ready to talk to hiring and reminding them that your interview's coming up. Office assistants, managers, cleaning, maintenance, receptionists, sales associates, retail, and it goes on and on. You post with one click and hire the right people for the job. Get a free job post. Go to jobget.com/handle. That's jobget.com/handle.
SoCal weather from KFI, mostly sunny today with highs again in the upper 60s to the low 70s. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky. Little better news in South LA.
Many of the first riders made my southbound along the 110 before 51st Street. It was a 3-hour lane shut down due to a double fatality crash investigation. All those lanes have reopened, although still going to be rough for your riders to make my south along the 110 from the fall back to Jefferson. Not downside of the 110 to the 101 actually. Not looking for any exactly to drive there. What's downside of the 10 came to Montgomery with I'm off of 60 west on Marina Arena. That'll be still going for exactly downtown passing the 110. You'll see a foot on 15 through mid-city, pretty much all the way to the Ventral Northern Regions of beyond that as you continue towards the 405. In the sky up to faster.
There's just a push there. Don't have to work
Southern
stuff.
California Edison, but they're installing insulated power lines and using the latest technology to help keep our communities safe from wildfire. Learn more at spu.com/mitigation.
This report is sponsored by Whole Foods Market.
Get fresh and basic ready at Whole Foods Market. Animal welfare certified bone spiral cut pork sandwich for $5.39 per pound with time through April 11th. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, the time dazzles around the clock. Watch the bar glass. Shop in store or online. Terms apply. If April is showering your company with open job positions, check out Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates all in one place. Sponsor your first job today and get hiring by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
Insurance companies pay hardball, but with Jacoby Myers on your side, you'll level the playing field. With over 50 years of experience, trust Jacoby Myers to protect your rights and get you the compensation you deserve. Call Jacoby Myers, the official law firm of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Junk science. That's what doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements. Junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with huge health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not some watered-down supplement. Makes sense, right? And it's backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support my immune system, blood pressure, metabolism, and healthy weight loss. I don't eat as healthy as I should. I know, but that's why I take Field of Greens. Like me, you'll probably look and feel healthier fast and have way more energy. But your best fruit will be at your next checkup when your doctor says
starting with 15% off. Visit fieldofgreens.com and use promo code KFI. That's promo code KFI at fieldofgreens.com. If you find yourself asking questions about technology, Rich DeMiro here. Join me for Rich on Tech, Saturdays at 11. Here's the latest and greatest. We can not so great.
Baby, you motherfuckers ever find out about this? I do, baby.
With Rich DeMiro, Saturday morning at 11 on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Yeah, please.
KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Handle and the morning crew. Let's continue with Handle on the news. Jennifer Wayne News. Well, it looks like there's a serial arsonist on the loose in the Mount Washington and Silver Lake neighborhood. Residents are saying that firefighters are telling them that it's an arsonist. And the fire department is also talking to the media and saying that they have not been able to identify a specific suspect yet, but the community has given them a lot of photos and videos that are helping them figure out who is going around, mostly setting dumpster fires and sometimes setting a cypress tree on fire. But the people in the neighborhood understandably are worried it could escalate. Yeah. If someone were to go around your neighborhood, right, and you see a dumpster on fire, they go, yeah, totally troubling when you could jump over to houses.
5 million Americans are under tornado watches. 5 people were killed in Missouri as they had another spawn of tornado, rash of tornadoes go through. We saw them in Illinois, Arkansas, Michigan. I think I also saw the week. And these are areas that already got hit in a lot of them, or a neighboring community that just got hit.
I've never seen this, and the weather people said they've never seen anything like this tornado season. This is Tornado Alley, boy, you sure want to live there, don't you?
And I think that what the very last line in this story, if you don't need to drive, stay off the road. It's dangerous for you and emergency crews. One thing that we don't probably think about is the debris that's on the road. Think about if somebody's roof just flew off, all of a sudden you've got nails all over the road. You've got debris, splinters of wood and metal and whatever. It's just not, you kind of need to stay in your house to make sure you don't become somebody, a first responder, has to come out.
And all the local television stations are playing Wizard of Oz on TV, and they then cut to,
you have that money.
Well, there you are.
I asked this rhetorically only because I know the answer. Have you no shame?
No.
No, I said it was rhetorical.
It was rhetorical, yeah. But a real stranger, I guess, your parents dropped you on your head when you were a kid, or how many times?
It's brand new faces. Oh, yes. It is. Marjorie Taylor Greene is calling to defund the police. Representative Jim Jordan is calling to defund the police, and now former President Donald Trump has called for the defunding of the police. Oh, God. Weird and impossible until you realize there's really only one kind of police they want to defund, and it's the FBI, because they don't like what they're doing.
Well, also the DOJ. They want the entire DOJ undone, too.
DOJ,
No.
Then how many agencies are you talking about? You're talking about the FBI, you're talking about the Attorney General's office, right, the prosecution arm,
all the U.S. Attorney's office, right? My point is this. So there was a group of people that had a beef with police. Their beef was they felt there was too much excessive force and racial profiling, and they had a beef with the police, and they wanted their money taken away. And then other kinds of people said, you guys are crazy. That's crazy what you're saying. That because you have a beef with them, you take away all their money. And now those people are saying, take away their money because we have a beef with them.
That's totally reversed. White is black, up is down, round is square. And now and of course, the reason you have President Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene, former President Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene, etc., is because these various authorities are going after Trump. It's that simple. And if you go after Trump and your authority, your in the criminal justice system, then you should be defunded. It's that by the police. And all of a sudden in their neighborhood with no police or a west of police presence, crime goes through the roof. They go, okay, we want the police. We got it. And now you have the pro-police going the other way. So it is, I mean, look outside. The dark, no, it looks dark, but we know it's really light. I've said, of course, over and over, and this is not a 50 or a fresh observation, that they're all the same. The right, the left, politics, they're all the same. It's this. I realize what it is. They wear the same clothing, they just wear it to different occasions. Good point, Al. Well said. That's really what it is. Or they pick up the same tools, but to fix different things. That's very astute. That's all of them. Completely all the way down to the fiery furnace of where the bad people have to go with insanity.
All right, so maybe not as insane, but you have former Vice President Pence who says he will not appeal a district court ruling and will comply with the grand jury investigating
Compelled. Justify the president within the case.
But then we had a federal judge who ruled last month that Pence has to testify about the conversations that he had with the former president leading up to January 6th.
Oh, yeah, and on January 6th, the conversation. It is Mark Meadows had the same problem for chief of staff, and the court said, oh no, you have to testify in front of the federal grand jury. And now you're going to have Pence. The reason why Pence is going to do it, a couple of reasons. Number one, he is running for the presidency and dislikes Donald Trump enormously. Number two, he is running for the presidency and dislikes Donald Trump. Number three, much the same. And it's not going to help him. Now, what will happen is if the indictment, when the indictment is unsealed, and there's no question there'll be indictment against former President Trump, that I think Pence says will be lies. Whatever anybody says will be lies. That's what you're going to hear. Mark Meadows lies. Pence lies. I mean, across the board, it's, as you said, when look at both sides, it is crazy out there. Insane. We're going to do a story. Well, we'll do that. Next story, actually. It's fantastic. Oh, well, there's another contender for the Democratic presidential nomination. This Robert F. Kennedy Jr., normally considered an environmental lawyer, also known as an anti-vaxxer. Wait, by the way, before it was hip and cool and COVID to be an anti-vaxxer, he was even old running for president. He joined Marianne Williamson, also a formally announced candidate, and they'll go against Joe Biden, assuming he runs. He has not formally announced yet. He's running. I know, but he's like just announced it already. What mystery are you trying to attend here? Kennedy is not. I mean, his platform is going to be anti-vax. I mean, he is out of his mind when it goes how far he's gone. A campaign song. His campaign is trying to figure out what rhymes with polio. Just, you wait. Right, I'll write something for you. Exactly. It'll be fab when no one gets the jab. That's good. Very strong. President. You know that he's married to Cheryl Hines? I saw this picture. I had no idea. I saw the picture and I'm like, oh, was she at an event with him? Or what's Cheryl Hines doing in this picture? They're married. Don't get the grump. Yeah. If you get the lump, yes. What rhymes with whooping cough? That one I don't know. Measles is fine to get the measles. Yeah, there's a lot to be said with that. Holy moly, you gotta watch polio. I know, he's changing. He's invoked Nazi Germany and anti-vax campaign. I mean, he's genuinely nuts. And the rest of the Kennedy clan has no idea what to do with him because they're just genuine, regular Kennedy liberals. My sister called him very dangerous. His own sister. Yeah, well, it's tough running for president on one campaign. We'll be back. Jennifer Jones Lee live in the KFI 24-hour news. Buying a home is becoming more and more out of reach in California. Home prices are soaring and interest rates have jumped to levels not seen in more than a decade. The
California Association of Realtors says only 21% of California residents made enough in 2022 to buy a median-priced single-family home. That's down from 27% in 2021. The report says that 12% of Black and Latino home buyers could afford to buy a home last year. Riverside County was one of the most affordable for Black and Latino buyers. Orange County is the least affordable county for Latino home buyers. The median home price in the state more than $822,000. Amy King, AFI News. The county consulate in LA says it strongly condemns the meeting in Southern California between House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and Taiwan's President Reagan Presidential Library in Simi Valley. China is against any form of official interactions between the U.S. and Taiwan. A representative for the Chinese consulate in LA says the Chinese government is the sole legal government representing the whole of China, and Taiwan is a part of China's territory. Former Vice President Pence, as we were just talking about, says she will not appeal a district court ruling and will comply with the grand jury investigating efforts to overturn the 2020 election. A possible link has been found between autism and drinking water.
Research of tap water had higher levels of lithium at a moderately higher risk of their children being on the autism spectrum. It's the first study to link naturally occurring lithium in water as a possible link to autism. The researchers used data from Denmark, which is one of the lowest ranked countries in Europe, to drink bottled water. Prescription lithium is used to treat depression and bipolar disorders because of its mood stabilizing effect. Researchers say as the lithium levels increase in the drinking water, so did the risk of an autism diagnosis. Michael Crozier, KFI News.
And Top Gun Maverick has landed 6 nominations for the 2023 MTV Movie and TV Awards, except for the big one, Best Movie, along with Avatar, The Way of Water, Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, Elvis, Nope, Scream, and Smile. For the TV Awards, Stranger Things and The Last of Us both got 6 nominations. We'll get a look at your drive with BKFI in the Sky, Jeff Bogg, 101 in just a moment.
LeBron James with the overall high score with 33 points, but the local showdown was won by the Clippers, 125-118. In baseball, Shohei Ohtani was tagged with 2 pitch clock violations, one when he was pitching, one when he was at the plate, but he also batted in a run.
There's the 2-strike pitch on Shohei, and that's a ball out of the reach for the third baseman, and being raised home is Taylor Ward.
The final score, Angels 4, Seattle Mariners 3. Those are off today. The Dodgers are back to open a road series against the Diamondbacks. Dustin May will start for LA. That game starts at 7:10 in HD on the iHeartRadio app live from the Calvin Motors broadcast booth. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports.
You know what? Traditional investments aren't so great right now. So how about investing in an asset that holds its value? What you could afford one? Well, let me suggest Bob Watson. Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Tudor, they have them all. Buy, sell, trade. Huge inventory of luxury watches too. By the way, I did get a watch from Bob, with a Rolex. Bob watches and are still trying to figure out what a D and 3 hash mark is in terms of time. They haven't quite figured it out yet. Bob's Watches, a trusted online store to buy, sell modern and vintage luxury pre-owned watches. All watches, 100% authentic, independently certified, and $200 off. Google Bob's Watches and my name, Bill Handle. Click at the link at the top, you get your discount automatically applied. If you're looking to sell your luxury watch, get a fast and easy quote online from the watch expert. Google Bob's Watches and my name, Bill Handle.
SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a mostly sunny day ahead. Highs today will be in the upper 60s to lower 70s. Actually, a little bit cooler tomorrow. That's because we've got the storm coming into Northern California and you kind of get the remnants of it. But then, quickly rebounding on Saturday to sunshine and warmer temperatures. And by Easter Sunday, sunshine with highs in the upper 70s, maybe even a couple of 80s. But now it's 50 in Brea, 47 in Dana Point. Jeff Bogg, good morning. What's up on the 101?
Absolutely beautiful out there. Enjoy the day. Yesterday, leaving Van Nuys Airport, we had a look at the old 101. It's getting kind of busy. Outside doors were picking up. And it's pretty covered, though. It's a pretty good drive, except actually the 405 101 knot, if you will, that the KNOC, that knot, is starting to form, especially west to south and all that stuff. But no major delays. South 405 is in pretty good shape for morning truck. We'll still take straight up and on the hill. That's that. Now, leaving downtown Los Angeles, if you were listening for a while earlier, gosh, it was just a horrendous crash on the southbound
110 over the past Coliseum on its 51st day. Shut down most of the freeway. All right, then reopened. It's a little slow going through there, but if you use the South 110 to get to LAX, South 110 and West 105, go ahead and do it because it's pretty good shape. The Santa Monica freeway was busy earlier, not now. It's kind of thinned out a little bit, no problem. We're over the 605 right now. We're flying north up towards the Pomona freeway. There's something at Rose Hill. What is going on here? Looks like it's barely right shoulder, whatever it is, a couple of cars and a tow truck. So it's definitely slow coming up from Beverly Boulevard. And there was a southbound problem I saw at Telegraph. It's over to the shoulder, so just be careful if you're in the right lane. The flatbed rig, a big one, and they're trying to get it clear. So just be careful. Don't go away. We'll just be covered all morning long. Just talk, AFI in the sky. Californians can agree that there is no place in their lives for litter. So let's come together and create a litter-free California. Join them at cleanca.com. Let's do it together. Brought to you by Caltrans. For official rules and more information about context of this station, go to AFIAM640.com/rules.
What you say is a technique that the exclusive deals have in common and gifts to rock out the country's biggest superstars. Get this month's Sprout Pack Blue envelope for your chance to win a trip to the iHeart Country Festival. Scan the QR code to stream an iHeart Country station. Then listen for details on how to enter the sweepstakes. You can win $100 instantly just by opening your envelope. Head to your mailbox to learn more today. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. See specially marked Sprout Pack envelopes or SproutPack.com for details. MSNBC Films presents a new six-part original series from NBC News Studios, hosted by John Leguizamo. Leguizamo Does America, beginning Sunday, April 16th at 10 p.m. Eastern on MSNBC and streaming on Peacock. Come on, let's go, let's go.
You locked your cat up the tree?
Yeah, he's way up there. He's scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did he come from? And where did he not take?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
What?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Don't stress me indoors.
It's what a hero does.
If you have a clogged drain, call Hero Hero coming in for that. Go online at HeroHero.com.
No waiting for your employee retention tax credit. This two credit bills the government taking for small business. And our ERTC allowance offers cash now for your tax credit with funding in as little as 72 hours. ERTC loans keep your business going with interest-only payments for up to 12 months. For more info, call 800-381-0187. That's 800-381-0187. And go to thiscredit.com/ERTC loan for full terms and conditions.
Spring's going to be here soon, so start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology.
Get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. Plus, you want to lock in your AM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
Dial pound 250 and say SolarMax or go to SolarMaxTech.com.
Plus, again, available. Two credits for something on 972. Greatest deal in RV, RV.com. That is overstock day. Over 1,000 RVs. AFI AM 640. The news. What it means. Why it matters. AFI AM 640. And we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Let's continue and more. And the news, Jennifer and Wayne.
Charlotte, there was a Democrat who switched parties after being called amosexual.
Who is that? What is an amosexual?
I had not heard of
I have not heard that either. And
that is if you're criticizing somebody for being too into guns.
That's an amosexual.
And this person was critiqued, this state lawmaker from North Carolina, for invoking Jesus Christ, also into this. So Trisha Cotham is her name, and she was awarded the Republican veto-proof majority against Roy Cooper. Remember the governor?
Yeah. So I don't remember the governor, but yeah, he become a Republican. That's an homosexual. And invokes Jesus and everything involved.
Entertaining, no matter what. Come on now.
No, absolutely. Politics, if nothing else, are insanely entertaining. Oh, look at this. China's mad because the president of Taiwan met with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy at the Reagan Museum in Simi Valley, and China doesn't like that. China doesn't like anybody being nice to Taiwan. They definitely don't like the United States being nice to Taiwan, and so virtually every ministry of the Chinese government issued statements condemning the meeting. Some said that we're using Taiwan as a test piece in a strategy of containment against China, and somebody else over there accused us of using Taiwan is an ATM for American arms sellers. Now, is that just a way of saying we sell arms to Taiwan? I don't even know where they're going. I mean, somehow, McCarthy having the president of Taiwan at the Reagan Library is somehow interfering with Chinese sovereignty. I mean, I can see because because Taiwan is ours, et cetera, but come on. And Kevin McCarthy, to his credit, said, nobody in China is going to tell me who I'm going to have and visit or deal with. Particularly, he didn't say this, but on American soil. Yes, the speaker can invite whoever the hell he wants to come and meet. What does that mean? You know that meme where a couple's walking one way, and a woman's walking the other way, and the man in the couple is looking around to check out the woman that he's not with, and the woman that he's with is aghast, right? Now what's happening? And we are the guy, and Taiwan is the other lady walking the other way, who's maybe just a little bit hotter than, maybe Taiwan's just a little bit hotter than China, so we're taking a look. That's a good analogy. Yeah, it was. But the takeaway here, before we move on to the next story, is just a year. All the experts saying it's not a question of if, it's a question of when Chinese are going to stay Taiwan. Well, that's a Russia-Ukraine, right? Yeah, that's the bad. No, it is. It's basically a Russia-Ukraine. Yep, great. That we'll have two of those going on in the world at the same time. Yeah, doesn't that fun? I don't know if you guys got this alert yesterday on your phones, but 150 Catholic priests and others who are associated with the Archdiocese of Baltimore are accused of sexually abusing over 600 kids and were able to wriggle out of it in most of these cases, according to the church leaders, or some details now coming out in this report. And they say the pervasiveness of the abuse underscores the culpability of the church hierarchy. Yeah, the church is coming to the table on this now, but it was astounding how the church protected these cockroaches, these priests who molest kids. And that's what it looks like in this case, that it would be, somebody at, maybe level 2 who was protected by somebody at level B. Oh, no, it went all the way up. I mean, even to the point where, and I got in a lot of trouble, but I'll maintain my position. John Paul II, who's a saint, is the patron saint of child and a number of people go crazy, they overshoot it. Just pursue the issue of all of these priests totally defending, nurturing, protecting the priests, and you use it. Now, obviously, he didn't do anything, in terms of any misconduct, but it went up all the way up back to day too. It's just brutal. Now, they understand now. I mean, they're not hiding anything now. Today, if you're a priest, if you have an altar boy in a room, you have 14 witnesses with you. It's like a male doctor with a woman patient, gynecologist. The nurse is in the room. It's like the same thing, but it's the offense that I take on this. Children, and protection by the church throughout all of it. Right, I'm going to calm down. Time for another handful of limitals. I'm going to go in the other room. Well, as a Catholic, there is no defense. I'm sorry? I said, as a Catholic, there is absolutely no defense. You are very, very correct. Yeah. What you think? Yeah. All right. Let's take a break. This is KFI. Jennifer Jones Lee live in the KFI 24-hour news.
And we've got this bipartisan delegation of U.S. lawmakers in Taiwan today, as we were talking about. It's being led by the head of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, a Republican from Texas, who says they're trying to signal to the Chinese Communist Party that the U.S. supports Taiwan. Jobless claims are down. The Department of Labor says it got 228,000 first-time unemployment insurance claims for the week ending on April 1st. And this is National Burrito Day. You can go online and see which burrito chains are offering a chance to win a free burrito. We'll get a look at your forecast in just a moment.
So, how much do you think your home is worth this year? Right. Because, of course, values have exploded. Now, if with the equity you're looking to borrow against your home, it makes sense because, well, you have a ton of equity and interest rates are actually going down or have gone down. Okay, so you're going to pull the trigger. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow that money. HMS Capital, I've done 2 mortgages with them, so clearly I'm a fan. No appraisal or credit report fees to apply for. It's the best rates out there, that's what I found, and their service absolutely impeccable. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. That's hmscapital.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. Sunny day ahead. Temperatures will be in the upper 60s to the lower 70s. This report is brought to you by Whole Foods Market. Let's get a look at your drive with these KFI in the sky. We've got tracks on the 605.
Well, here we have a little juggling over right now. Now, listen up. If you have to drive the north of the 605 from the 5 up towards the 60, we're surfing over Rose Hills. A lot of drama here. It's a very complicated crash, but CHP and tow trucks, they're working like crazy to get it out of your way. Now, as I speak to you, all lanes are shut down. It's been mostly carpool lane left lane. You're just trying to clear everything over to the shoulder. I think it's going to open up pretty soon, but listen, amidst the backup, because of the popularity of this road, it's over at Mecca Sloss and nobody's back through the 5 before you know it. Now, road change is always good. It seems, especially northbound, really, from the I-5 up to the 60, go up there. If you know how to use Norwalk and Western Mill, it's a tough one. You got to know what you're doing. But that's a pretty good one. You can get out around Peck Road and be on your way. Southbound, be careful. A lot of spectators going. We're going to head over to LA. Something going on over there. Don't go away. Jeff KFI in the sky.
Get price and banquet ready at Whole Foods Market. Animal welfare certified running spiral check pork ham is just $5.39 per pound with time through April 11th. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, discounts gathered around the clock. While supplies last. Shop in store or online. Terms apply.
Your free voice is sponsored by Staples Store. Staples has everything you need to travel, from passport photos to luggage, and now get 20% off your in-store purchase when you buy any travel service. Plus, you can count Lysol wipes for just $1.99. Each store only offer imported exclusions apply. Get all set to jet at Staples. Hey, did you hear? The wait is over. What wait? Car prices. They dropped. Get out. Seriously. Over at Roto.com. Look it up. Roto.com. So now it's that, and I haven't seen any lower. Oh my God, that's a great price. Wait a minute. Totally understand.
Find a new or pre-owned car of your dreams at any time on any device in just a few clicks. And at a great price by downloading the Roto app or check out Roto.com.
Hello, Rolando. National Beer Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday and Tuesday. And Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday too. Now I'll give top reasons to visit Rolando.
It's not crazy. You're free and money pocket bunny April 9th.
Number 2.
The legendary Wayne Whiskey live this Friday.
And the number 1 reason.
Different Swiss sunglasses and a chance to upgrade your grade band. When you earn 500 points on your rewards card, the 10th or 11th.
Rolando, good time. If you're hurt in a car accident, call the attorneys at Sweet James. If you're hurt in a trucking accident, call the attorneys at Sweet James. If you're hurt in a motorcycle accident, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James settles more for injured victims in 1 year than most firms settle in their lifetime. Sometimes you can't control what happens in life, but Sweet James can help you control how you respond and shift the power away from greedy insurance companies back into your hands. When you're hurt in an accident, nothing can prepare you for what may come next. You might not be ready, but they are. Attorneys and Sweet Names are going to help connect you to top medical care, the most amount of money possible, and deliver justice you deserve in your time of need. They nothing until they win. So if you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet Names. 800-9-million, right? 800-9-million. 1-800-9-000-000 or sweetnet.com.
Golden Voice presents Howard Forever. Roses and Roses, animated. BBC Ozzy Osbourne, Talent School. You'll have to get tickets for the entire Power Trip weekend. VIP camping at the Safari State Campground. All thanks to Golden Voice. Register now to buy tickets at powertrip.live. On sale today at 1 p.m. Eastern. Later, your chance from now. iHeartRadio.com/Power Trip.
It's not genuine, it's not for justice, it's political. They're all guilty of playing circumcision. Do you think that Donald Trump, the only big money guy in New York, who has called something a legal fee when it wasn't? You're picking and choosing.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. AM 640 Handle here, and good morning on a Thursday, April 6th. Let's finish Handle on the news on this lovely, still cold, early morning. It's going to be a nice day. Yeah, it's a great 70. Yeah, Jennifer Wayne Smith.
Well, the governor of Idaho, Brad Little, has signed a law that creates a new crime in the state, abortion trafficking. It is a crime for an adult to facilitate an abortion or the obtaining of abortion pills for a minor without parental consent. And this includes helping anybody get out of state to get an abortion or abortion pills.
Yeah, that was kind of interesting, don't you think?
That one, I do not understand how that holds up.
I don't either.
Judicial scrutiny to regulate. I mean, I would say, why you can't regulate what somebody does in another state, and they would say, we're only regulating the part where they're in the state and they make the decision to leave the state to take the kid to get an abortion. If that part and that decision and that first part of the journey happens in the state, we can regulate that and make that a crime.
I don't support that. But this is where we are. I mean, it is breaking left and right. To your point earlier, the chasm is just crazy. And even if you're a Republican or a Democrat, and even talking to the other side, saying good morning in the halls of Congress, you are a traitor to your party. It's gotten that crazy. Collegiality? What's that? How do you spell that one?
Finland raised his flag, or NATO did, earlier this week when it gained its membership into NATO. But Turkey and Hungary are very against the other country that wants to join, and that is Sweden. And Sweden and Finland were the two that the minute that Russia invaded Ukraine, they were like, whoa, okay, I know that we haven't really wanted to join NATO before, but now we could really use the protection. Well, Sweden has criticized Turkey for its human rights abuses and double standards and things like that. Hungary says Sweden has had a hostile attack to Budapest for years, so that's why Turkey and Hungary are maybe not going to support, more than likely not, Sweden joining NATO.
It depends on if Putin is crazy enough, although he's not going to be able to do it, attack other NATO countries. You know, this doubles, and so you're not going to do it, you have to go through Ukraine to grab all of it, this doubles the border NATO countries on Russia. You know, Putin walked in and thought he was going to weaken NATO by attacking Ukraine. That's exactly the opposite.
Well, I remember when this woman was arrested last summer. This was a big story that we talked about, and now she has been indicted. We're talking about the dermatologist from Irvine accused of poisoning her husband by putting drain cleaner in his tea.
which gave him stomach ulcers, although maybe he already had those ulcers with who he was married to. Anyway, her attorney, the interesting part of this story, now that she has been charged by your friend, Bill, the George County DA, her attorney says, let me complete the story. He suspected something was going on and he put up video cameras, hidden cameras in the kitchen, so there's images of her and video of her putting what looks like drain cleaner into his teeth. Now, her lawyer says there's an innocent explanation for why she's on video appearing to put drain cleaner in his teeth, and that will come out in court, and that he's lying because they were getting divorced and he wanted to get a leg up on the divorce proceedings by accusing her of poisoning him. Have you ever watched Dr. Pimple Popper? I don't have much to do with the show, but it just reminds me of that. That's not a staple of my viewing, but I keep my food down. No. I kid. Dr. Pimple Popper. Okay. All right. No. Okay. Hope you're eating oatmeal. Okay. You're eating Greek yogurt? Oh. That works too. Okay. That's even better. In Fontana, there is a Sequoia Middle School language arts teacher who's being criticized after she was caught on video repeatedly using a racial slur in class. So the class was reading a Mark Twain book when someone asked the teacher about the spelling of the N-word. The teacher apparently got in front of the class and was saying the word is just an English word, and everybody can say it if you want to. It's in the dictionary, and people are oversensitive over the word. And this was all caught on some student's phone. Yeah, you talk about it being so blind and so just crazy. Where's reality here? I mean, it's really important. I mean, I think it's important to recognize the word, but it has to be said in context. You don't even have to say it, but say this is a word that is used, and today it is obviously not appropriate, it's not used. I mean, there is a way of describing the importance of that word, especially in the context of a Mark Twain novel. But in context, but it's important to teach people how to spell it, or pronounce it. Come on, you know, is the teacher going to be fired for this? Who the hell knows? All right, not in LA Unify. The teacher will be sitting in a rubber room. That's what they call it when you're put in when it's a 7 year fire a teacher. They can't fire you, but they put you in a room and you sit there and wait. You're there for the entire work day. Yeah, that's your work day. That they can do you, and they do that. They call that the rubber room. All right, the report is in. It was done by an independent organization called OIR out of Playa del Rey, and it was looking into whether or not the elite team with the Santa Ana Police Department, the major enforcement team, was operating as an illegal police gang. Part of the reason there was concern is because apparently they all have matching skull tattoos, but also there was an incident where two teenage girls were at a restaurant, and they say that they were assaulted and harassed by a group of men that were from this major enforcement team group. So it's the chief of police who commissioned this independent report. And this is not one of those things where you go and hire your friends to scrutinize you. OIR is run by Michael Ganaka, who has a long history of police oversight. And they concluded that some of the things that are going on there don't look very good, but they're not operating as an illegal police gang. And also, since that unit was formed, there's been no shootings, and they've used force in only 3% of their 2,000 or so arrests. Hey, we are done. Coming up, a little bit more about Trump and the 2024 election, and then a spin that Michelle actually handed me this morning that I want to share with you. It's spectacular. We'll be back. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. What you need to know and when you need to know it. KFI. Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. A cop in trouble
I'm Jennifer Jones, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. An LA County Sheriff's deputy has been charged with owning an illegal gun and ammo. KFI Blake Foley reports live from LA. The charges come years after a search warrant was served.
The initial search warrant was served at the deputy's home almost exactly 3 years ago, April of 2020. Investigators found an unregistered AR-15 assault rifle and tracer ammunition. Tracer bullets have chemicals in that burn brightly, making the bullets not visible to the naked eye, DA Gaff Jones says. While he supports laws under the Second Amendment, he also respects the state laws. He says it's illegal to have an AR-15 assault rifle in California, and he expects everyone, including law enforcement officers, to follow those laws. Now, the DA's office was somewhat limited in the information it put forward on these charges. We have reached out for more information, including why it took 3 years following the search of the deputy's home for these charges to be filed. Reporting live in LA, Blake Foley, KFI News.
The city of LA has sued a journalist and an activist group over photos of LAPD officers that have been posted online, including photos of undercover police officers. The lawsuit says the defendants received the photos, names, and work locations of 9,000 officers through a public records request. But the city mistakenly included the information of officers working undercover. The city claims Ben Tomato, the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition, and others are not entitled to have that information. Undercover officers filed claims against the city and the LAPD this week over the release of those photos. The LAPD says there were 31 officer-involved shootings last year, down from 37 in 2021. The annual use of force report released yesterday also shows a 27% drop in officer-involved shootings dealing with the mentally ill and a 30% drop in shootings with the homeless. In 2022, there were 2,230 reports of non-categorical use of force, which includes less severe encounters like tasers, leg sweeps, pushing, and shoving. 2 women have been killed on the 110 when the car they were in crashed and rolled over in South LA. We've been talking about that this morning. The women were ejected. CHP says it found the car on its side early this morning. It's not clear what caused the crash. Southbound lanes have been closed for hours. Jeff will have an update on all of your driving in just a moment. Metro and other transit agencies are facing funding cutbacks as federal pandemic relief programs come to an end.
Ridership has dropped so low that federal money is helping agencies stay afloat. But because ridership hasn't bounced back to pre-pandemic numbers, agencies like Metro may have to raise fares or cut back services as a way to make up the difference. In February 2019, ridership statewide dropped from 100 million to about 20 million in June of 2020. It was a slide up last summer. Now Matters reports Governor Newsom's proposed budget for next year includes delays and cuts to transit expansion and new equipment. So regular KFI News.
The Tournament House in Pasadena is now giving public tours. The 1-hour guided tours will start at 2 every Thursday afternoon through the end of August. The Wrigley Mansion on Orange Grove Boulevard was donated to the city in 1958 with the requirement that you lease out the home for the Tournament of Roses. I've been trying to get that. People have my throat all morning. Speaking of flowers, Jill Biden has bloomed. The First Lady has accepted her Jill Biden tulip from the Dutch ambassador to the U.S. She was presented with the flower during the ceremony as the ambassador's residence in Washington, D.C. The Jill Biden is yellow, reddish orange with fringed petals. The Dutch have named tulips after 7 U.S. First Ladies, starting in the late 1800s with President Grover Cleveland's wife, Frances. Before Biden, the last First Lady to get a tulip named after her was George W. Bush's wife, Dora, in 2004. The Netherlands exports more than 450 million tulip bulbs to the U.S. annually. And these teams, KFI News. We're going to look at your drive with DKFI in the side and update the 6:05 after Sports with Wayne.
The Lakers lost to the Clippers by scores 125 to 118. Lakers coach Darvin Ham wasn't all negative about it, though.
Yeah, things just didn't go our way. There's definitely a lack of energy at the outside, but we pulled ourselves together to try to give ourselves a chance, and that's all you can ask for.
In baseball, once again, Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani batted in runs, and the Angels beat the Seattle Mariners 4-3. Halos are off today. The Dodgers are back to open a road series against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Justin May will start for LA. That game starts at 7 and in HD on the iHeartRadio app, live from the Falcon Motors broadcast booth. I'm Wayne Lesnick, KFI Sports. This KFI Financial Update is brought to you by Jacoby and Myers. The Dow is down 122, S&P is down 12, NASDAQ is down 52, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.85. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now.
Just for you since 1972, SoCal weather from KFI. Mostly sunny today. Highs will be in the upper 60s to the low to mid 70s. A little bit cooler. Temperatures are going to be just back into the 60s, but then we rebound right back into the 70s for Saturday and Sunday. It looks like Easter Sunday is our warmest day this week. We could see highs near 80. Right now, 47 in Dana, 49 in Pasadena, 50 in Santa Monica. Let's get a look at your drive with KFI in the sky and Jeff Boston hitting the 605.
You thought that good morning down here with us first time around, heading this way already there. We're going to talk about the north 605, in between the 5 and the 60. At Rose Hill, as we were searching over this for a long time, there's a really complicated crash. However, CHP and the local fire department would have jumped all over this and cleared it rather quickly. They had all in blocked there for a while, but over to the shoulder. Go. If you're coming up from the 5, yes, for this hour of the morning, it's unusually slow. Getting away from the 105 through the 5, and now it's down to about, well, outbound too. Everybody's looking over what happened. There's a bit of a, we can't fly directly over it because of LAX driving traffic there and our little airplane here. They don't like that. But the southbound at the Century Boulevard off-ramp, I was able to see some flights in line, so there's something going on there. The freeway itself, boy, it's in good shape, really. No problems at all the way down through. That's AFI in the sky.
This hour of the Bill Handel Show brought to you by Jacoby and Meyer. If you get hurt in an accident, choose the law firm with the experience to win. Choose Jacoby and Meyer. A light storage system gives you filtered and delicious water straight from every tap. It filters out chlorine, other contaminants, retaining healthy minerals. A light storage system is maintenance-free, no filters to change, no salt, no servicing. They install it, you forget it. Own a light source water system for only $75 per month on approval of credit. This ends April 30th. Call 800-803-2696, 800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com.
Did you know you can get your prescription for Rush at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. And show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the Dropbox counter. GoodRx works in over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens. And it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, text GoodRx and search the link to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance. At Southern California Edison, keeping our community safe from the threat of wildfire is our priority. We're installing insulated power lines, managing vegetation, and inspecting and upgrading equipment on 50,000 square miles of community and wild space. Helping to keep our community safe is a job we take very seriously because the communities we serve are the communities we live and work in too. Learn more at fcc.com/mitigation.
Go solar with local and veteran homes. Visit SolarCom.
So far, you must be
Supporting handle here. Thursday morning, April the 6th. Some of the big stories that we're covering. First of all, Robert Kennedy, crazy man Robert Kennedy, the son of Robert Kennedy. This is Jr. His uncle was JFK, and he is now filed paperwork for the president, the Democrat, and he is on the anti-vax campaign. That's his platform. As I said earlier, they're trying to put out a talk about that lines with polio, also more deaths out of the tornadoes that are going across the U.S. I'm only going to do one segment. Yesterday, last couple days, done a lot on what happened with the indictment and charging of former President Trump and New York. As I said, there's several different charges being handed down by several different authorities. This is the DA of New York. The argument is state crime, and what Donald Trump did was involved in illegal record keeping for one, and it was the record, paying. Just some fucking words to explain it because it gets a little bit complicated. Paying Michael Cohen to pay London, Stormy Daniels, and then deducting the amount of money that was paid, the business expenses, and all of that. So all of that is criminal. And Why is it a felony? Because it was for the purposes of interfering with the election, therefore with a campaign contribution, and that's a violation. And so all of that is pretty blatant. Now, the charges against him that special prosecutor is going to bring, federal grand jury, are the documents. At Mar-a-Lago, they found classified documents. They also those pictures. The FBI raided the place and interference with the election. That is charges on the federal side, Fulton County, Georgia, interference with the election, period. So there's going to be indictments all over. And there's an organization called Interceptors for America. Interceptors having screen clearly and trying to question people when they did it, they want to that. That's legitimate. However, they also look at him as almost a demigod. And he is doing it basically Jesus Christ. And I'm not kidding either. They're portraying him as Jesus. That he is accepting the sins of society on their behalf. And the prayers are crazy. First of all, he calls in and talks about the fake investigation and the sham indictment, fair enough. And then he talks about the persecution in our beautiful Christianity by the radical left. Christianity has been targeted. We're being discriminated against as a religion, as a faith. We can't let that continue. The main thing our country needs again is religion. I'm fighting hard for people of religion, people that believe in God. That is what I am doing. Remember, this is to an evangelical crowd, so who else would he say this? But this has more to do with the believers of Trump. Do you think they're lying? They've gone over the line. The guy who is a Christian nationalist worship leader, one of the big organizations that gets involved with a lot with politics. He got on the phone and he summoned prayer warriors to rise up on Trump's behalf. So we know you have a plan, God. You can take what the enemy meant for evil and horrible, corrupt, deceptive, demonic situation, and you can shove Donald Trump our face looking at this happen. Not saying Donald Trump is side, but basically comparing him in many ways. Then you have Michelle Obama. Remember that crazy congresswoman who is no longer on the call? Father, our President Donald Trump has taken the blows for America. We lift him up to you. Bachman then said, oh God, would you declare Donald Trump innocent? Oh Father, would you free Donald Trump from his trouble and our trouble here in America? I mean, it went on and on. And this goes to show you, now this is the spring group. I'm not saying this is the Republican Party. I'm not saying this is the majority of Republicans. I'm not saying any of that, because it's not. But when you have a candidate who jumps in and tries aggressively to get the support of groups like this and asks for it, and as they pray to God and they say, you, Donald Trump, are our savior, those are the words that are used, then you go, really? At what point has this country gone completely crazy? Man, I don't get it. I really don't. And on both sides, by the way, the crazies have taken over. The lunatics have taken over the asylum. You know that, don't you, by now? And, not being particularly religious, this one, I just look askance at this more than others. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe there are folks out there that are Christian and who look at this and think this is as crazy as I think it is. Marjorie Taylor Greene, publicly, has compared him to Nelson Mandela and Jesus. Jesus, that's Donald Trump. He is there for our sins. Coming up, now we're going to switch gears. Inmates, do they take too much for phone call? The answer is yes, and it's been going on for a long time, but I'll dive into that. Let's get in with Jennifer Jones, Breathe Live in the KFI 24-hour news.
Storms that went through the plains and Midwest earlier this week will hit a big stretch of the East Coast today. This should have rain from New York to South Carolina. North Korea says joint military drills by the U.S. and South Korea are putting tensions on the Korean Peninsula almost right up to the brink of nuclear war. A new development in Malta in Virginia, prosecutors say they are considering charging a 21-year-old man who got shot. They say he was harassing and targeting the man who shot him on Sunday. We'll get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky in just a moment.
If you own a small business, so you got through COVID, and you were able to retain 5 or more employees through COVID, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of $26,000 per employee. Now, the minimum fine, $26,000 at start. That's how you figure. So let me suggest that refunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. They'll charge up front, include the refund. They don't get paid unless your business gets paid. And all businesses of all types of qualify, including those CPC, nonprofits, even if you had increased in sales during COVID. They are experts in this payroll tax refund program. They've returned already $3 billion to businesses. My business, they have me a six-figure refund, so obviously I'm go to getrefunds.com, click on the qualified me button, answer those questions. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com. That is the stop that we are 3 minutes away from Tiger Woods being off at the Masters in Augusta. Shows out weather from KFI. Looks like we've got a mostly sunny day ahead. Has to be in the upper 60s to the lower 70s. This report is brought to you by Indeed.com. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky. And this time we're checking out let's see, the 110. We've got a fail. They're leaving downtown Los Angeles, southbound 110 at 51st Street. Not to worry, all lanes have been reopened. There's a little slow south of US 60. But I promise, well, boys, they're just coming up with some full stuff. But all lanes drifting all the way up to the 5. Jeff, hey, that's high in the sky.
What do you think that making music and exclusive deals have in common? Adhere to rock out with country's biggest superstars. Just as much Backpack Blue Envelope for your chance to win a trip to the iHeart Country Festival. Scan the QR code to stream an iHeart Country station. Then listen for details on how to enter the sweepstakes. You can win $100 instantly just by opening your envelope. Text your mailbox to learn more today. No registration. Points are prohibited. See Century Mart Backpack Envelopes or Backpack.com for details.
Visit Dodger Stadium on April 14th when the Dodgers take on the Cubs. Stay activated for the Dodger Stadium Friday Night Light Show presented by CPK and watch the fireworks from down on the field or the comfort of your seat. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/Friday.
Running a business creates pressure. Staying compliant and retaining top talent in challenging times. They feel stretched thin. Fortunately, there's Insperity. They put over 35 years of engaged people empowered to be their best and overcoming obstacles. With Insperity, nothing seems impossible. Insperity, HR that makes a difference.
Our friends at SolarMax Technology are living a business's dream. They're growing like crazy. They're hiring installers, sales reps, and customer service technicians.
So imagine supporting your family getting great benefits and having a chance for growth with the supportive team at SolarMax.
You will be proud to work with SolarMax. They're local, they're based in Riverside, they offer the highest quality solar panels and do everything under one roof.
Contact SolarMax today and be part of the clean energy solution. Apply at solarmaxtech.com/careers, solarmaxtech.com/careers.
Great partners make each other better. They show us what's possible beyond ourselves. Being partners is more than just a goal. It's who we are. We're committed to we'll work with you to reach your potential. Because the next great partnership is you and Ted. Together, we are limitless. Losing air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a sweaty-old nightmare, and no one wants that. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
We'll make 6 critical adjustments so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $429.
Ghetto Air Conditioning and Plumbing. We'll use PCL.com. We'll keep it cool, but it's hard to tell. Like, 1047-781.
I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract joy. I talk about the science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and believe all day long.
How about Dr. Wendy after dark?
Dr. Wendy Walsh, Sunday night at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Quick mention of some of the stories that we are covering. In downtown LA, Skid Row, another 3 people found dead. The authorities think because of drug overdose. You know, fentanyl, effectively. And in one that I really enjoy, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Filed paperwork. He's going to run for president on the Democratic ticket. His main campaign is as an anti-vaxxer. He is one of the most virulent anti-vaxxers, if you want to use that word. Let's say one of the most excited and excited engaged anti-vaxxers out there. So, he's not there. So let's just, both sides have crazy deals. You know that, don't you? All right, before we get into our story about what's going on in the California prisons, here's your chance to win. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keywords on our website. Win. That's winwins.com. And if you have won and you text the keyword, you haven't won. You have to enter the keyword online at the website, our website, KFI.com/chat. Winners are notified only by email, so watch for the email. Or if you want to check your spam or junk folder to see if it's one. And you can listen for your next chance to win every hour, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. We've all seen films about people in prison. How can you not know? And everybody knows that people in prison don't get particularly great food. And we see people lining up for those phone calls. Those pay phones which don't exist anymore and they're out in public. There's a phone up against the wall. You let the prisoners line up and use the phone for 10 minutes. And then the bad guys go to control the prison, go to the front, fight, all of that. Well, what ends up happening is those are collect calls. You never quarters, now it's silver dollars, whatever. Collect phone calls. And the other side, whoever the inmate's calling, has to accept the phone call. And what a lot of people don't know, nominally, in some cases, $3 a minute for those phone calls. And you can only do 10 minutes, so there's a $30 phone call. Also, you've heard of commissary, where you go when you get to pay to get your stuff. And inmates go to the commissary quite a bit. The food they're getting is horrific. And commissary about twice as much as we pay. For example, I go to our vending machine down the hall, and I'm paying $30 for a pack of Cheetos. Not that I eat Cheetos, the fingers get all easy. But they'll pay $3 to a, should I say, pack. You go, come on, guys, that's a little unfair, particularly when the amount of money that people get very limited. Plenty of prisoners out there who get their dirt poor. Not that most are. Family members don't throw money in. A lot of them are trained. A lot of them don't have a dime, and they simply don't have the money. And so, how do they survive? Well, they don't. They can't make phone calls. No one calls. But what they do, I want to make phone calls. Just the price is astronomical. Well, and LA County has voted. All right, we're going to stop that. Except that hasn't been implemented. So what happened? Well, you've got a couple of class action lawsuits. Now, I usually make fun of class action lawsuits if they're with a little law. Not this time. 2 lawsuits have been filed. One of them talking about the marking up of commissary items, the other one commissary items, and the phone calls. And the problem is the county makes money on these, the phone calls and the commissary. With the contract, they go to a third-party contractor. The county has put back some of the money in the markup. and just about $35 million.
You ain't the first round. You ain't the first round. Get the fuck out of all these first round draft picks is coming. Fucking get the fuck out of here. You go to fucking cashier. Get the fuck out of there. Fucking stuff to other
Baseball, but it's not. Effectively, what happens is you have prisoners subsidizing the running of the prison. Oh my God, which is crazy. Now, you have a lot of jurisdictions out there that get free phone calls, and the shows are at cost or minimal market. So LA County is not gone there, and that's why these lawsuits are in play. And is it going to win on this one? Absolutely. It's just so unfair. Not that prisoners don't deserve to be in prison. I'm a big fan of prison. I truly believe that there should be life imprisonment for graffiti. I do not like my walls tatted up, spray painted. But when you talk about charging someone $2.50 for a small pack of Cheetos or Fritos or Lay's potato chips, my favorite barbecue flavor of Lay's, they're very good. Then it gets really ridiculous. And that's what these lawsuits are about. And the lawsuit challenges what it calls Los Angeles County emission-based conduct or contract. And they're saying, no, give it all up. And LA County is going to do that. Hopefully, they have any choice. We've got states all over the country. In fact, there are counties here in California that have not subsidized things from the commissary. How about cooking Cheetos? For women prisoners, how about camp? Oh my God. Not supplied by the prison. Oh my God, it's pretty disgusting. And I don't often sit here and defend prisoners. I'm not a big fan of prisoners at all. But at some point, you go, come on. So that's the latest lawsuit. And that one that was huge class action lawsuit that I think absolutely. Remember the goat story that I did about that little girl who had the goat and ran with the goat, and the police came after her? Yeah, the police for I'm going to go into that because there is an aftermath. We have a follow-up to the goat story, little Peter the goat. I'll be back with that story. Jennifer, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The LA County Sheriff's Deputy has been charged with illegally possessing an assault rifle and tracer ammo at his home. The holdup deputy Brandon Garman was searched in 2020. Prosecutors say the rifle and ammo were found in a closet. DA Gaston says it's illegal to possess an AR-15 assault rifle in California, and he expects everyone, even police, to follow the law. An independent investigation has found that Santa Ana Police Department unit was not operating as an illegal police den. Investigators stress the department's major enforcement team has not been involved in any officer shooting since its formation in 2020, and used force in only 3% of its nearly 2,000 arrests. The report did note serious lapses in the handling of sexual assault allegations involving members of the group in August of 2020. The city of Garden Grove has had its first mobile medicine service where doctors directly treat the homeless right on the street. People can get STD testing, mental health care, and cancer screenings carried out by licensed doctors and nurses. Health optimist Kelly Bruno Nelson says the homeless have a hard time prioritizing health when they have to focus on survival. We are canvassing approach. We are literally on the street going to the people. Health optimist partnered with Healthcare in Action, a nonprofit dedicated to helping the homeless. They started running the program Tuesday, saying you can expect to see more of these services throughout Orange County. Chris Adler, KFI News. A state report in Maryland has found more than 150 Catholic priests and others associated with the Archdiocese of Baltimore sexually abused more than 600 kids over the past 80 years. ABC's Terry Moran says the abuse started in the mid-1940s and continued through 2002.
There are accounts of teenagers being chained and whipped. 2 little girls' grade schoolers abused hundreds of times by one priest.
Survivors say they want the statute of limitations for children revived and their abusers who are still alive. They seek justice. and a possible link has been found between autism and drinking water. Researchers at UCLA say a study has found that pregnant women whose household tap water had higher levels of lithium had a moderately higher risk of their children being on the autism spectrum. It's the first study to link naturally occurring lithium in water as a possible link to autism. The researchers used data from Denmark, which is one of the lowest-ranked countries in Europe, to drink bottled water. Prescription lithium is used to treat depression and bipolar disorders because of its mood-stabilizing effect. Researchers say as the lithium levels increase in the drinking water, so do the risk of an autism diagnosis. Michael Crozier, KFI News.
We'll get a look at your drive with UKFI in the 9 and the 10 after sports with Wayne.
The Lakers' LeBron James was the overall high scorer with 33 points, but the local showdown was won by the Clippers, 125-118. In baseball, Shohei Ohtani was tagged with 2 pitch clock violations, but he also batted in a run.
Here's the two-strike pitch on Shohei, and that's a ball out of the reach of the third baseman and being waved home is Taylor Ward.
Final score, Angels 4, Seattle Mariners 3, and the Halos are off today, but the Dodgers are back. They open a road series against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Dustin May will start for LA, and that game starts at 7:10 in HD on the iHeartRadio app, live from the Calvin Motors broadcast booth. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports.
A couple things are going on with your house. First of all, it's worth a lot of money. It's increased over the last few years. And interest rates, which were exploding, have actually started to go down right now. So if you're looking to take money out of your house, now is a pretty good time. If you're looking for $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money out of the equity that you have built. And there's no appraisal or credit report fee to apply for. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital, so clearly I'm a big fan. They have the best rates that still do that I've ever found, and their service, well, with HMS Capital, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Call 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com, 833-255-5698, hmscapital.com.
SoCal weather from KFI, mostly sunny today, high in the upper 60s, below the mid-70s. Tomorrow, we'll actually cool it down a little bit. More clouds will be in. That's because there's a storm in Northern California that we kind of get the remnants of. And then Saturday, we bounce back with more sunshine, highs in the low 70s, and by Sunday, our highs could be in the upper 70s to right at 80. 48 right now in Garden Grove, 56 in Rancho Santa Margarita. Let's check the drive with DKFI in the sky in the sun.
West End, you just got to allow for this every morning. It's kind of normal, and unfortunately, that's one of your first mornings down there. What normal means is pretty much Zusa, through the 605, and then things will improve, actually. We came up to 710 a few minutes ago, then northbound, just slow, coming up from the 105, but all lanes are open. North 405 now, we took from Long Beach up to LA. Still in pretty good shape, a little slow getting through to 710, that's about it. But the 605, boy, we got right over this early this morning. North down the Rose Hills, that terrible crash. Just a few minutes ago, we watched the last of the cars that involved get towed away. So all interrupted, I can vouch for that, that's for sure, but it's real slow coming up from the 5. Carpool lane, at least that is looking real good. Be careful, that fog, KFI in the sky. You locked your cat up the tree?
Yeah, he's way up there. He's scared to come down.
Okay, baby.
Be careful, mister.
That's it. Here you go.
Where did he come from? And where is he now? Okay.
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
Why?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're Rooter Heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for us to enjoy.
It's what a hero does.
It's you.
Hello, Morongo. The National Beer Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday, and Tuesday, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday too. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Morongo. Number 5.
I feel beer makes you want to cheer. National Beer Day
Success. All our viewers are Dr. Bunny, April 9th. So legendary women this week. Now, good Friday.
And the number 2.
So always thanks to people that you can switch sunglasses and a chance to upgrade your Ray-Ban. When you earn 500 points on your rewards card for 10 to 11.
And the number 1 reason.
Yellow Feature Plus. Join us at the top of the resort for John Review and it's a delicious buffet at a special price.
Rondo Casino Resort and Spa. Rondo, good time. For everybody, hey, always keep sharp. Are you running out of hot water? Water Heaters Only has been specializing in the repair and replacement of water heaters since 1968. That's over 54 years as the original water heater specialist. So visit waterheatersonly.com for zero interest financing. Terms and conditions apply. Request quick service or call to speak with a live operator 24 hours a day. Don't wait. Don't overpay. Visit waterheatersonly.com today. That's waterheatersonly.com. Termite problems? Search specific code termite.com or call 800-350. We posted UCS. It's like radio, but without the need for all that annoying imagination. Follow us now on all the socials. At CFI AM 640. Some of the bill handle here for Thursday, April 6th. Some of the stories we're covering. Maryland, the investigators have uncovered sexual abuse of children by the Catholic Church. What a shocker. Surprise, surprise. 600 kids. Just in that one archdiocese. Just in one diocese. How about that? No surprise. Although, to be fair, the Catholic Church is not doing any of that anymore. This goes back historically. And just comes and lots of money to deal with it. Now, a couple days ago, I did the story of Peter the goat. And it was, real quickly, let me do a recap. There was this little girl and has a goat named Peter. Not just a goat named Peter, because she was part of a 4-H project. And the 4-H projects are kids, in this case, part of it. And this thing is more than a thing. 4-H clubs are run by the Department of Kids. And go ahead, you buy a little baby, whatever, cow, goat, chicken, lizard, I have no idea. And then you raise a little animal, maybe a gecko, and then you raise it, and then you go to the county fair, and then you sell it, and then the animal gets slaughtered, and that's how it works with these things. It teaches you to be a farmer and have economic value, and just makes you a very productive member of society in terms of the rural life. Okay, so she goes in and takes Peter to the fairs, and Peter gets sold and is now going to be eaten by the bidder. And as I said a couple days ago, we have recipes at the end of my website, but we don't. That was a joke, okay? They never got very upset. In any case, she has fallen in love with Peter, this little girl. So they go back that night and they kidnap Peter. Or in their case, they just take back what's theirs. And off they run. And this becomes effectively a movie. They're running with the goat. Shasta County said, you stole the goat. You kidnapped, you kidnapped the goat, and they send the police out with search warrants, criminal search warrants. It's a big deal up there. Yeah, so here they go. The police drive 500 miles. They find out with great skill, because their detective department got involved. I have no idea if that's true or not. It just sounds good. And they find the goat in a place where the goat is being stored, the goat storage yard. And they knew that was there because it says goat storage yard in big signs. Come on, criminal warrants against her, it's her due process, etc. But a bigger story here, and that's looking at what happens with kids and people with 4-H. The 4-H clubs are tied into agriculture. And the critics are saying, look at what we're doing. We're dehumanizing agriculture. No
the video, motherfucker.
little group that will love their goats.
That is a life story.
And Peter is now part of someone's salad. Oh, man. No, that's so sweet. It was Peter's salad. It would be a Peter salad. Very strong. I like that, Tyler. In any case, it is, and it's sort of a pizza look on life. People say that's a big animal thing.
You know, you're dehumanizing animals. How can you do that? You have to look at animals in a whole different light. What you're doing is making animals fungible. One's the same as another, yet slaughtering them. You know, which is true. Because there's a huge movement about a humane treatment of animals.
Well, it's more that.
The way turkeys are raised, the way pigs are raised, and the way animals are treated. Which, by the way, is a direct contradiction to the way the 4-H clubs deal with it. Because they are part of the agricultural system. Now, these kids are taught to be part of the agricultural system and taught to look at these animals as fungible items. It's a goat. It's a pig. Don't get it. You know, it's going to be eaten. But at the same time, raising one of these things when you're a kid, how do you not fall in love with the animal? It becomes a pet. It has a name. No, I wouldn't care. Frankly, I would look at a pig as a ham sandwich. From the time it was a little tiny, little wiggly, cute, it's a small pig.
See, I grew up in South Dakota, which is where I'm from. Every member of my family was in 4-H. But the family dog was very different than, say,
That's my point.
the lamb or the sheep or whatever.
That is the point. That's what the lady says. And you've got animal lovers, activists saying you can do that. However, how do you have a meat industry where you don't look at animals as, well, commodities?
You know, I say, I have to let those people who are upset live next to a cattle or a field filled with cattle, and you'll see how much you like them.
Where are you retired? No,
Another place. No, it's where you live in Skid Row. It's much the same situation. All right. I thought it was a great story. So anyway, while we're talking, Peter is still dead. Coming up, he's talking about animals. Talking about animals, it is Passover. Tonight is the second night of true, honest to God, kosher. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones Lee live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Final test results show Pfizer's experimental RSV vaccine was 82% effective in preventing severe infections in baby allergy seasons ever. What do you think about a tree that won't topple during extreme weather? Well, some of them are being grown right now here in California, both north and south. They're part of a 20-year study to see which species can adapt in hot, dry areas like Texas, Arizona, and Australia. We're going to look at your drive with VKFI in the sky in just a moment.
If you listen to Handle on Law at all, virtually every show I do, I get a question of some kind of a personal injury. I've been in a car accident, I've been a slip and fall, don't know where to go, Bill, and every single time I go, you know what, go to the website, go to handleonlaw.com, and I'll tell you why. A lot of commercials out there for lawyers who do slip and fall and in car accidents, personal injury lawyers, a lot of them. So how do you know which ones to go to? Well, I'm going to suggest handleonlaw.com. First of all, these lawyers have been vetted. I know the guy who runs handleonlaw.com for years and years. So it's a group of lawyers who I truly believe know exactly what they're doing. And there is a world of personal injury. Important to understand what insurance companies do, what the doctors do, what you do, what a lawyer does. So I'm going to suggest that if you've been in an accident, if you have been injured, visit handleonthelaw.com, handleonthelaw.com.
SoCal weather from KFI is sunny today. Highs will range from the upper 60s to the lower 70s. This report is brought to you by Indeed.com. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. This time we're taking a look at your drive on the 91.
Well, kind of drive, really, just not too bad. If you're coming out of Elvis Road 71, and Elvis Road 241, the next close spot, you get into the 55, that's kind of a real normal situation, but going south, it's going to be real close to the 22 down to the 5, going down into the town now. It's just a real busy interchange. After that, the South 55, and it's really the Cape down to the 405, not too bad. You come out of Paris now on the North 215, well, it's a little slow, approaching Mars Air Reserve Space. I don't know what's going on there. I'll check it for you, but the next close one is definitely going on course over side the verge of the West 60 and all that over towards the 91 and the 215. So just be careful going through. Just fog.
pass by in the sky.
April is showering your company with open job positions. Check out Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates all in one place. Sponsor your first job today and get hiring by visiting Indeed.com/credit. This report is sponsored by Whole Foods Market. Ignorant Sizzling Whole Foods Market. Animal welfare certified bonus beef ribeye steaks and roasts are 20% off this time through April 11th. Early grilling season? Yes. Yes, it is. Well, supplies last, shop in store or online. Terms apply. Ugh, what's wrong? When I look at my banking app, I think I'll never afford a car. Ugh. So look at Roto.com. They have tons of deals and a great selection. Check it out. Wow, great prices. Ugh. Now what? Now I gotta decide what color to get. Find a new or pre-owned car of your dreams in just a few clicks. And at a great price. No hassle. Start saving now by downloading the Roto app. Or
This you better note the government making loan for small business. And our ERTC loan offers cash now for your tax credit with funding in as little as 72 hours. ERTC loan keep your business going with interest-only payments for up to 12 months. For more info, call 800-381-0187. That's 800-381-0187. And go to BizUcredit.
Gas ISO on the Vegas Open Night tonight at 7 p.m. Watch live on Valley Sports or Valley Sports Plus. Go,
MSNBC Films presents a new six-part original series from NBC News Studios, hosted by John Leguizamo. Leguizamo Does America, beginning Sunday, April 16th at 10 p.m. Eastern on MSNBC and streaming on Peacock.
Come on, let's go. If you're looking to sell your home, you call Seller's Advantage and they'll make you a cash offer with no need for repair. With Seller's Advantage, there are no agents. It's engaged and they buy it cash. And they offer 888-212-2747 and visit sellersadvantage.com. Don't worry, sell happy with Seller's Advantage. CRE number 0961658. David Joe and RV. RV.com. Massive overstock sale. Everything month and week for business, tech, banking, even artificial intelligence. That fire hose of news can overwhelm. Every week we sit, and that macro take matters to all of us.
Macro with Ethan Middleton.
This Sunday afternoon at 2 on KFI AM 640 and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handel here on Thursday morning, April 6th. Tonight is the second night of Passover. And Passover is a pretty important holiday in the Jewish religion. And Passover is a pretty important holiday in the Christian religion. Because the Last Supper was a Passover meal. And there are a whole bunch of rules having to do with Passover. And this is where the rules go completely nuts. As you know, I'm not particularly religious. So I look at various rules and I look at the ceremonies as kind of, more entertainment than anything else. And Passover is right up there. Passover is the story of Moses leading the Israelites. And by the way, I consider myself an Israelite, not necessarily, heavy duty, just like a Jew. I'm Jewish, yeah, sort of. Okay, so with that being said, let's move on. And it's the story of Moses leading the Israelites out of Egypt and going into the land of Israel. And I have all kinds of questions about that. One of them being, it's about a 400-mile trip from Cairo to Israel. They spent 40 years in the desert running around. I mean, come on, 40 years to go 400 miles? What is that? A mile a year? No, it's 10 miles a year. You can probably do that. So, and the other thing about God with the chosen people, God had the Israelites turn left instead of turn right. And if they had turned right, that would have been all the oil. Right? Instead, they go left and they go and create Israel. Hey, that is not, quote, the chosen people as far as I'm concerned. It'd be a whole different world. So the story is that story of Passover. And then that's why they eat the matzah, the cardboard that they pretend is some kind of bread. And that has to do with unleavened. It didn't have a chance to rise because the Jews were going forward in the desert looking for on the way to Israel. All right, so now you have Passover, and it is celebrated And it's an important holiday. It's celebrating, and one of the rules is that there can be no grain. There was no grain, and that's important. We're making the matzah. You can't use it. You can't have the wheat. You're not allowed to have that. So every bit of grain has to be cleaned out from the house, and I mean every bit. To where they clean the house, you have different dishes, different pots and pans, different cutlery, even to the point where the real religious people are on their hands and knees with a toothbrush going along the baseboard of the homes to make sure that every bit of grain is out. Okay, fast forward. You can do that for people. What do you do with your pets? Because what dog food does not have some grain in it? Doesn't exist. Even the ones. So, what do we kosher dog food? Therein lies the story of a real problem that ultra-Orthodox Jews have. Kosher dog food. Now, there are a couple of companies out there that do have kosher dog food. They started, and they have a problem. Why is that? Well, let me tell you about kosher food. It's not blessed, but it is certified by a rabbi. Certified kosher. And there are several different organizations that, in fact, certify meat, for example, for being kosher. There is, for example, if you look at a can or a package of food, you'll see a little K with a circle. That's kosher. I think that's the Orthodox Rabbinical Society out of Chicago, and then the other Rabbi, which is another Jewish organization. They have their own version, and by the way, there's quite a world to that. You get to choose the rabbis which one, who is going to certify, the other one does not. So it depends on your community. By the way, these rabbis get a ton of money for doing this, just to let you know. One of the things about the religion, poverty is a big thing in the Christian religion, particularly in Catholic religion. Jews don't want to hear about poverty. Rabbis make a couple $100,000 a year. Rabbi in my synagogue was $300,000 a year. Plus the house. Oh yeah. Yeah, very few Jews convert to Christianity. It's just not something that's done. So the issue becomes, how do you handle kosher dog food? Even those rabbis who have certified dog food for kosher will not certify dog food as kosher for Passover. That is on several different levels above. And so, what do you think is happening? Lawsuits! Lawsuits are flying. And who are the experts about the quality of the food? Talk about the nutritional value of the food. It's rabbi against rabbi in terms of the expert witnesses. So, the drama in the courtroom is utterly spectacular. By the way, a quick word about Passover. It's, as you know, there are a lot of miracles being done during Passover. If Moses holding the stick and it turns into a snake, any decent comedian can, a magician can do that. It's no great shake. The Nile turning red. Go to Chicago on St. Patrick's Day. The Chicago River turns green. You know, it's not that big a deal. I've always said that if Moses were really going to impress Pharaoh with the miracles, he would say something like, "You see that mountain over there? Watch it move across town to over there. That's a miracle." Not there are boils, locusts. I mean, a good locust infestation does that. Oh, and here's a little bit of history. And this part is the part that I really get excited about. I think all of this is metaphor, by the way, in terms of both the Old and the New Testament. I think it's metaphor. And more than anything else, that's why it's religion is. But if you go to the Cairo Museum, and you go to the mummy room, you will see the mummy of Ramses II. The guy is not a reproduction. The hell of a can, very particularly looking. Whoa! Okay. related for you. Another handle, religious story, just for you. Coming up, Jason Middleton, macro with Jason Middleton. We'll talk about some economic news. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Great to see smart speakers. We're in a couple of smart ears as well. Everywhere.
Not okay, even for a cop. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, and LA County Sheriff's deputy has been charged with having an illegal rifle and ammo. KFI Police Trolley reports live from LA, where he says the guns and ammo were found at the deputy's home.
Both were found almost exactly 3 years ago, April 2020. So we've asked the DA's office why charges have just been filed. Investigators say the deputy had an AR-15 assault rifle and tracer ammo. Tracer bullets have chemicals in them that ignite when they're fired, so people can see the flight path of the bullets clearly. LA County DA Dow Jones says while he supports rights under the Second Amendment, he also respects California state law. He says it's illegal to have an AR-15 assault rifle in California, and he expects everyone, including law enforcement officers, to follow the law. Reporting live in LA, Police Trolley, KFI News.
3 people have been found dead in an apartment building owned by the Skid Row Housing Trust in downtown LA. Investigators say the deaths overnight may be from drug overdoses. The coroner will say for sure later. Numbers from the LAPD show a drop in officer-involved shootings last year compared to the year before.
The annual Youth Support Report noted officers opened fire 31 times in 2022, hitting 23 people. In 2021, officers opened fire 37 times. In 8 of the 31 shootings last year, the person opened fire at the officer's first, alerted bystanders. In other situations, the person had a gun but did not shoot. In 5 instances, officers believed the person had a gun, but none was ultimately found. In all of the officer-involved shootings last year, 58% of the people involved were armed with a gun, compared to 41% in 2021. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
A man arrested for an alleged DUI crash that killed an 11-month-old boy in OC has been released from jail without being charged. The man was booked on suspicion of driving while on drugs and vehicular manslaughter after his car off the curb Sunday hit a couple and their baby. The baby died at the hospital. The driver was released without bail, but the OCGA's office says it's waiting on toxicology reports. A GoFundMe has been started to cover the medical costs for the parents and the funeral costs for the baby. 5 people have been arrested after a high-speed police chase that ended in the Pico Union area in LA. The 5 people were in a stolen Honda last night with a man and woman who jumped out of the car at one point during the chase, then another bailed out about a block later. The driver was eventually stopped with spike strips. Passengers were all found. More people have been killed during severe storms across the country. The mayor of Louisville, Kentucky, says at least one person in the state was killed by a tornado. Homes and other buildings were also destroyed in southeastern Missouri. Governor Mike Parson saw some of the destruction firsthand.
When you look at the devastation of this, it's going to be weeks upon months to be able to recover.
Officials say the death toll may rise as crews sift through what's left of homes. Japan's Coast Guard says it's searching for an Army helicopter carrying 10 crew members missing off an island in southern Japan. The Black Hawk helicopter disappeared from radar during a mission last night. And another Kennedy has filed the paperwork to run for president. This time, it's Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who will run as a Democrat in 2024. He's the son of assassinated Senator Robert F. Kennedy and the nephew of President John F. Kennedy. President Biden has indicated he will make a run for re-election, but no formal announcement has been made. We'll get away from the drive on the 405 after sports replay. The Lakers lost to the Clippers by a score of 125 to 118. Lakers coach Darvin Ham wasn't all negative about it, though.